bad boy. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when I come for you? What's poppin'? I just went outside. There's smoke everywhere. The whole city is smoke. I haven't been outside in a couple days. Think I'll talk about that late tonight. Tonight I'm gonna talk about Godfrey and this whole fake bootleg. We all got to come together nonsense. Okay, nonsense, nonsense. Okay, that all black people got to get it. Okay, nonsense. Okay, yeah, it's the whole place is smoky. Ooh, you are so beautiful. The whole place is smoky. We got Maryland in the building, Landover. We got San Jose in the building. Oh, we got the beautiful and gorgeous Miss Moore representing Atlanta. We got Toronto in the building. I used to watch the Blue Jays a lot. We got Berkeley in the building. And of course, to everybody on Facebook, I'm representing Chicago, everybody on Kick, everybody on Twitch, everybody on YouTube, and everybody on Facebook. I am representing Chicago, Illinois. We got Greensboro in the building. We got Pittsburgh in the house. Okay, now when I talk about these conversations, FBA, adults, Africans, I'm not pushing hate. I don't do hate. So I don't hate no Africans. I don't hate no Jamaicans. I don't hate Haitians. I don't do hate. So let's let everybody get in here. Let me see what I can have a beginning conversation. Oh, Toronto. You know, we used to watch hockey. Let me give you some little boy Chicago Black American history. Here we go, little boy, Chicago Black American history. Wow. As little boys, one of our favorite things to watch was hockey. We was like 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, because we watched hockey for the fights. You know, hockey, hockey was for fights, some good fights. So we would gather around the TV at Mr. and Mrs. Smith's house. Mr. Smith was my daddy's best friend. They moved on the block. They had 3 sons, Keith, Greg, and Buster. Rest in peace to Buster. Donald. And boy, we would go and watch the fights. We loved hockey. We didn't like the sport, but we loved the fights. Little old school history. That went along with roller derby. We loved roller derby because we loved the fights. Wrestling looked a little phony. Roller derby fights looked more real. Hockey fights were real. Okay, this was better. Come on, man. Boxing had nothing on hockey. The Black American history. Alabama in the building. I don't know when me and my cousin are going to make that trip to go see everybody. Minneapolis is in the house. Last time I was in Minneapolis, all the white girls was trying to get at me. Looked like they wanted to jump in the car and get me. I said, dang, what the hell's going on up here? Rest in peace to my baby mama's father. We had went to see him. He passed away. Yeah, I don't know when we're going to get to Alabama. The rack is in the building. Shot-Town. Naptown's in the building. What's that? Everybody, Gary, our cousins. Gary's our cousins. Yeah, this time it smelt it. I came out, it was getting evening time. So it really looked crazy. It smelled like the city was on fire. As Steel Pulse would say, Babylon makes the rules. Babylon makes the rules why my people suffer. Oh, Babylon, my people are in a mess. Babylon is Babyloning. Burned out everything. Hey, Mr. Babylon, let us take over, okay? You don't know what you're doing. Oh, boy. We got Texas in the building. I got to get down to Texas. Texas is the number one place I'm trying to go is Texas. Texas is the number one place I'm trying to go. Texas. I can't wait to get to Texas. I haven't been to Texas. I drove across the tip at the top. I cannot wait to get. I was supposed to go to promote some music and something happened. And I didn't get to go. I think that's Austin where they have the big music event, and I didn't get to go. I surely would be down there when I drop my album. I don't know when that's going to be because I'm just going to be dropping singles. Oh boy, so here I go. Batman and all the building. Why I got to be the bad guy? Here we go. Godfrey. Godfrey. I cannot stand Godfrey. I like to do a historical backstory. I remember when I first seen Godfrey, he would come on TV and he would do impersonations. And I always thought he was whack. I didn't like him. Yeah, I mean, he's just in a doghouse and I got to address it. I got to address it. I don't know if he's tripping, but I got to address everything I think about it. When I first seen Godfrey, I didn't really like him. I thought he was all right. I thought he was pretty talented. But first, he couldn't compete with uh, impersonators before him. Because we go back to watching Ed Sullivan since the kid. So there's some really good people that do impersonations. But I never really liked Godfrey. I think I got prejudices that I'm not promoting YouTube, but I'm just being honest. So YouTube, like, hey, give me a break. Let me just be honest. I mean, honesty is not necessarily hate. So I had prejudice, probably, because he was. You could tell he was an African, but he used to talk like a white guy. And no, that's not cool. You know what I'm saying? And so he needed a manager because the way he promoted himself was not good. Because you can't come out talking guys and then do impersonation of foundational Black Americans, and then do impersonations of and then talk black like you know once you know the way his act was set up, you can tell that his act was designed for a white audience. His act was never for black people, right? He was the black guy that do black impersonations for a white audience. I mean, let's be honest. He wasn't a comic view, Apollo, with Steve Harvey and them. He wasn't our comedy. He wasn't black, foundational black American comedy. He was this black guy for a white audience. Facts. So you could tell that stuff. You could tell, especially if you're from the rack, if you're from Chicago, the beautiful Ivy Dreams is here. So, you're too many different things. You're an African that obviously went to like Catholic school, and then you try to turn black. You do your black like hood impersonations that don't be that good because you were really, you know what I'm saying? He wasn't outside like Godfrey. Godfrey say he grew up in Chicago, but Godfrey didn't grow up in Chicago. Godfrey grew up in the house. Okay, Godfrey grew up in the house. He wasn't out there. He wasn't outside. He grew up in the house, right? So I don't think he managed his career correctly, but he did all right for himself. So he did something right. But he never was going to be that appealing to foundational Black Americans because he's a guy. We can tell how he grew up, and like I said, we have some prejudices. I mean, that's what happened to the kid that got unalived. He was Jolly G guys, and I'm going to break that down. Let me break that down. Why those prejudices are so serious. And then we're going to get to the conversation. My parents took me out of public school after the sixth grade and sent me to a small Lutheran school in the seventh and eighth grade. And so going from kindergarten to, sixth grade, I'm an authentic 100% foundational Black American outside with relatives from the South. Our mamas and daddies is from Mississippi and Alabama. So we're a new generation, the baby boomers, Black, in Chicago. Our parents are adapting to the city, but our parents are country. They talk kind of country, but they're trying to tone it down, right? So my mother and father is country people, but because they're in Chicago, they're trying to turn it down. So sometimes they're kind of country, sometimes they're trying to be professional Chicago Americans. We're outside, and we're an all new generation, and really a generation that's creating everything new. The Afro, Black Power, soul music is going into R&B, the Summer Fest, right? So we're creating a whole new lane. We got the Afro, and we are talking. The older boys is like, yeah, I'm hip, straight up, soul brother, and all of that. So we're coming up young, so we have a certain dialect, a certain way, like what you would call hood. It wouldn't be ghetto because our parents had nice homes. So we wasn't ghetto, but we was hood. Hood is short for neighborhood. What does this have to do with Godfrey? So when they took me out of sixth grade and sent me to seventh grade to a Lutheran school, I went to school with Black Godfreys. Now the the black Godfreys at the school that's in the 7th and 8th grade, they have they have been overran basically because it's predominantly white. So they are, I don't know what you call it. What do you call it when you got to bow down to another culture? So they got to get in where they fit in. So they have to act as white as they possibly can, right? Also, they don't know they're doing that because, they sent these poor babies into that, first grade, second grade, third. So they're little kids. So all the other kids said, come on, guys. Oh, gee willikers. Holy cow. So they like that. And so now when I get to the school in the 7th grade and Godfrey is there, Godfrey is immediately my enemy because he's trying to protect his position within the white Lutheran school. Immediately I become a threat because he can't allow me to be cool because I'm not Jolly G. I'm not saying Guy. I'm not saying G Willikers. I'm not saying groovy. I'm not saying cool. You know what I'm saying? So the Godfrey ones, right off the top, is ops. From the first day I walk in school. Because as soon as I walk in school, it's like, I'm your mom, I'm your daddy, I'm a nigga in the alley. I'm the doctor, what you need is some coke and some weed. You know me? I'm your pusher man. I'm kind of like, Eddie, you should have known that. I'm a super black. You know what I'm saying? And I'm cooler than all y'all. G Willikers, boy, we don't G and we don't Williker. And I got the hands. I got the hands. You know what I'm saying? Because I grew up, we grew up, and our heroes, Muhammad Ali. So all we did all day was slap box. So our boxing game is up there like Floyd Mayweather. You know what I'm saying? Because, we young black boys, we the first city generation, to be honest. I'm first city, all pro, first city generation. 1958, 1960, baby. So we boxing. The hands is crazy. So when the bully come, the racist bully come, our eyes like, you know what I'm saying? He like, oh, yeah. Eddie, you should have known better. Brother, you're wrong. It's like, boy, you know what I'm saying? Boy, you don't know where you at. Listen, it's a new sheriff in this here town. So the Godfreys is the ops. Because now all the little white girls and the little white boys, they running behind Stu. They're running behind Stu Gambler. I'm Generation 1 rapper. I always compare it to being like a rapper. So now as the fan base starts going to the more really black ones, the Jolly G Whittaker guys, down people like Godfrey don't like me. Because I'm changing, he done been sucking up over here for 5 years. And then here I come. I don't got to suck up. I don't got to do none of that. And I'm a big superstar. So the Godfrey ones was always sellouts. Always pushing the status quo. Always pushing us to sell our culture. Okay, to interface into the Babylon system. So when I see him, he's Jolly G Willikers, and then he's a fake foundational Black American, and now he's an African back to Africa, like he phony. That man has been in all type of stuff. He just been, wiggling through different things to get his money. So now all of a sudden he to pander to us because he see Comic View and all that is blowing up, right? Apollo comedy. What was the comedy on Apollo? I forgot what that was called. Then we had Comic View on BET. We had all these comedy shows. And we going to see the real black comedians, right? So now he got to try to figure out how he could get in with them. He couldn't hang with the DL Hughley's. He couldn't hang with none of them. He was nobody. He was nobody against the solid, real good black comics. So now all of a sudden, he African. Because once he's seen us delineating, now his feelings hurt. Now I do understand what he's going through. I understand. Because my people is rough. You know what I'm saying? And when it comes to delineation and foundation of Black Americans, y'all got to give us time to get everything together. Because we definitely pushing this from a decent point, but we black. And, our people tripped out. So once they find out we're going to delineate, our people, Black America, they're going to be like, yeah, man, F them Africans, man. Africans ain't nothing, man. You know what I'm saying? They go overwhoop. They going to be, I ain't going to lie. Our people going to be overwhooping. So, of course, some of you brothers and sisters, I know what you're going through because some black people, they just going to hate all y'all in the gate, in the door. They think that, so we hate no Africans? Bad. They ain't nothing. I don't like none of them Africans, Jamaicans, Trinidad. I need to go home. They smell funny. We ain't told them to do that. Tyreek did not tell them to do all that. Of course, the Africans are going to come back, which, my brothers from Africa, listen, don't respond. Because you're really going to get washed. Because y'all can't get down like us. That's what we do. We signify. Rest in peace, Kiki. We signify. So, of course, he fell away. Because now, all the young Black Americans going to say, he an African booty scratcher. So, you know what I'm saying? I would kind of be a little man. If I was an African right now, I go high. If I was an African, because I think for all my brothers and sisters, if I was an African right now in the United States, I'd be a little salty. I ain't gonna lie. Because, it's like a us against them thing. That'll calm down when we get to don't worry about that. That's welcome to America. Welcome to America. And it's going to get worse. He just made it worse. Yeah, Godfrey just made it worse. He shouldn't have said nothing. And Godfrey just made it worse. He shouldn't have said nothing. Nothing. Right? I'll be talking about that tonight, bro. So let's save that stay on subject. So I'm going to break down what's going on with all of that. So Godfrey is on this. We all got to come together. We can't be doing this FBA stuff. We got to unite as Black people. Which is bootleg Pan-Africanism. And so when you watch the 154 show, that is fake Pan-Africanism, what they're trying to push. They're pushing a fake bootleg Pan-Africanism. That's what they're trying to push. That's what Godfrey's trying to push. That's what 154 trying to push. They're pushing a fake Pan-Africanism. Even the fact that 154 is not even talking about the 54 countries because we're not a part of the 5-4. So for you to name your show 154 and don't keep your subject within the continental Africa and the people from the continental Africa, already your show is trash. Already you show a lot of being able to make your show represent the title. 154 is total garbage. You're 154. You excluded the diaspora. So stick with the 54 countries in Africa and the immigrants from the 54 countries in Africa. FBA is not a part of the 154. Neither is Jamaica. Neither is Trinidad. Neither is the Brazil. The only people a part of the 154 is the people from the 154 from the 54 countries in Africa, which is nonsense title. Because many of them people aren't Africans. Oh, we're going to get heavy. Their 154 show and Godfrey, they're claiming that they're speaking for the 154. They're all outside Africa talking about FBA's business, but ain't saying nothing about all the foreigners that run Africa. Africans don't even run Africa. This is a map of the largest group in each one of these countries. They're not larger than the Africans, but the largest group of immigrants in these countries. This is what 154 should be talking about. No, they're worrying about us and our reparation. We're not Africans. We're not in Africa. We don't have anything to do with Africa. Africa was weak. You can't talk about slavery or nothing if your punk ass didn't come and rescue us. That's it. We want Africans to shut up about slavery. If you claim that they came and took people from your continent and you didn't have no generals and no leaders and no military to come save them, you should be quiet. On top of that, if you end up having to run where the slaves was at, what does that say about you? If Godfrey's story is that we was taken from Africa and brought into slavery and put under bondage and had to adopt under here, and then his mom and daddy ran here, what that made them? What's the difference in the one that forced here and the punks that ran here and left the motherland on their own? Never showed up to rescue their people, just come to eat off the table. He can sit down, he can come in my life, we can have that conversation. Because his mom and daddy came, Johnny come lately, to eat off the table. They didn't set no table over here. They didn't set no table. Africans didn't set no table over here. Africans are largely responsible for slavery. So according to what Godfrey and them would teach, you running behind the slaves. You coming to, the slaves got to feed you now. The same ones you betrayed, the same ones you sold, according to your story, right? According to your story, that's where we come from, under the situations that your ancestors were mainly behind for some guns and some liquor. They sold their people to the Portuguese. Now you're over here following the people that your people sold. In reality, Godfrey, how are we supposed to deal with you? In reality, if we deal with the story realistic, how should we treat West Africans? I'm just saying, based on that story, if they really sold us out, how should we treat Godfrey if he came from the people that sold us out, never came to help us, and coming to eat off our plate after the fact of the matter? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Like Godfrey, we're giving you a pass. To be honest with you, really need to shut the hell up over here in the United States. I'm gonna just keep it real. Like Godfrey, if you're watching, you don't make no policy over here. You don't call no shots over here. You don't got no type of clout or nothing over here. Not in the United States, and definitely not in my city, definitely not in Chicago. Now, I'm speaking for Chicago right now. Like, Godfrey, you nobody here like that. You are not a real Chicagoan from the South. Because blacks from Chicago, we come from Alabama, Mississippi, mostly. That's where we come from. We don't come from West Africa. We come from Alabama and Mississippi. Our mom and your mom and daddy come from Africa. My mom and daddy come from Alabama. They mom and daddy come from Africa. They mom and daddy come from Alabama. So don't be trying to make me an African like you. You are African. I'm a foundational Black American that set the table for you to come here. So see, I don't really like Godfrey because foundational Black Americans became a foundation and set the table for all you blacks to come here. He said, how can you talk down on the people that were slaves for hundreds of years, fought to get out, and did more than them in 100 years versus the thousands of years they've been free on their own homeland? Exactly. It ain't cool. On top of that, our number one allies is white. Our number out of all the races, our number one ally is white. That yes, there were white responsible for slavery, and there was whites to fought to get rid of it. All whites were not slaves, and the North and the South did not really get along. And Black Americans, we got way more help from white people than we ever got from any Mexicans or any Africans have never helped us, none. Like Africans have done nothing for us. All Africans have ever done was come and eat off our table and disrespect us. Because Africans never came here and locked in with us, including his mom and daddy. They came here with a very negative attitude towards us. They looked down on us, actually. Africans are a disgrace. Africans are a disgrace to the Black race. Still today. They still in Africa beefing, mistreating each other in each other's country. Right now in South Africa, Nigerians, Godfrey and him people, are like the worst. Free slaves, I don't know. I don't know. Because I don't know why I don't know how anybody freed us when we didn't get free till 1970. So all that's bullshit. You know what I'm saying? You know, you can give me somebody to debate that. But all that somebody freed us, all that, I throw all that in the garbage. I'd destroy anybody with that. Yeah, that's all fake. That's all fake. That's all fake, including the Emancipation Proclamation. So that's fake. That's 100% fake. Because if you freed us, why we couldn't sit down on the bus? I think that's a good question. If you freed us, why we couldn't go to a restaurant? Why we couldn't go in the store? Why we couldn't sit down on the bus? I think that's a good question. If you freed us, what was the purpose of the Civil Rights Bill then? If we was free, how we was free with no civil rights? My thoughts is mind your goddamn business. That's my thought. Get out of our conversation. That's my thought. I couldn't really believe that you have our best interests. And what the word entitlement fits you more than anybody. Rome is Europeans. So Rome entitlement sounds white to me. I'm just saying. You say romantic, that's European. Entitlement, that's European. Rome is the root word of romantic. So I think romantic entitlement is white entitlement. Sound like it to me according to the word. If you want to get heavy, like if you really want to come over here and get this work, you know, if you want to get this work, because you look like a little boy, like you out your league, you're a little boy. And this the big league, this big pharaoh. You know what I'm saying? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ho, and use the H to the Izzo. I don't know what the hell you talking about. You know what I'm saying? Sound like some shit y'all made up. That's what it sound like. What about slavery and reparations? What about reparations? What about what you think about reparation and running my bread before the Most High destroy your whole country and destroy everything you got? What you think about earthquake, lightning, brimstone, fire, floods? If you don't do right, what you think about that? I thought so. He was a little boy. Stay in a little boy's place. Yeah, stay in a little boy's place. He's just a big pharaoh. I don't got no problem with being white. I serve them all too. I teach everybody. He gotta learn. He gonna learn today. I don't got no problem with being white. He can learn. Oh, I see your mother used to be under the bridge scaring billy goats. I didn't know that. Okay, you gotta go. I see your mother used to be under the bridge. I heard about your trolls. I heard about your mom. Yeah, I heard about that bitch. I heard about your mom. She used to be under the bridge scaring billy goats. Oh, she had a son, huh? Damn, that sucks. You know, I don't really respect dudes that can't say what they're gonna say outside. Come to Chicago, come on outside, say it and say it with your chest. I used to go to school with dudes like you. Y'all wouldn't say none of that. Y'all wouldn't do none of that. Like I'm not the guy that went out there. I'm not the guy that went out there and got unalive with y'all. But all due disrespect. I'm not, dude. I would have never went out there with y'all. On my soul. I wouldn't have went out there. Hell no. I don't mess with you, dude. You ain't allowed in these Chicago perimeters acting like that. Y'all behave here. He ain't nobody. He ain't got nothing to do. He'll go get him some business. He'll get find something to do. Go get him some. Go get him some suntan lotion or something. He'll figure it out. So Godfrey is talking about, oh, get together, oh, unite together, oh, work together, oh. And that whole situation is pretty much like bootleg Pan-Africanism. He's saying this, oh, we need to get together like a fake type of Pan-Africanism that Godfrey is trying to promote. Basically, the whole black people need to get together. And this is somebody that won't go back to Africa. Him or anybody on his show, they're not trying to repatriate to Africa. They're not trying to unite Africa. And so to see them talking about uh, Africa as if Africa is black is extremely phony. Like Africa's not black. It's, the idea to try to sell foundational black Americans to get involved with some type of fake Pan-Africanism, because he's saying we all the same, we all this, we all that, when Africans don't even control Africa. And so what benefit would it benefit us to unify with a conquered Africans? Pan-Africanism is dead. The concept, right? The concept that some black people in a country has all this responsibility to blacks in a whole continent. That's a whole continent. Just in any kind of way, in any type of way, to try to put us in any type of conversation of us, 50 million, doing some amazing shit with a billion niggas is some bullshit. Let's just keep it real. talking to me about a fake unity with a bunch of blacks that fled Africa and fled the Caribbean that won't unify amongst themselves is ridiculous. Seriously. I can't go on most of these shows. I got toxic masculinity. Plus, why am I going on the show? Because if I go on this show, what I say go and what everybody else say, everybody would have to shut the fuck up. I'm not going on no show going toe to toe with nobody because I'm superior. Y'all ain't got nobody that can talk toe to toe with me. You got to put your work in. And for a lot of you young brothers to come up and think you jumped ahead of the line when you still wet behind the ears, you ain't been outside, you got to give me your date of birth if you want to debate me. I'm not debating no little boy that wasn't even here. What you know about 1968? Nothing. You wasn't even here. Right? So I'm not doing no debate. Now, I could come on your show if I'm going to do all the talking. But if you want to debate me, it's got to be a competition with fair judges. You got to put up some money. You got to put up some money, 10,000, who win. Other than that, don't even talk to me. Because I'm not debating somebody don't know what the fuck they talking about, which most of these younger dudes, they don't. They don't know shit. Because you need real life experiences to really be thorough. And if you wasn't outside in 65, 68, 75, you don't really know the real life social dynamics of what's going on. What do you know? Nothing. That's why when you sit down with your granddaddy, you shut your ass up and listen. You can't be debating granddaddy and grandmama. What do you know? No, everybody don't have the button to get you out of here. So your conversation don't even matter over here. That's why you got blocked. Oh, I am not talking to you. Is you out your mind? I'm not talking to you, bro. I got too much violent tendency for y'all. Shit, I'm from Chicago. That shit'll go left. You know what I'm saying? I'm not talking to y'all. Listen, I don't give a damn about none of y'all opinion. I would never talk to you. I would never talk to you. That's why I'm not on your page. That's why you're on mine. You over here. I'm the boss. Whatever your YouTube, I'm not over there. I run this. You clicked on me. I'll never click on you. It's Big Pharaoh. You little dude that lost his hair. Go play. And I don't do all that. I just talk to my audience. I don't do trolls. I don't do nobody that want to go back and forth that don't come and do it in person and everything goes. Because you gotta be willing to get down if you want to be disrespectful. I'm from Chicago. And I don't believe in talking to somebody who don't know what they talk about, trying to prove my point. I don't believe in trying to prove my point to somebody that never gonna listen to what I'm saying. I don't believe in it. I don't believe sitting down with somebody that's hell bent on saying this way, and I'm gonna sit wasting my time trying to tell you go this way. I don't do that. I only talk to people who want to listen. I'm not gonna try to convince you nothing. What the hell I look like? I don't do that. My thing is F what you think. That's what I'm on. F what you think and keep it to yourself. Go on your own shit with what you think. Just don't come over here with it. If what you think is so powerful, keep it over there. That's what I'm on. I'm not on that. This big furrow. I've been outside. Y'all the internet group. I'm the only one on the internet that ain't internety. I'm not internety. I'm just on the internet. Okay? You understand? I'm not internety. I don't, I ain't with that. I ain't with the clowning on the internet. I ain't with the trolling on the internet. I don't respect nobody that waste their time trolling on the internet where they could be doing more constructive things. I don't think no woman should marry you. I don't think you should be nobody's father. If you're on the internet playing, I think you're a bum and a loser. Why would I debate you? You's a bum. You's a loser. You misusing the internet where you could be doing something positive. I don't really mess with you, and most times you's a punk outside like that. Most times. And so Godfrey is pushing a fake Pan-Africanism. That's what Godfrey pushing. Godfrey pushing a fake. We should get together when he fled a country and never went back. So all this kumbaya talking, it don't make no sense. And what I don't like about people like Godfrey is they putting too much responsibility on foundational Black Americans. We only 50 million. We've came to America and done great things. Why you keep asking us to be the responsibility for the Black community? Why don't y'all get the fuck on and talk to the rest of the Blacks? Why y'all keep including us? Like, shut up talking to us, Godfrey. You got 50 countries, 52 countries, 53 countries in Africa. You got Black islands everywhere. Go talk to them. No, we really the greatest. We really doing the most. So y'all constantly including us to save y'all. And we don't want to save you, Godfrey. We don't want to save Africa. We don't want to save the Caribbean. We want to look out for ourselves. That's what we own. And if you ain't bringing no money to the table, no natural resource, no, we don't want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to no African if he ain't got no gold, he ain't got none of that. I don't want to talk to him. I don't want to talk to him. The only thing we need to talk to Africa about is where's the gold, where's the diamonds, where's the cotton, what we doing? But if we ain't doing no business, if your Black ass can't control and you ain't got no import, export, you ain't got no ships, you ain't got no planes, I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to no Africans. You over there with all them natural resources broke, busted. No, Foundation Black America, stop talking to them Africans. Them Africans ain't got our reparations. White America got our reparations. Godfrey don't got my money. And Godfrey, if you had my money, it'll be a different conversation. I bet you'll run my bread. Okay? I bet you'll run my bread. You know, we try to get reparations. Y'all stop debating somebody ain't got our money. Where is our money? Godfrey ain't got our money. Him and that punk on this show. Let's keep it real. Listen, let's keep it real. Let's take a break. Now let's keep this 100. We want reparations. We're a foundation of Black Americans. We want reparations. Jamaicans and Jamaica getting robbed. All the blacks in the Caribbean getting robbed by the British and the French and everybody. Nigerians getting robbed by Shell, Mobil, getting robbed. Ghanaians getting robbed for their chocolate, everything. Africans getting robbed. How they gonna help us get reparations when they getting robbed? Let's keep it real. Godfrey people over there in Africa getting robbed. He need to concentrate on that. Africans is getting robbed. We don't want to talk to you about reparations. That's between us and the cotton industry over here. In the industries over here, the railroad over here. That's between us and them. And a lot of you foundational Black Americans, y'all getting off subject. Arguing with Tethers will not get our reparations. Tethers don't have our reparations. You're going too far with that. We want reparations from companies that exploited our ancestors, not from Africans. It's time to kick them out of our conversation. They are a distraction, always have been. They are a distraction. They are distracting us intentionally. Why will we be going back and forth with somebody that had to flee their country? They took us in chains. Africans are some little bitches. On the military side, y'all want to talk military? How many black men in Africa? Let some people come down there and punk them. Take their people. Take all their natural resources. What African get their punk ass over here talking to me? You a punk. You fled. I'm not finna talk to no African that fled. I respect the Jamaicans and Jamaica standing on business. We Black Americans, we in America standing on business right here. We're not fleeing. We're not running. Haitians running. Ain't standing on nothing. Haiti is a hellhole. Why would I debate a Haitian? Take your ass home and fix your country. Jamaicans is cool, but the Chinese run Jamaica. They can shut the hell up. The Chinese run your whole island. Shut up. The Trinidadians, the Indians run your whole island. Shut the hell up. The Indians run Trinidad. Yeah, man, me I know man and thing. Me know people, you know, me a big pharaoh, and me know a lot of Trini boy them that tell me and these things. Aya. Indians run Trinidad. Ask somebody. Chinese run Jamaica. In their country. We in somebody else's country mostly. 200 and something million white people, only 50 million of us. And we the 7th richest nation in the world. We richer than all you niggas. We richer than Ghana. We richer than Nigeria. We richer than Jamaica. Foundation Black Americans are the richest blacks on the planet. That's a fact. By far. By far. Jamaicans and all y'all our brothers, will go get your weight up. Go handle your candle. Definitely, y'all, don't be arguing with no Africans that's fleeing, because the Black African male is the sissiest man on the planet. Duh. I'm going to just keep it real. The Black African man and the Black African people are the worst on the planet. Nipsey dead. I wouldn't listen to. I don't listen to no dead man. Nipsey Hussle's irrelevant. He got his cap peeled out there. What am I listening to him for? This big fur. I'm still alive. You want me to listen to somebody that got aired out? Not in our face. Not face to face. Maybe on the internet. You ain't gonna do that face to face. But why would I want to talk to you? Like, worry about your own country. Go fix your dusty ass country. Because homosexuality is from East to West Africa and pedophilia. You don't want me to go there. What's going on with the babies in Africa? You don't want me to go there. Kenya is a place where you travel to be with children. Yeah, Kenya. Kenya is a place you go. You go to be with children. Yeah, Kenya. Africa got the most. You know, in Africa, they can't keep diapers in the store because the men have to wear diapers for some reason. They can't hold their waist. I mean, I know you don't want this work, no real work. A lot of men in Africa got diapers on. Sure do. I'm just saying. Anyway, go watch your own people. Don't watch me. Watch TV, punk. Just a little tap. I'm just saying, you don't really want this work, this big Pharaoh. You don't want this work. You don't control Egypt. You don't control none of North Africa. You don't control none of the top of Africa. Your whole country, all your economics is ran through these people on these flags right here. Anything you want to buy in Ghana, you got to go to the Pakistanis and the Indians. The black African man, he don't run nothing in Africa. Nothing. He just there. He don't run nothing. He don't run his military or nothing. He's in a far worse situation than anybody because we are not sitting on natural resources. Africans are sitting on natural resources. They sitting ducks. Militarily, there is no way I would take black Americans to Africa. A black American that's going to Africa is a fool. Why would you go sit on gold, sit on diamonds, sit on natural resources that you know the world's going to attack for those natural resources? Africa is going to be totally invaded. Totally. The same way they did after the Berlin Conference, they finna do that again. The next round of European invasions in Africa is going to be horrible because they're going to be going to war with the Chinese and they're going to do it on African soil. So I don't want to talk to Africans because Africans don't know what's going on. Africa is like a lady. Two ladies live in a house and everybody find out that the house is full of gold and diamonds. That's Africa. Africans are sitting there butt naked, no military, no Navy, no Air Force, with all the natural resources. Why would you go sit there? Brothers and sisters from Africa need to be watching me. Africa is what we call a sitting duck. How safe are Africans sitting on all this stuff? Because this is how the world sees Africa. They don't see Africa. Africa up in Europe and Asia, they don't have you on no map based on countries. This the map they got in China, and in Europe. This is the map of Africa. This is the real map of Africa that the leaders of the world got. Facts. You're not South Africans. You sitting on gold. That's how they look at you. You're not no Ethiopians. You sitting on coffee. Period. Facts. Period. This is Africa to the Europeans and the Chinese and the white American government. This is Africa. This is Africa. That's all you worth in the world. That's why you got the most people drowning on boats trying to get out of there. And that's why you got all them people locked up in Libya and up in North Africa trying to escape, trying to get the hell out of there. That's why immigration all over the world trying to grab y'all and send y'all back, send you wherever, get you the hell out of here. But we're not going to play stupid. And we know why Africans is refugees. If Africans want to come and try to act like they're big and bad, why is you running from your homeland? Why you not fighting? Because you ain't even got a BB gun. You ain't even got a BB gun. There's not listen, without any military weapons, just with the weapons we got, we could conquer any African country if they don't got European or Chinese help. The only way we can beat an African country is they go beg their Chinese lover or their Russian lover. But them on their own, 50 million of us, take the whole Nigeria. If thus they beg, they boss for weapons. Because Nigerians don't run nothing in no damn Nigeria. Okay? That's why, okay, I'm number one over here. Nigerians don't run anything in Nigeria. I would never lead Black Americans over. I'm going to show you who run Nigeria. That's who run Nigeria. Look at Nigeria and what that can say. Nigerians ain't nobody. Nigerians is bought and paid for. Okay? They don't run nothing. Why you think they running all over the world? Why you think they running everybody? Why you think they running in everybody's country? Why you think Africans is everywhere? Fleeing. And instead of them uniting and getting together, they get on social media, trolling Foundation of Black America. They supposed to be on social media building, right? They on social media trolling us. Sitting there with all them natural resources. No leadership. You brothers and sisters in Africa, y'all need to be on social media getting a plan on what y'all going to do with the motherland. That's why it be xenophobia everywhere. Because you have Africans come to Chicago and you have stupid Africans get on the internet from Africa and disrespect Blacks in Chicago and then get Africans over here hurt. You know how stupid you got to be? Get your own people hurt because you sitting up there making some kind of tribal war and putting your people at risk. I'm going to just keep it real. If I get over here talking crazy about Ghanaians, I'll be putting Black Americans in Ghana in danger. Duh. That's not positive. That's not positive. The fact is, we cannot help Africa. It's only 50 million of us, and the only people we can help is ourselves. We cannot help Africa. We don't want to have no relationship with Africa. We don't want to deal with Africans. We don't want to deal with no black immigrants because we cannot help you. We have our own problems. We don't know you. We have no relationship with you. And it's America. And in America, if we can't get no money with you, then fuck you. Welcome to the USA. You're talking to the realest nigga alive in America. If we can't get no money with you, fuck you. We can't get no money with no Africans. We ain't getting no money with no Jamaicans or none of y'all. We ain't getting no money with y'all. Fuck y'all. I speak for the intellectuals. I speak for the blacks that study. And I speak for the outside niggas, the streets, the gangs. And they will all agree. The Crips, the Bloods, GDs, BDs, Vice Lords, Blackstones, all. If we can't get no money with your ass, fuck you. Don't come and walk around here. Don't come around here, walk around here. I'm telling you on my soul. Don't come around here. This is the United States. Don't come around here with that Nigerian shit on the block in our neighborhoods, trying to get stores in our neighborhood. Now, ask the Arabs. That shit don't be going smooth for them. Ask them Arabs that had that store across from old block, how many problems they really. Man, listen, I can't say certain things, but things gonna get tight. When things get tight, things get tight. Money getting tight. Economics getting tight. And when things get tight, you know what I'm saying? You got to get out. And as things get tight for foundational black Americans, you other niggas got to go. Y'all blacks got to go. We don't care where you go. Just get the fuck up out of here. That's a fact. I don't have no problem with Trump deporting blacks back to where they came from. So you got to ask yourself, why I'm not losing nothing? That's your fault. Listen, tell me I'm lying. We supposed to lose something if they deport Haitians. Am I correct? If Haitians is really good brothers and sisters and they deport them, ain't foundational black Americans supposed to lose something? And we supposed to say, no, don't deport them. We lose this help. We're not losing nothing. What that tell you about Haitians? What that tell you about Haitians when we're not losing nothing? If you got a woman and you say, I'm going to break up and leave you, and you ain't doing nothing for her, she going to say, bye. Bye, bye. We can never be united. We're never going to be united because they don't have that. We are never in America. We can never be united with nobody. That's all fake, young people. That's not real high-level conversation. There's no unity, no such thing with unity. We cannot unite with Nigerians. It's only one way to unite with Nigerians. They got to bring some chick over here for us to get pregnant. The only unity is having babies. Like in the real scientific geopolitical world, the only way we can unite with Nigerians is get a whole bunch of Nigerian women pregnant and a bunch of Nigerian men get our women pregnant. That's the only real unity. If we ain't knocking the chicks back, we not unified. Duh. The only unity is the bloodline. Facts. Go get your scholar. I like your scholar to show me where one tribe unified without sex. Never happened. Unless you give the king your daughter, There's no unity. Show me where I'm wrong. Show me any unity of any tribe in the history of Africa that didn't include having babies together. That's not my point. My point is unity. There is no social unity without breeding. Period. I've got no relationship with Jamaicans unless my wife Jamaican. Unless my wife Jamaican and my kids mama Jamaican and they daddy FBA, that's the now. Other than that, no. Coming over here sleeping with our women, mistreating them and going back to Africa and everywhere, no, that's war. Because all you black men, all you do is misuse black women. The Africans is notorious for abusing our women. That's why the year return failed, because all them women got over there and got cheated by them African men. Them African men slept with them sisters and sent them sisters home. Some of them sisters came back with bastard babies from them African men. They ain't gonna take care of them babies. They not standing on nothing over there. You show me where you at a house, you and your woman, and you struggling to pay your bills, y'all. Show me where y'all gonna go help somebody else. Listen, we foundational black Americans, we in the United States, we got our own problems. And it's time for all of these teachers to really tell the rest of the black people in the world, listen, all you other black people, we got our own problems. But we cannot deal with your problems. We cannot. Your problems is your problems. They're not our problems. We don't give a damn what's going on with you. But you cannot come over here and take up space, our space. So if they throw every Haitian out, I'll be happy. Because this is our turf as far as being black. This is not Haitian turf. We don't get along with the Haitians. The Haitians have never made no effort to link up with us. To us, Haitians, you're parasites. You're not brothers and sisters. You're like some foreigner. We want you to fuck up out of here. If I knew where you was at, I'd call ICE. I wouldn't give a damn if they grab every Haitian and get you out of here because you eating off my plate, but you're not really my brother. You can't come over here and eat off my plate. You can't come over here and walk like me and talk about you took five like me. I reject your deposit like Tupac. Talk about you took five like me. I want you the hell out of here cosplaying black Americans 1 minute, hating us the next minute. Africans do it. All the Caribbeans do it. They cosplay us when it benefits them. Then they hate us for real. Man, we sick of that shit. And now they mad because the white man don't want them either. Because the white man do not like no rat bastard. And this is what other blacks are not Americans. They don't understand America. America is a gangster country. Gangsters. Black gangsters, Italian gangsters, Irish gangsters. English gangsters. America's gangster. Foreigners, black foreigners don't understand that. They tribal, they slow. They're not gangsters. They don't fit over here. They gotta get the fuck out of here. They don't understand. They listen. When black immigrants came over here, when you come here, you got to look at it like school. So now if you go to a country and there's some blacks there that been there a long time, 200 years, You go to classroom, you sit at their feet, you be like, how this shit work over here? That's how you do it. Am I lying? If Africans and Caribbeans move here, they supposed to get immediately with foundational Black Americans, right? So, I swear to God. So let's say you are Jamaican, and I'm 25, and you 25. I'm 30, you 30. You're supposed to come here. You're supposed to get with me. Then you're supposed to go, and you're supposed to go sit down with me so you can listen to my daddy. You need to listen to my mama. You need to hear what my grandmama say, what my granddaddy say, so they could teach you the same things they taught me. How this work, how that work, how this go. We could have told you. We could have told you, oh, if them white people see you don't like Black people, they're going to throw your ass out because they don't like rats. See, white Americans don't like rat bastards. It's gangsters. So now when white America see you Black and you don't link up with they Blacks, they're not going to like you. They're not going to like you. Nobody likes a rat bastard. This is the United States. This is gangster. Even though whites could be competing against us, they not going to like you if you Black and you don't like the Blacks, because they like, well, if you don't like other Blacks, you damn sure don't like me. That's how they're going to look at it. You cannot be white and come to this country and dislike white Americans. Am I lying? Listen, can a white man come here, can white people come here from South Africa, and get on the internet and talk about white Americans? What happened? What happened? Put it in the chat. Why you think Mexicans do good over here? Mexicans do good over here because everybody respect Mexicans, because Mexicans do not turn on Mexicans. You're not going to see no Mexicans in Mexico talking crazy about Mexican Americans. You're not going to see that like you see the Africans. You ain't going to see that. You're not going to see that with Mexicans. You're not. Mexican Americans and Mexicans in Mexico like this. They ain't like Africans and people in the Caribbean. Them niggas in the Caribbean don't even like each other from different islands. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. I saw Jamaican Rasta. You don't like a Trinidadian Rasta? Really? See, you do that in front of another race, you don't got a chance. You don't got a chance. There are approximately 1.2 to 1.4 billion Black people living in Africa. They got a billion and a half Black people in Africa. This demographic is heavily concentrated in sub-Saharan Africa, which alone accounts for nearly 1 billion people. When adjusting to exclude the diverse non-Black ethnic predominantly found in North Africa, about 980 million to 11 Black individuals reside on the continent, to 1.1 billion. So they saying it's anywhere from 980 million to 1.1 billion, just blacks in Africa. 1.1 billion. But they not unified, so they not nothing. You understand? So now imagine, this is what Europe and everybody. So imagine them tribal people coming here, still not getting along with each other or us. They in the way. They don't even work together. So when people see that a Nigerian don't work with an Ethiopian or Ghanaians and Nigerians, nobody want to be bothered with you. They all up in Europe fighting each other right now. Go check it out. You go to a bar, Africans fighting from two different countries, all over Europe. Africans is fighting Africans in other people's countries. So the Europeans in them countries saying, we got to throw them out of here. Because black Africans are the biggest losers in the world. All them people and y'all can't get together and do nothing. Y'all don't like each other. Not even in the same country. I swear to God, Ethiopians don't like each other. Nigerians they don't even like each other. So people be like, well, there's always people like each other. Yeah, but you can't be sitting on all the money, though. You can't be sitting on all the money. You can't be sitting on all this and don't get along. You got to be like, listen. No, they can't stand Trinidadians. So if you don't like Trinidadians, you don't like me. Ain't no way you like me. Nobody gonna trust you. Listen, my mother always told me, if you go to school and the kids find out you don't like your sister, ain't nobody gonna like you or your sister. I don't know what you're talking about. You don't know how to explain yourself. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. I don't know what that means. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. You gotta let me know what all that means. I see what you type, but what you trying to say? I don't know what you're trying to say. I don't know what you're trying to say. What's your name? Full More Slim? I don't know what you're trying to say. You got to tell me what you're trying to say so I can see if you know what you talk about or not. So I don't know what you're trying to say. It don't seem like it's nothing positive. And it seems like false information. It seems like you don't know much. Yeah, he was probably trolling, but he don't got no knowledge because I know he not talking about addiction because addiction in Africa is through the roof. Drug addiction in Africa is a rapidly escalating public health crisis, with the UN predicted 40% increase in users by 2030. So he don't know. He don't know nothing. People like that, they don't know much. They don't know. He don't know nothing about what they're doing in Nigeria is that they definitely. If we talk about drug abuse in the United States, he sure don't know nothing about Nigeria. He don't know nothing. That's why I said if they put up the money, I'll take their money. I'll let them say that first, and then when I drop the facts on what's going on in Africa when it comes to substance abuse, they'll say, "Oh, you lost." Because them numbers he trying to say about us is triple that just in Nigeria alone. That's a fact. He don't know nothing. He don't know nothing. He don't know nothing. He have no idea how bad it really is in Africa. It's real bad in Africa. Real bad. It's real bad in Africa. Real bad. Lots of problems. But they don't have the media. So, African countries don't have the media. Because, Africa is a child SEX tourist destination where you go to be with children. Did you know that? Especially Kenya. Kenya's been like that a long time. A long time. That's a lot of problems in Africa, right? So, you know what I'm saying? They don't like each other. So my point is this. We can't afford to be distracted with all of that. That's my real point. Like foundational black Americans, we have to, how they put the things on the horses so they run the race and run straight? That's what we got to do. We really don't have no time to be thinking about no kumbaya. We don't have no energy to be talking about uniting, because talking about uniting takes too much fighting. If you're dealing with a bunch of divisive people, you cannot be wasting time pushing unity. It's a waste of time. And we cannot be wasting time over here. We got things to do over here. Before I spend any time trying to unite with any blacks out this country, I would be doing gang intervention right here. I'd be trying to unite the GDs and the BDs right here. I don't care nothing about no division nowhere else. I would be trying to bring blacks right here into the fold. I'd be trying to make it so brothers can get out of jail and get jobs. I'll be trying to make it where your criminal record get erased so you can get a job. Like, I got things to do here. Okay? Brothers is going to jail, getting out, and they record, I stand on their record, they can't get the job for years. They can't get an apartment for years. And a lot of time for trumped up bullshit charges, racist charges a lot of time. All my charges was from white police. I got a book of charges. And who pulled me over every time? A white police. I don't got no arrest or nothing from no black police. White police was riding around targeting us, giving us criminal records, because that takes us out the workforce. That takes us out the workforce and more jobs for them and their children. This is what we need to be focusing on, us. We cannot, at Pan-Africans, never do nothing here. Like Dr. Umar can't even open a school. Dr. Umar can't finish a school here, but always talking about Pan-Africanism. But in the United States is a total loser. Can't even open up a little bitty school. So how he represent Marcus Garvey? Marcus Garvey had doll factories and everything. Umar don't got nothing. because Umar's some kind of Panamanian or something. He ain't even no foundational Black American. He need to be cut off. And the internet interviewers that keep pushing them to the community, they gonna have to get checked. Like, stop pushing dude to us, or we gonna unfollow your thing. And I might start that campaign. Anybody that keep pushing Dr. Umar, unsubscribe. Unsubscribe to any content creators that keep pushing Umar, because I guarantee you a lot of them is probably tethers. I bet you that's tethers pushing them. I bet you what kind of blacks you think keep interviewing them and pushing them? I bet you they tethers. I bet you anything. I bet you 90% of the people that push him are tethers. I bet you. Because clearly, why you keep pushing somebody that took money from Black people, y'all keep interviewing them. You know, we're going to have to stand on that too. Why y'all keep interviewing somebody that done robbed the community, obviously, and you keep putting them in front of the community to rob the community? They should be held accountable too. You was helping him. He been taking money and ain't done nothing, and you constantly have him on your channel. I might have to start putting content creators' names in these titles. So-and-so is helping Dr. Umar rob Black people. Because that's what you're doing. If he constantly raises money, but he not doing what he said, and you constantly interviewing him, you are an accessory to the crime. I don't be trolling, but I probably should troll everybody. You know, bro, we're going to get you out of here if you keep interviewing, dude. We're going to get you out of here. We're going to get you out of here because you'll never interview the fact he stole that money. And they never ask him about the money either. They never hold him accountable. They never, look at everybody interview Dr. Umar, they never hold him accountable for the money in the school. Never. They just let him rob us for views. I'm just saying. Ain't no way he'll come over here to do an interview with me. That's the first thing you got to talk about. Bro, where's the money? Ain't no way I interview dude and he ain't got to tell where that money at. And we talking about that for 45 minutes. Don't try to hop off of it either, bro. Don't try to hop off of this. So my point is we got our own problems, like getting rid of Umar and stuff like that. We got our own problems. We really can't be doing no Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism is a fraud, y'all. Pan-Africanism is a failed concept. I keep telling y'all. Pan-Africanism is a failed concept because Africans don't control Africa. So how are you going to have Pan-Africanism when the whole top of Africa is ran by non-Africans? Africa not even Pan-African. Come on. Africa is not Pan-African. It's not. The actual continent not even Pan-African. Pan-Africanism is trash. The idea to help Africa, to think about Africa, all that stuff Godfrey saying, Godfrey never going back to Africa. He trolling. That 154 show is just to make money and going to have a bunch of Africans that ran from Africa watching it. Because a lot of Africans in Africa ain't even got no internet to watch it. That show is a straight scam, something they trying to come up with to try to compete with foundational Black Americans. And foundational Black Americans need to be putting the pressure on the government for reparations. And you can see that these Africans and these foreigners are really running a play. Like, okay, we going this way. We trying to get reparations for America. Here we got these Africans distractors. No, no, don't pay no attention to that. We hate y'all. We this. Try to distract us from our mission for reparations. Now, got us over here arguing with Africans. That's like some spy shit. Think about it. We supposed to be pushing the government for reparations, right? All of a sudden, Africans want us to put their attention on them, beefing with them. And I've been saying it. Let Tyreek do that. And the rest of us focus on reparations. Let him straighten them out. Let him, because he know what he's doing. The rest of you just doing it just to be tribalism. Tyreek's not doing it for tribalism. He's doing it for delineation. And he beefing with them because they don't like delineation. Because Africans wanted us to pretend we with them, we delineate, they can't run a scam. Delineation gets rid of the African stick scam. When we're not delineating, they could use us to pretend we brothers and sisters, but they don't like us any damn way. Pan-Africanism didn't start in the West based on ignorance. Pan-Africanism started in the West based on where we was at that time, that place, and that time. So it wasn't based on no ignorance. Because Pan-Africanism then ain't Pan-Africanism now. The problems in Africa then ain't the problems in Africa now. So at the time with Pan-Africanism then was right and exact. Africans have gotten worse over the years, so now it's obsolete. It wasn't obsolete originally, it was right and exact. You see what I'm saying, bro? It was right and exact. Original Pan-Africanism was us first finding out what's going on everywhere. So Pan-Africanism made a lot of sense at that particular time because it was based on knowing what's going on everywhere. That was the concept where we found out where the gold was at, what natural resources they got, stuff like that. It was heavily built on the similarities between what we was going through with segregation and stuff and what South Africa. See, Pan-Africanism really wasn't big based on Africa. And I'm glad you said that. Pan-Africanism was big based on South Africa because South Africa had the similarities exactly what we had. So I'm glad you said that. That's why we had so much in common. So I'm glad. I'm glad you said so. Black Americans could know. We had a lot in common with South Africa because they had whites only beaches. That's how we was connected. That's how we was connected. So I'm glad you said that because this is good information for the young people. We was connected. What connected us was they was doing the same thing. They was having whites only, and we was having whites only. That was why there was a connection. The connection was not with Africa, the connection was with South Africa, to be honest. To be honest. The connection was with South Africa, not the whole of Africa because we didn't have the internet and stuff, so we didn't really know too much about Africa. But that was the connection. You understand? That was the connection. The connection was this and this and this. So the brothers and sisters in South Africa was going through the same thing that we was going through in the South. And that was the connection. That's this was the connection. This is the United States. This is South Africa. So that touched the nerve with blacks from the South. Didn't like that. You see, look, these are same signs. Look, South Africa, down south. So black people's like, what? No, we can't go for that. No, hell no. It brought up too much personal, you know what I'm saying? Black people's like, hell no. That was our connection. You know what I'm saying? That's what, you know what I'm saying? That was my era. You know what I'm saying? So we was like, hell no. You know, that's Public Enemy, right? Poor Righteous Teachers, KRS-One. So we like, wait a minute, fight the power. You know what I'm saying? See? So like that struck a nerve like South Africa, you know, we ain't really like that. You know, Gil Scott Heron, tell me what's the word? Johannesburg, right? So our black artists was like, hey, y'all, look what's happening in South Africa. It was all in the music and everything, and we didn't have the internet. We didn't have the internet. We didn't have the internet. But it just like brought up too much emotions. That was too emotional when we found out. Like I ain't gonna lie. Hey man, let me explain. You're a black American like me, and my mom and them had to use the black water fountain in the black restroom in the United States. I'm gonna show you where the anger came from. So it's the United States with a bunch of white people, some black people there, and the white people treating us bad, right? Said we got to use a black only washroom, right? So when we see they was in a black country, that's what pissed us off. They was doing that in America was a white country and we was here. When we seen they was in Africa doing it, that's we like, wait a minute. So y'all doing that over here in a country that's dominated by whites. Don't tell me you in a country dominated by blacks trying to do the same shit. That's what pissed everybody off. Cause it's like, okay, you're doing that over here in America in a white country. Y'all done went over there into a black country doing that. And it was like, oh hell no. You know what I'm saying? That's why everybody was tripping. That's why we was like, oh hell no. Y'all crazy. So that's what made it so egregious, because it's something we fought against in a white country. And to see them going into some black people country doing that was too much. That was too much. Because you got to understand, to fight against racism here, we built some militants, right? So once you built some militants out the Black Power movement, you can't un-Black Power, Black Power. So once we became Black Power, we was on dummy everywhere. We don't give a damn well. We see that, right? See what I'm saying? Because we was already had become Black Power. So, once I became Black Power, I became Black Power standing up over here. You know what I'm saying? I became Black Power over here. I'm going to explain to y'all why we was tripping. You can't control Black Power. Black Power gets out of hand. So once I became Black Power over here, you just going to be Black Power, period. So now if you playing with Black people in the United States, he going to be tripping. But if he see you playing with Black people in Africa, he going to be tripping too. This one, he going to be tripping. Because he ain't with it nowhere, wherever you doing it. Because you know how we are. People say, well, Fred, I was over there. But y'all know Black American culture. Y'all know how we are. How we are, y'all. Black people. How are we when we see somebody do something? Foundation Black Americans. What's our attitude? Why we get mad when we see them doing something to somebody else? What's our attitude, y'all? Our attitude, I wish a nigga would. Our attitude, we get an attitude because we thinking, I wish you would. I wish you would play with me like that. No, our attitude is wish you would. That's our culture. Way back from your mama and granddaddy and grandma and granddad, they was on that wish you would. This is old Black culture I teach you from Alabama, Mississippi. Your great granddaddy and them, they was on that. I wish you would play with me like that. Like your parents go out and they be at the store, or your granddaddy, you be with your granddaddy, and there be a white man there, and he tell the kid to stop, and the kid say no and fall on the ground. Your granddad be like, I wish you would do that, boy. I wish you would. I wish you would. I wish you would, boy. This Black people, that's Black history. How many times I done been threatened because somebody else did something? Yeah, Black American culture. Your mama threaten you for somebody else. Yeah, if your mama sees somebody else doing something, you having a good day, all of a sudden she done got mad over this. Now she looking at you. Boy, I wish you would play with me like that. Mama, I ain't even the one did it. I'm just saying, though, you better not either. Y'all got Black mothers. Once Black mothers get pissed over anything, they could get pissed over anything. That could hop on you if y'all really Black. Anything upset your mama could hop on you. That's our culture. We get quiet when our mama get mad about something else. You know what I'm saying? My mama get mad about anything. Ain't got nothing to do with me and my sister. We go sit down. Because that will hop on our ass. She'd be like, y'all get on my nerves too. Go take a bath and go to bed. Because I don't want them right now. That's how that was. When we seen them tripping in Africa, we was like, boy, we wish y'all would keep playing with us like that. You know what I'm saying? That's how Pan-Africanism locked in. Black folks seen roots and stuff. See, it don't make sense to y'all because y'all got the internet and all that. Y'all know about Native Americans and all that. But you got to think about Blacks who parents had to learn how to read. You got to put everything into perspective. So my mom and daddy and them was like the first ones to learn how to read well. So when my generation come, all this African, all that is new. All that's new. Because Pan-Africanism came out of Black Power. We wasn't doing Africa. I got to give y'all history. We wasn't doing Africa. We was doing black power. Say a lot, I'm black and I'm proud. Black is beautiful. We was doing black. That's the 60s. By the time you got to the 80s, you got into Pan-Africanism. That's the 80s. That's not the 60s. Because we didn't have the internet and all that. So we just going. We ain't got nobody but at that time in the 80s, we following the rappers. So in the 80s, we following the rappers. We following Brand Nubian. Whatever Chuck D say, whatever KRS say, that's what we are. Oh, okay. Fight the power. Oh, they tripping in Africa, right? Brothers on that. What's the word? Johannesburg. YB is thinking of a master plan. Who's the man with y'all? Know remember YB? So the rappers started telling us, so we went with it. So one thing you don't want to do is you don't want to get more information, more internet, and then start criticizing what you used to do. Don't do that, because what you used to do was based on the information you had at that time. So you can't go back and disrespect your ancestors, right? Right? You can't go back and disrespect your ancestors that didn't really have the information that you got. That's not cool. Like, they had to go with the information they had. You know what I'm saying? So that's why it's not good to go back and criticize what you did with less information. So people come to me and say, well, Pharaoh, you was pushing Pan-Africanism, well, I had less information. Now I got foundational Black American information. I got information on how the immigrant situation is working and all that. So now I dumped that. I dumped Pan-Africanism. I didn't change, I upgraded. I dumped Pan-Africanism because now we got the internet, we got more information, and now we can see what we really got to do here. And now that we can see all of the things we got to do here, right? Let's say, okay, let's say this is Black Americans and this is Pan-Africanism. And so we can handle this, so we can handle Pan-Africanism, right? Now let's say this is Black America. Let's say that get that big. If we realize that the problem for foundational Black Americans get that big, this shit got to go. So as we begin to see how serious our problem is, we had to kick everybody else to the curb. Not to mention, our problem is exacerbating as time go. We was kind of cool in the 60s and the 80s, but we ain't cool right now. It wasn't robotics and computers taking jobs in the 60s and the 80s. It's robotics and computers taking jobs now. It wasn't no pay with your debit card. Now it's a casual society. So out with the old and in with the new. It's a 911 now for Black people. And the 911 for Black people now is localized. Remember I said it first. It's not going to stop with FBA. It's finna go city to city. It's going to be like, cool, we Black, but what we going to do for Houston? We Houstonians. Cool, we Black, but what we going to do for Detroit? Because being Black is not going to fix Detroit. And us in Detroit, we're going to have to focus on Detroit. Also, that's where it's going. Because this even foundational Black American is not going to be specific enough. That's where we're going to be nationally, but the thought pattern going to have to go local. From Pan-Africanism to America to everybody's city. You're going to have to become city groups. Am I lying? Is national thinking going to get housing where you at? Is it going to stop them foreigners from taking over New York under that new mayor? Because that new mayor is a plant. He's in there, and when you get through, it's going to be all Czechoslovakians and Yugoslavians, the whole New York. Watch. Black people cheering for that dude. That dude is an insurgent. He's in there to replace black immigrants with white ones. They're not replacing black immigrants for us. They're getting rid of black immigrants for white South Africans and Ukrainians and Russians. I hope you know. You're going to go outside, it's going to be some big old white police. And they're going to be from South Africa. They first did it when I started growing my dreadlocks. When I started growing my dreadlocks in 1978, 78, 79, they brought in white South African police to Chicago. They trained with white South African police. That's where they learned the chokehold that they used on George Floyd. Look it up. They learned that training with white South African police, brought the chokehold to the American Police Department. Look it up. They wasn't doing no chokehold. No, he's not, because they're going to throw his ass out and put a white man in there. He just transitional to get the black dude out. He not finna be that mayor long. He ain't finna be the mayor that long. That's going to be a white man. That man not winning next time. That man is a one-trick pony. He's a transitional. He not winning. Y'all think that white people going to let that man be mayor? No. He's the mayor to get the black dude out. They'll use him to get you out and then them to get them off. They not letting that man be no mayor. He was just there to make sure another black person don't win. Good job. Okay, we did a good job. No black people getting out. Get your ass out of here. They're going to get his ass out of there. Oh, you going to bring rent down? Get your ass out of here. Y'all think they're going to let him bring rent down in New York? Yeah, all right. He a one-trick pony. They're going to throw his ass out by his ears. I'm telling you, they be running gangs. They'll put somebody in there transitional. Dude ain't going to be no mayor long like that. They throwing his ass out. They ain't letting him bring no third world shit to no damn New York City. He'll be lucky if he, because America, things be happening to people in America. You mess around and be on the news. Tragic news for the mayor, you know what I'm saying, playing with these people. These people, I can't say, but they ain't finna let him turn this into no damn backwood shit that he trying to do. They're looking at him like, oh, you gonna lower all the rent and mess up our money as landlords? Chokehold and police restraining techniques are homegrown. This is the thing. You got to go teach on your own page. You can't piggyback on me and teach. Once I see you can't build your own page and you piggyback on me, I can't respect you. Nothing you saying, okay? And goodbye. You can't teach over here. Go build you a page. You know what I'm saying? You can't come into my classroom and then try to be the teacher. Jesus Christ is God. Well, hopefully he helps with your mental illness. Hopefully he fixes that. Pray a little more and you'll be back all right. Because something's surely wrong with you if you're trolling in there talking about Jesus Christ is God. Okay? Truly, you have mental illness. It ain't working for you. You need to pray more, my son, in the name of whatever bullshit you on. Good luck with that. And next time you pray to Jesus, tell him Pharaoh need 100,000 in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Tell him make it happen. Then I'll be a real believer. It said, knock, I'm knocking, and the door be open, asking there shall be given. Okay, 100,000. I'm knocking, and open up the door for the 100 stacks. In the name of Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, I need 100,000. In His name we pray and all that. I can be converted right now if I get 100 grand. I can be converted. I believe prayer works. You know what I'm saying? I get 100 grand. I'll be converted. You know what I'm saying? And so Godfrey getting on my nerves. He bootleg, pandering. You know what I'm saying? Because the thing with Godfrey is, Godfrey mad he ain't popping no more. Why nobody don't tell the truth? Godfrey been around here doing that fake weak comedy for a long time, tethering on our culture. And so now when he found out that we wanted to be foundational black and delineate, he mad. Now ask yourself, why is he so mad we delineated? Because he been able to pretend he us when he do his comedy. And so now Godfrey's comedy is thoroughly damaged because now when he do impersonations of foundational black Americans, it don't look right. Because now there's this distinction. You was an African. See, he used to didn't have to be an African. He could just be Godfrey, and he was able to exploit our culture. So he was always able to exploit our culture. He was always able to use our culture. He was always able to speak well, to play on white people, to get them to come see him like, oh, this is the good Negro, right? So he was always able to speak like a little black boy that went to like a Catholic school. So I always over pronunciated and always made sure he sounded as white as possible, right? That's a part of his thing. Then he'll go and he do caricatures of black people, of black Americans, because it ain't no Africans to emulate, right? Because Africans ain't got nobody famous. So the only way he can make money is doing impersonation of foundational black Americans. Yet when foundational black Americans want their reparation, want to delineate, now he hating on us. He hating on the same people that he made all his money off of, the same people he exploited. And so now he go link up with some Africans that's doing it in the movies, that's hiring Africans to do roles of famous black people, right? And underpay the Africans and bring down what a black actor could get, which is what black immigrants are known for, coming and taking less pay. Mexicans too. Immigrants are known for undercutting the market, working for the Europeans for cheaper, because they never come in and get the job of the Europeans that run the businesses. They always come in and get the jobs that everybody else get, and they're able to have the Europeans that run this stuff pay them less. They undercut the workers. That's what immigrants do. That's why workers and immigrants never got along. That's why they had to get unions, because unions would force the immigrants to ask for what everybody else asked for and stop undercutting. That was the union's job. The union's job was to make sure that the Europeans that been here 20 years didn't get undercut by the Europeans that been here 5 years. Like, no, you can't just come over here and undercut us. This is what we want. Because there's a long history of a group coming here behind you and willing to take less. This is American history way back. Go watch the Kings of New York. You'll see the beef between the whites. This is why the Mexicans don't like illegal Mexicans, because the illegal Mexicans is undercutting the legal Mexicans, working for free, basically slavery. I used to get my car washed on 159th Street, and there was a Mexican in there, him and his wife. They wasn't paying her nothing. And he said, my friend, a Mexican ran it, and the Mexican was the slave owner. And he had that Mexican man working 10 hours for pennies. And he said, if I complain, he threatened to call immigration. So the Mexican that been here was enslaving the Mexican that was illegal, telling him he could live here, had a little place for him to live that was right, and told him he better take what he get him and work out he get him, or he gonna get him deported. So this is how a lot of Mexicans that got here got rich, because they enslaved their own people. They had their own people come here and work for them for nothing. Yeah, they was exploiting their own. They was the ones bringing the illegals in. Who you think was getting them in? The Mexicans was bringing their own people in to use them. That's a fact. So this is why people now in America, as high as price is, that's why we want the Haitians out, the Mexicans that's illegal. We want all the illegals out because they undercutting the job market. They making us all have to be slaves. That's the main reason that they want immigrants out all over the world. They want them out in Europe. They want them out everywhere. All over the world, they want them out. The Asians, all immigrants. This is why there's a war now against illegal immigrants, because illegal immigrants are being used to underpay, driving down wages. Exactly. That's why we want them out here. All of them. They got to go. They got to go. And a lot of times people from their culture don't mind because they so weak. They just glad to see any other African over here, like Godfrey. He wouldn't give a damn if none of them was legal, long as it's some more Africans. So he could feel like something. The problems with whites, the reason nobody listened to whites, because whites was racist at the same time. So if you got a racist reputation and then you try to say some of our other races, yeah, ain't nobody gonna listen to you. If your race known for having Ku Klux Klans and Nazis and you got people spitting all kind of racist rhetoric. So yeah, they didn't call them racist because they call them racist because whites had too many racist groups. Like tell it Like, don't act like a lot of whites wasn't really racist. Now, we're not gonna do that. You're going too far. What that got to do with police beating us? That ain't racist. So the police ain't proved there's a lot of white racism? I'm confused what you're saying because you're making it like racism was make believe. No, the reason nobody wants to listen to white men say it because white men got a bad reputation of being racist. Rightfully so, though. That's why nobody wanted to hear from them. The wrong messenger. Right. Right. Their history is too bad to be taught. Yeah. The one like, you know what I'm saying? Nobody didn't say white people. We said white people got a lot of races within their group. I see you trying to run a quick one, right? White people got a lot of races in their group. So did that affected anybody listening to the group? You're trying to play with my words. Right there, I might have to get rid of you, right? Because he said the idea of white people are against mass. I did see what I'm saying. So this is what you taught somebody. This is not a decent person you want to have a conversation with, because there's no way I said that. Let me show you something about when you deal with negative people. Now this is a negative person because look how he flipped my words and made it as worse as he possibly can. And I didn't say nothing that has anything to do with this. I said nobody wanted to hear from white people because too many white people had a racist. See what I'm saying? So this person here, I don't think I want to talk to you because you've already exposed yourself as not being honest. So goodbye. He's not, you know what I'm saying? He's already exposed himself to not be honest and try to play with my words. See what I'm saying? And I never said white people. I said to me, they knew that some white people was racist, which is true. Yeah, he's a white dude in somebody else's damn business. He in our business, which is suspicious anyway. Mind your own damn business. Anyway, like stop watching us. Because just the fact you trolling, trying to see what we saying, that's suspicious too. This don't got nothing to do with you. Mind your business. See what I'm saying? Yeah, mind your business. That's what you do. Mind your business. Don't, you know what I'm saying? Don't watch me watch TV. So I'm suspicious right there. And now you want to come and try to flip the words around, but I'm better than you. I'm bigger than you. A lot of black men be like, I'm Big Pharaoh. On the white dudes too. I dog the white, black. If you ain't standing on shit, see, I just trashed him. You see, I just read him and just exposed him real quick. He tried to flip words. He tried to say whites. He tried to flip the words. And nobody said white people. You know what I'm saying? Now he tried to flip the words. But he know what I was saying. He just tried to play, but he not on my level. He a little boy. Because this really Big Pharaoh for everybody. It's not just Big Pharaoh, right? This Big Pharaoh for everybody. It's not just blacks. I'm big on them white people too. Them white dudes, white men can't get with me. White men can't get with me on no debate. Ah, man, no way, not close, no way. This me, and that's the white man go against me. You get dogged. This really Big Pharaoh, not just on black people, anybody. We don't hate. We don't hate tethers because you never know who the hell who a tether is. Hate is too strong of a word. So they say, well, Pharaoh, do you hate Africans? No, I just want them to get out. That's not hate. I just want you to go home. I didn't know want you to go home is hate. I just thought I want you to get the fuck out of here. I didn't know. I want you to go back to Africa. As a foundational Black American, I want you to go. As a Pan-African, you're supposed to go. Pick the side. Am I lying? As a foundational Black American, Africans need to go home. As a Pan-African, where Africans need to go. What would a real Pan-African say about Africans coming this way? That we would say you was a sucker. You leaving the motherland, coming over here, you's a coward. You ain't no revolutionary. You scared to fight for your own people. Pan-Africanism is against African immigrants over here. Facts. Pan-Africanism do not like Umar. Umar not supposed to be here. He's supposed to be in Africa. In Pan-Africanism, Dr. Umar's trash. Facts. If I put on my Pan-African, Umar's trash. Pan-Africanism, Umar's supposed to build a school in Africa. Facts. Building a school here does not mean you're Pan-African. It means you're an anchor baby. You're trying to anchor our children here. That's not Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism would be building a school here to teach you how to leave. That would be Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism would be building a school here, maybe to teach you how to make boats, how to fly planes, how to do international import-export, how to do certain business to start to link in more with Africa, but scamming people to build a school and never getting the school built would not be looked at as positive imagery for Pan-Africanism. In any real revolutionary Pan-African, Dr. Umar would be a bad look for Pan-Africanism. We would never accept him because you can't even open up a school and you keep hollering Pan-Africanism and you making Pan-Africanism look like a failure. We cannot stand for nothing pro-Black and can't get shit done. Nigga, you can't get shit done. So how you represent strong Blackness? Umar does not represent strong Blackness. He represents failure and scamism. He is a horrible representative for Pan-Africanism. Facts. On my Pan-African side, with real militant Pan-Africanism, we would have been arrested him and held him on charges for scamming Black people. Facts, Big Pharaoh. The Pan-African, yeah, he would be up on charges. Yeah, because Pan-Africanism is militancy. Pan-Africanism ain't scholar. Pan-Africanism is not scholarship. Pan-Africanism is revolutionary. No, he'd be held for charges. He'll be held up on charges. Real Pan-Africanism, yeah, Umar be brought up on charges. Tell him I said it. Tell him Pharaoh said real Pan-Africanism, you'd be brought up on charges. He would be brought up on charges. Facts. And real Pan-Africanism, this dude right here would bring Dr. Umar up on serious charges of fraud against your own people. He would be an enemy of the people. You took Black people's money and you haven't done what you said you're going to do with it. That's serious charges. And you walking around with this red, black, and green on and took all these people money and you ain't did nothing, that's serious charges. Like Pan-Africanism ain't no scholarship. That's Sarnet and them told you that. Sarnet and them bootleg. Pan-Africanism is militancy. Soldiers. There's not no sitting around, no scholarship. Pan-Africanism is not scholarship. Not at all. Pan-Africanism is education, electrician, plumbing, weaponry, home building, electrical, pipe laying. That Pan-African, that's real revolutionary. Now I know what somebody did in 1859. Nobody give a fuck about that. That's not real militant Pan-Africanism. That's history. That's Dr. Ben. Dr. Ben wasn't no Pan-African. That's a scholar. That's a historian. Historian is not Pan-Africanism. Facts. Pan-Africanism is work, rolling your sleeves up, militant, fighting. Marcus Garvey had factories making dolls and shit. Pan-Africanism ain't history. That's not Pan-Africanism. Dr. Umar is Babel. He don't even do history. He's just a red, black, and green preacher. You never seen Dr. Umar say nothing consistent. He has no consistent teachings. Y'all ain't noticed that? Every time he do something, he over here, he over there, over there, he over there, talk about what's going on on the internet. Dr. Umar has no teaching. What's his teachings? He don't have none. He don't have no Pan-African teachings. You never see him say the same thing all the time. No, I'm talking about Pan-African, real Pan-Africanism. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm talking about the concept of Pan-Africanism. The concept of Pan-Africanism has nothing to do with money, bro. Let me delete this. The concept of Pan-Africanism has nothing to do with collecting money. Dr. Umar is not a Pan-African. What part you ain't listening to? He trying to say Pan-Africanism is Dr. Umar, and I'm telling him that's not Pan-Africanism. What you said is not Pan-Africanism, bro. That's your low level of thinking that people that's not really Pan-Africanism is Pan-Africanism. What you said means you've been suckered. That somebody sold you something that really ain't Pan-Africanism and you thought it was. That's what you basically just said. That somebody fooled you when you got the wrong concept of Pan-Africanism. That's basically what you just said, that you don't know what the hell you're talking about. If somebody misrepresents something, then that's not what they misrepresenting. So if somebody misrepresent Pan-Africanism, that misrepresentation ain't Pan-Africanism. That's the misrepresentation of Pan-Africanism. What the hell are you talking about? Pan-Africanism ain't got nothing to do with collecting no money, bro. What is you talking? What? Bro, shut up and stay in your lane like you don't know much. Be quiet over here. Don't teach over here. Go teach on your page. Don't teach over here. Don't teach over here. Don't say nothing over here. Go on your page and teach that false stuff. Pan-Africanism has nothing to do with collecting no damn money. What the hell is he talking about? Damn, bro, they got dictionaries. Damn. You don't read? Now I gotta go and read it. Bro, read. Pick up a book. Pan-Africanism is a global movement and ideology that seeks to unify people of African ancestry, champion African independence, and fostering social, economic, and political progress. Don't say nothing about raising no damn money. It operates on the core belief that Africans on the continent and those in the diaspora share a connected history, destiny, and struggle for liberation. It don't say a damn thing about collecting no money, bro. Please shut up over here. You don't know what you talking about. You some bootleg dude on the internet giving black people the wrong information. Pan-Africanism got nothing to do with running no raising money. Why does it make Pan-Africanism look bad? Black people make Pan-Africanism look bad because they don't know what the hell it is. It ain't his fault you don't know what the hell it is. Go pick up a book, right? Right? How can somebody tell you something that's not real and you believe it and you blame them instead of picking up a book and find out? Ain't nothing stopping you from picking up a book and find out what it is. Dr. Umar don't make Pan-Africanism look bad because Dr. Umar is not Pan-African. Dr. Umar is a con man. That's like saying that a con man preacher make Christianity look bad. No, dude is looking bad. You can't blame the whole concept on Christianity on no preacher that's scamming. Now you're going from the frying pan into the fire. You can't blame the concept just because somebody misused the concept. You have to blame the people that's misteaching the concept. Because now you're working for Lucifer. So if Lucifer can get people out there to misrepresent a righteous concept and then make you reject the concept, Lucifer wins. Because now you do what the old people used to say. You then what? Threw the baby out with the bathwater. You're supposed to throw the bathwater out, not the baby. The baby is the real concept. All the dirt and fake stuff, that's the bathwater. You throw the bathwater out. You don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Pan-Africanism is a great concept. It's an excellent concept. So people say, so Pharaoh, you would support Pan-Africanism 100 billion %. That has nothing to do with adults. That has nothing to do with foundational Black Americans. Okay, let me ask you a question. Let's say foundational Black Americans. Let's say we want to build cars. Should we get iron from Africa? I'm just asking. Should we get the iron ore from Africa? Because if we want to build cars over here, foundational Black American cars, and we get iron ore from Black Africans, that's Pan-Africanism. If we want to open up jewelry stores and we link up with some Black brothers in Africa and they can send us the gold and we can take the gold here and process open jewelry store, that's Pan-Africanism. That's Black people over here working with Black people over here to get things done. So Pan-Africanism is not the opposite of foundational Black American. Foundational Black American is your lineage. My lineage is foundational Black American. That does not mean I don't have no African bloodline. Lineage is not bloodline, not your blood. How many times Tariq told y'all that? He said he might got African blood. He might got some African DNA. That has nothing to do with foundational Black American. Foundational Black American is your lineage, tracing your lineage to slavery for the purpose of getting your reparations for slavery. Duh. There's life before slavery. Reparations has nothing to do with life before slavery. Duh. Reparations is the 1800s to now, getting our money from the 1800s to now. It ain't got nothing to do with me having ancient Egyptian blood. Because having ancient Egyptian blood did not stop my relatives from picking cotton. Duh. Which comes from Egypt, which Egypt got the best cotton in the world, and the best cotton growers was Egyptians, and many slaves was transported from East Africa to West Africa. If somebody want to put the money up and let me take your money in a debate, put the money up. Let's get some fair judgment. Let me get a quick payday. Because somebody like Tariq, me and him would never debate because we're gonna have the same information. Facts. Some people like me and Tariq, we would never debate because we're gonna have the same information. He gonna drop information that stands on top of a lot of my information. So we would never have nothing to debate about. Because all he would do is show me some stuff I ain't seen yet. That's all he would do. A lot of people don't understand the difference between bloodline and delineation. Lineage is not bloodline. Duh, fucking ruh. Lineage is not lineage. We tracing our lineage for America, for what happened in America. America's not 1,000,000 years old. Your bloodline is millions of years old. America's a couple hundred years old. Lineage, we dealing with lineage in America. It has nothing to do with ancient bloodlines. Duh. Especially when you were slaves, when they was making anybody sleep with anybody. Your bloodlines all mixed up. Duh. Duh. You had to sleep with whoever. Mandigos had to sleep with whatever woman, so she had babies to have slaves. So what's your bloodline? Who knows? So when you start talking about you got a bloodline, you're stupid. You don't know nothing about slavery because they would bring big wagons in of men and go and barn and get the women pregnant. And women was getting pregnant a month after they have a baby, they get them pregnant again. So if you don't know nothing about slavery, shut the hell up. They was bringing in Mandingo. They was bringing in breeders. Just like when you got dogs. Right? Just like you got dogs, you bring in breeders. Right? Just like I got a Rottweiler. And my boy got a big-ass Rott. She and he, what do? We take her over there. He gets her pregnant. I got puppies. Is my female dog and that dog related? No. The puppies is related to the daddy. Do the puppies live with the daddy? No. Their daddy was just to get their mama pregnant. It's done for horses. It's done for cows. It was done for people. It's real simple. People were bred to have more hands on deck to pick cotton, even more so when they came out with the cotton gin, because now they could make more cotton and more cotton. So now they needed more slaves. You worked longer hours after the cotton gin than before. All the blood is mixed. 100% correct. All the blood is mixed. When the children of Israel went into Kemet, they was mixing. They was having blood. And Moses' daddy was a Hebrew Israelite, and his mama was an Egyptian. Akhenaten is Moses. And Moses' daddy was a Pharaoh, and his woman was a Hebrew Israelite, and she got pregnant, and he built them a whole city for her to go and hid her to have Akhenaten. And Akhenaten daddy was Egyptian, and his mom was a Hebrew Israelite. And his mama taught him the ways of the Hebrew Israelites. His mama taught him it's only one God. And so when Akhenaten became Pharaoh, He threw out the old Egyptian way and used his mama Hebrew Israelite way and says one God called an Aten. Facts. The other Egyptians hated him. He took a bunch of people and they left. They had a lot of wives. But Akhenaten is Moses. So what I tell you, Akhenaten is Moses. He took an Ethiopian wife too. He took an Ethiopian wife, but his mama was a Hebrew Israelite. His daddy was Egyptian, and his wife was Ethiopian. Moses is Akhenaten, is Moses. Facts. And allegedly, all that happened over here. You got to go follow me from Kemet to. You got to go follow me from Kemet to Chicago for me to get in all. But allegedly, the so-called river that splits into 5 rivers is over here. Allegedly. Supposedly. You got to watch my other channel when I started this fall. If you want me to drop whole bombs on your head, boom. But allegedly, the Nile only splits into 2 or 3, and that river in the Bible that splits into 5 is the Mississippi. Allegedly. Supposedly. Allegedly. Baby, you gotta go. You gotta follow me. You gotta follow me on Kemet to Chicago. Make sure you subscribe, because all bombs, big old bombs, boom, gonna be dropped over there. Big bombs. Big old giant bombs. Go follow me on Kemet to Chicago. Go subscribe now so you don't miss not one day when they kick off this fall. I know some of y'all wonder, Dag Furrow used to be doing more heavier. Uh, uh, I moved all that to Kemet to Chicago. I'm not doing that over here no more. Over here, I'm doing basic, what's going on in the world, stuff like that. All my vegan stuff, I moved to vegan intel. All my esoterical, heavy, serious, historical, religious stuff, I moved from Kemet to Chicago. Or I'm going to be dropping whole bombs. Exactly. Exactly. Because you know, Goshen, what? The Most High said, what? I'm going to split y'all up. Y'all doing too much. I'm going to split y'all up. Y'all doing too much. I'm going to confound y'all languages. I'm going to split y'all up. Y'all doing too much. See, they don't really read it, bro. Said, I'm going to split y'all up. Y'all doing too much. I'm going to split y'all up. Y'all doing too much. The Tower of Babel fell. Boom. Cracked the core of the plates of the continents. Right? The Tower of Babel said, I'm going to make y'all speak different languages. Y'all doing too much. Tower of Babel fell. Boom. Continent split. Everybody started floating. Over time, everybody color began to change. Everybody began to look different. Some bears start turning white, black. Ah. Right? Right? Next thing you know, you got all these different kind of bears. You got a polar bear, you got a grizzly bear, you got a brown bear. You got this kind of bird, that kind of bird, that kind of this. You got a brown person, a beige person, a dark brown, a black looking one, a reddish brown, a reddish one, a light reddish one, a dark beige one, light beige, lighter beige, lighter, almost white, white ones, all kind of people. They split apart. Now they don't talk the same. Now they talk in different languages. Now they far apart. Eventually, they start maturing. They start to get into technology. They start to make boats. They start to make boats. They start to go out floating, exploring. They run back into each other. Some of them ran into each other anyway because the way their continents split, they could walk from South America. They could walk from Mexico and walk here. They could walk from Canada and walk here. Yeah, you have a darker white. Yeah, you got some darker white people. Showing up. Showing up. Even in Europe. Shout out to my friends in Spain. Like y'all ever seen the real girls from Spain? They are dark, like almost an olive color white. They not white like that. I knocked a couple of them back. I had a couple of Spanish. Yeah. I remember when I met them, I got their picture, but I don't want to show their picture because they might be married and shit now. So I can't show a lot of women. I took their picture. But I remember their skin color was weird as hell. So I said, where y'all from? They're like, we from Spain. I was like, oh, they wasn't white. They wasn't white like even if you look at Irish, if you look at Irish and French, the Irish the one got them freckles in that red hair. The Irish don't look nothing like the French. Not in their country, nothing. And the Russians that's up by the Caucasus Mountains, they don't look like the Italians. Not at all. Nowhere close. What y'all call white people, they not really white people. We just call them that. It's really no white and black people. We just call them that. It ain't really no white and black people. Not really. We just had to call them that because everybody started sleeping. We started knocking all the women back, so we got all mixed up. We went back to the beginning. We started having sex with all the women. So the babies is all mixed up. We don't have no, one kind of babies no more. We got all kind of babies. Because your wife, one of her grandparents might be white and her granddaddy black. And then her two parents is black. Yeah, all of it fit in the pocket. All of it fit in the pocket. It's right there for them to see. They just don't want to see, bro. You know what I'm saying? But it's right there for them to see. They can see the Pangea. All they got to do is look it up. And they can see the Pangea. And what's missing is Mu and Atlantis because they sunk. So right there, that big hole right there, you see that little island on the right? That's the top of Atlantis. See that? That's the mountain top from Atlantis. You see on the left side? See Hawaii? That's the mountain top of Mu. Hawaii is the top of the volcano made Hawaii. It's a whole continent under Hawaii called Mu. So some of them continents, when they sunk, they had volcanoes. So the volcanoes kept making lava, and lava creates land. And after so many years, those become islands. But then with the volcano, the island gonna get bigger and bigger and bigger. I lived on the big island. The big island of Hawaii, right? The big island of Hawaii getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger because the lava go and run down to the shore and cool off. Run down, cool off, run down, cool off, run down, cool off. The shore get bigger and bigger and bigger. Then over years, the lava rocks turns to smaller rock. Then it turns to sand. That's why in Hawaii we got the black sand beach. In Hawaii. That's where I used to live. I used to live right there. I used to live there. I live right on the black sand beach. On my soul. That's where I lived when I was in Hawaii. Out there knocking backs back. Big Pharaoh ain't just no joke. Black Sand Beach, the most visited beach in the world. Black Sand Beach, right there. On my soul. Right there. That's Mu. I lived on Mu. That's Mu. They got two volcanoes active, Kilauea and Mauna Loa. Constantly making new lands. Yeah, the Black Sand Beach. You know what I'm saying? Young Pharaoh. As a baby, I was out there. That's why dudes want to argue with me. Man, listen, man, I've been around the world and now, I can't find my baby. You know what I'm saying? Oh, my soul. I've been out here. You know what I'm saying? And Hawaii is a mystic island. So when you go out there, all of the top mystics in the world is out there. Maybe I'll talk about that one day too. So when you go to the Big Island, when I went to the Big Island, I was a baby. And all of the top mystics in the world is out there. From Asia, all of the top, like holy men type, like gurus, they out there. The top in the world. From where? Name it. India, China, anywhere in Africa, anywhere in Europe, anywhere in the US, all of the top mystics, they come through Hawaii. My crazy ass, I was a baby. I was like in my young 20s, I was out there doing them too. Like a little baby Jesus or something. Yeah, I was out there doing like 60-year-old mystics. And, you know, they was, yeah. Yeah, the sand is, yeah, because the sand is lava rock. It's graded up lava rock. So it's a little more, feel like a little more like salt almost. But it's lava rock. That's black lava rock that then graded down. Yeah, Black Sand Beach. Shout out to all my people in Hawaii. You know what I'm saying? Shaka, bro. Y'all know what it is. Hey, all my people in Hawaii, I'm Big Pharaoh now. Can y'all believe it? I done moved up. Remember when I was just Pharaoh? I was just little Pharaoh. I wasn't ever little Pharaoh, but remember when I was just Pharaoh? I'm Big Pharaoh now. Can y'all believe it? I bet they can't believe it. I bet they can't believe it. Y'all remember? I used to be just Pharaoh. Tell my people in Hawaii, can you believe I'm Big Pharaoh now? But they'll tell you, they'll be like, oh yeah, he a beast. Like he been a problem since he was a baby. We know y'all ain't trying to debate dude. Dude really been on that. For real. Because I used to go, you know what? Because I used to listen a lot. I didn't talk. I wouldn't like a lot of people being there. I would never talk. I wouldn't say shit. So when I used to go and sit around like holy men from India or holy men from China, Tibetan monks, I wouldn't say nothing. Because I felt like when they pouring out the knowledge, I felt like if I say something and distract them, I'm going to disconnect their power wave to the creator. So I feel like when I get around holy men, they being fed knowledge, right? And it's coming in like and they telling it. So I feel like if I ask them a question, I'm gonna cut that off because they gotta cut their information feed, got to get cut, and they might not be able to pick up back where they left off. I probably, what did I just lose? So I wouldn't say shit. I would just sit there and just pull it in. I listen what dude from India say. I listen what dude from China say, and I put it together and say, okay, I got to move this piece like this for it to fit. Oh yeah, that do fit. Then I listen to the brother from Egypt or the brother from Ethiopia and stuff, the elder, and I take his stuff. I can fit this in here. No, I don't fit like that. Oh, that's how I fit. And I would fit the knowledge in like that. Then I sit back and listen to the elders from like Jamaica, right? Who used to be like heavy, like the elders. And then I would take their knowledge and be like, dang, how this fit? And I would fit it. And I would just keep fitting the knowledge. Listen to Sunra, fit the knowledge. And just, I don't say nothing. Because if I say something, I'm going to mess up the frequency. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I don't be listening to nobody. I'm not listening. I don't listen. I did my listening. My listening is over. Yeah, it's over. I done went to the gas pump. I said, fill up, give me, I want a full tank on pump 5. I done filled my tank up. That's it. I'm not here to listen to no goddamn body now. I'm here to put it back out. Shut up and listen. Much respect to my brother. Big up yourself, Russ. So now I'm just putting it out. I'm not doing no listening no more. A lot of times we don't listen because why would I listen to you when you contradicting my elder? My elder already said this, but you don't be understanding that. You think, well, you just want it your way. No, I already listened to the elder from the mountains of Jamaica said this. He was right and exact. Once you say the opposite what he said, I know damn well you don't know what you talk about. Because all this knowledge ain't mad. When you be saying, I don't know what I'm talking about, you saying other people don't know what they talking about. And they definitely do. Definitely. You have to do a lot of listening to learn. And especially if you've been around a bunch of rosters. That's how I got the rosters prepared me for knowledge. The elder rosters from Jamaica. Because they don't tolerate no box shot, boy. Shut up, boy, and listen. You know what I'm saying? So as a little baby, I was trying hard. It was rough. Y'all, it was rough. Y'all got it easy. Y'all ain't never been no around people that argue for fun. Y'all been around people that argue for irritation. Now I've been around dudes that reason for fun. They could do this all day, and they can tell you don't know what you talk about for 3 hours straight. You ever been around somebody for 3 hours straight? They can tell you no, Ramesses, no, I. You know what I'm saying? And they just keep saying it, and then you go, oh, I got it. A lot of times I had brethren, I was giving kickback, but they kept responding this way, then respond that way. And after they responded enough, I was like, oh, I get it. I didn't understand what they were saying, so I was trying to debate back. But when they kept on breaking it down to the right and to the left, it got to a point I couldn't respond, and I had to think, oh, you right. I get it. You right. I just didn't get it. A lot of times when you think somebody wrong, you just don't get it. So I just didn't get it. So the elder roster was the one that taught me, you gonna get it today, boy. Boy, y'all finna learn today, youth. Listen, youth, man. Hush up your mouth, youth. Second, youth. You done? You know? See, my elders, they're not trying to hear that shit. Yeah, they ain't trying to hear what you talk about. You don't know what you're talking about. I didn't know what I was talking about. It took me a long time before I knew what I was talking about. Long time. I've even had to change my stuff since I've been live on YouTube. A lot of stuff I say on YouTube, I wasn't saying at the beginning. I still was building my knowledge. My earlier videos, a lot of that stuff is a little off here and a little off there. I hadn't put all the pieces together yet. I'm at my best about now. That's why you'll go and watch something and say, well, here you said that. Exactly. Don't worry about what I said there. That ain't got nothing to do with today. One of the worst things you could do is say something, find out it ain't correct, but stick with it. Because you don't want to look like what you said was wrong. And sometimes people get at me for that because I don't give a goddamn what I said. Once I see an upgrade, I throw that in the garbage. A lot of people don't like that. They feel like, well, why you said something different? Because I'm highly intelligent and I'm always looking for the exact facts. And I don't have no problem altering the information. What I said was right and exact at that time. That's what I was on. I'm not on that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not on that no more. Just like FBA. A lot of people say FBA is divisive. No. Delineation is really what all black people gonna have to start practice. All black people gonna have to delineate. That's a revolutionary concept in terms of military. If you got a military, you need the army. You don't need the army to bleed in with the navy. So I don't really need Jamaicans to bleed in with the black Americans. We need Jamaicans to build in with Jamaicans 100%. We've been doing it wrong. We've been trying to unite globally while we ain't united where we at. That's that we was wrong. I mean, we was thought we was right, but that principle not gonna work. It's just not because we can. I can't help you in Jamaica. I can't help you in Trinidad. You can't help me here. The future of black people around this planet, they gotta focus on where they at. We Pan-Africanism messes us up a little bit because what good you gonna be in Africa if you ain't got your shit together where you at? And it's crazy. What's crazy, I always think about, who I always think about that gave us the ultimate game? You know who gave us like the most game? Rakim. Rakim told us it ain't where you from, it's where you at. And we did not listen what he was saying. Am I lying? Rakim said, because it ain't where you from, it's where you at. He was telling us right then. We did not listen. We didn't listen. Like that's some of the number one knowledge. If I had to take 5 sayings of knowledge, that would be one, probably number one. Look how long he told us that. He told us that way back on BET. Man, man, that man told us that how long ago? We didn't listen. We were still all over the goddamn place. And he was telling us to focus on where we at. Each group, focus on where you're at. And so when you look at FBA, FBA is really the best thing that can happen to Africa. Because Africa got to do the same thing we doing. Africans got to delineate. A unified Africa is not going to help Africa. It's not. It's too big of a mission. It's too big. It is. It's too big. It's too big. The Africans gotta cut that down, and they gotta do country by country. That's the only way they're gonna fix Africa. And the only way black people gonna make it globally, we're gonna have to do. Everybody gotta do where they at. All this thing we used to do, we didn't know no better, so we was trying to think globally and stuff. But in reality, that's not gonna get it. because we don't have the resource to get everybody out of where they at. So what we dreaming for? Look how long ago he told us that. Just let that sink in. Way back. You know what I'm saying? You can't help black people because you're too busy being a stupid child. You know what I'm saying? You can't help. First off, use a B word because you don't even got a real picture. So I don't really respect brothers that got fake pictures, don't show their face. You over here popping off, right? TYB enlightened. You ain't enlightened shit. You bootleg. We don't even know what you is. Get your ass out of here. Well, we don't mess with you. Get your ass out of here. Use a clown, okay? Use a clown. Nah, bro. No. No. Do we look like we joking? But we're not joking over here. This not no joke. Just the fact why I'm serious and you joking and you coming over here with disrespect and all that, and you talking about this a joke. I don't like dudes like you. Dudes like you, we be outside and you be trying to tell a joke, and then, things go bad. Like we grown men, like we not doing that. You a little boy, we not doing that. We're not doing that. Oh, say something to bogus me. No, I'm just playing. Like I don't like dudes like you. You're a hater. Y'all ever been around haters that say something real foul to you and then try to get away with it by saying he just playing, but he not playing. You know what I'm saying? I don't like dudes like that. Get your ass out of here. You got a fake name, fake everything. Everything you say is unless you come up positive, any negative, you gotta get out of here. Cause you's a coward. You saying all that stuff, you have a fake name, you don't got your real picture, you ain't stand on nothing. Come back with your real picture and stand on something. As you was playing what? This looked like the park. You know what I'm saying? Do I think globally what would never happen? Do I think globally what would never happen? I think globally, I think globally, black people pushing a heavy line of natural living and being respected the planet across the world is needed. And I feel if that's not done, Mother Nature gonna tear this all up. And the black people gonna be the only ones here anyway to rebuild it. So black people gonna unite anyway because everything gonna be tore up and we the ones gonna have to build it back. It's smoke in Chicago right now, all the way from Canada. It's floods, hurricanes, and stuff everywhere. So I think ultimately, I think whites in the world need to move blacks up in a higher position because blacks would naturally, if they didn't have to chase dollar, would naturally go into a natural environmental. We more environmental, and let us help the world go back more environmental. I think whites have got stuck and Asians have got stuck in technology and anti-environmental building. And I think they're going to destroy the planet and that we the ones going to have to fix it. So I believe it's going to be black unity anyway because we're going to be the only ones left. The rest of them going to wipe themselves out. I believe the rest of mankind is headed for destruction. And I don't believe the rest of mankind is as environmentally strong as us. So if this world flood and destroy everything when the smoke clear, it ain't gonna be nobody left here but black people. That's what I would tell white America. You're gonna go extinct. You are going to drown yourself and burn yourself up. Look at Europe, how hot it was in France. So I would advise the rest of the world to go more natural because we original man and woman, and the first will be last and the last will be first. If we the first, we're gonna be the last ones to go. Everybody gonna go before us. It go like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then if everything fall, it go 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. And one be the only one left. Duh. So we're gonna run it, we're gonna rule it one way or the other. We could do this the nice way, or we could do it the hard way. Let's take a break. They don't gotta listen. They don't gotta listen. But they should listen to me. I can help them out. If they don't listen to me, well, I don't know what to tell you. But my thing is foundational Black Americans, we ain't got time to worry about all that. And that's the essence of this conversation. Foundational Black Americans, we here. We got to function with here. We got to get ourselves together here. And we can't be having no global concepts. We can't be having no international Black concepts. We have to start having local city concepts, state concepts that lead to national. So Blacks in Chicago need to function in Chicago. Blacks in New York need to get together in New York. Blacks in LA need to get together. If Blacks get together in every city, then you connect those pieces together. Blacks in Chicago can't get together with Blacks in New York if neither one of us is united. We can't get together all over the place. The only way you can unite, just like a military, you have to unite where you at, then unite the united pieces. We trying to do it wrong. You have to unite with the small group where you at, unite. Then unite the united. Period. Look at the military. The Army is united, correct? The Navy is united, correct? The Air Force is united, right? Right? The Marines is united. The National Guard is united. Now, all they got to do is unite the united, and that's what? The United States military. It's 5 different united groups. We don't lack organizing. We lack young motherfuckers shutting up and letting the elders, those that know what they doing, do what they do. We live in a time where young people don't listen. They don't know nothing. They ain't got no experience. And they trying to lead with no leadership qualities. Just like that. So they're not even in a position to have no good input because they don't even know how to bring in good input. What happens to a nation is when a nation take you over, they destroy your leadership and they let the babies run your nation. That way they can keep you in order. So we live under a European system that let young motherfuckers be doing all the talking. That way black people will never go nowhere. Because it ain't no way you're supposed to listen to my son and my grandson before you listen to me. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, how you going to go somewhere with them? They're not me. I use my own sons and stuff. They not me. So you some young dude, you my sons, they try to tell me, so I'm looking at you crazy. So all you got to do to stop a nation is feed them wrong. So now the elders so sick, so fat, they can't even be good elders no more. Their brains ain't powerful enough to lead because they've been eating chicken and ham and turkey and artificial flavors, artificial colors, so you could kill the leadership but the food. You give them the bad food. So now when they give them the bad food, they slow. They ain't in no shape. So then the shorties, the young people, y'all don't respect them. Then you make a mistake, you get out there playing with your daddy fat, sloppy and all that. Then you get out here playing with Big Pharaoh, get did dirty. Because I'm not slow like your granddaddy. You got me fucked up. I'm with the bullshit. So it throw our whole thing off. Because now you make the elders irrelevant because they sick as dogs. They alcoholics. They got all kind of substance abuse addictions. They weigh 340. Your mama weighed 350. Your daddy weighed 350, 340. Go to South Africa and look. They're all overweight. Period. And the men, they want to point out the women, but when you look at the women is a sign of you. So we got a long way to go because you look, when you see the man point out the women, he don't even know that's you. Everything you say about your woman is you. That's you. You saying you ain't shit. Your woman ain't shit, right? All right, that means you ain't shit. That's why your woman ain't shit. Brothers don't understand that. Every complaint you make about the woman is a reflection of your leadership. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Because the black man is so weak now that if I make her start having a conversation about women, oh, they go crazy. They love it. They love talking about how the woman ain't this, and they don't even know. It's all his fault. His fault. As the leader of the people, anything wrong with the people is your fault. Everything goes on your watch. Yeah, 75%. For every 75% of black men, right now they dropping like flies at 50, 40. Every time you look up, one of our actors, one of our singers is gone. Every time you look up, no leadership qualities. So the women is all over the place because you don't got no leadership. So you got no leadership. How's she gonna be decent when you the leader? You the leader. And you keep talking about what about that women this, what about that women that, and you even sounding like a woman. You sound like a woman saying that. When you complain about the women, that's womanly. that's a you sound like a woman The way you complain about the women. No, you can't get the women together because you a hater. You don't get along with your brother. And because you'll sleep with any woman, your brother can't get a woman in order because you'll take her out of order. So if I got a woman and I'm trying to get her together and she get frustrated, you'll sleep with her and she don't gotta do nothing. Then when you sleep with her, she gotta do nothing and she run over you, now you complaining. But you should have let her stay with the dude she was with to get her in order. No, you like, babe, you ain't gotta be in order as long as I can sleep with you. You could be whatever. Then you fall in love with her and have a child by her, but you told her she could be whatever. So now she whatever, now you mad. Basically. Because how a woman gonna respect you when you gonna sleep with another one of your comrade woman? She see you sleeping with your brother's woman. How's she gonna respect you? How a black woman gonna respect a black man when I go out my woman and you'll talk to her behind my back? You teaching her that we ain't shit. Basically, she don't have no respect for you either. You think she gonna respect you? No. She gonna pretend she respects you to get whatever she could get from you, and then she's gonna run over you. So when you look at our situation, it's a mess. And the last thing we need to do is listen to somebody like Godfrey. Godfrey ain't doing nothing but pandering because what he doing is washed up, and now he trying to flip and play on the Africans. But the Africans ain't gonna pay for none of his comedy. He gonna have to change his whole comedy skit. And he mad because when he be doing his shows, he be raising money from black Americans, be sending money to his GoFundMe so he could do the shows. So he feel like if black Americans turn on him, he ain't gonna be able to do them corny shows no more. Because he really not a good brother, because he not happy to see us delineate. He mad because he only think about his own interests. His interest is that we be some Pan-Africans. That's Godfrey. He's only thinking of his own interests. And his best interest is if we Pan-African. Facts. If we not Pan-African, that goes against his interests. He not hot no more. A lot of young people start calling him a tether, so he mad about that. But he is kind of like a tether because everything he do is based on our culture. He don't do nothing based on our African culture, but he quick to claim Africa. You know what I'm saying? When he's supposed to be doing comedy based on black Africans that's born over here like children that's like immigrant babies, the babies of immigrants. That's supposed to be his audience. He can't really relate to us. He can't really do no comedy or nothing about it. He not us. When he went to school, he was always awkward. He never lived no foundational black American life. Not no baby of no Africans. I've been to school. Babies of Africans ain't lived no life like us. They always lived a weird life. They never fit in nowhere. And now he showed his true colors. Soon as we start being FBA, you see what he started saying? How he got all belligerent? Start showing his real colors? Yeah, he got all belligerent and everything. He didn't even keep his cool and say, well, maybe that's just some black man. He just started, F y'all, Like, oh, okay. Oh, okay. Some African nations are becoming involved with Haitian migrants, primarily through controversial U.S. third country deportation and relocation agreements. African countries taking in or exploring agreements to accept migrants. including those from Haiti. Those countries include Rwanda, Uganda, Ghana, Eswatini, and South Sudan. How it works. Instead of deporting detained migrants directly back to their country of origin, the U.S. government has negotiated bilateral agreements with certain African countries to accept them. So African countries are going to take money to lock up Haitians in various African countries and hold them there in these prisons, right? And then work to deport them back to Haiti. It's done from whose point of view? Who you saying is dumb? America's dumb? No, no, that was a good deal. That was a good deal. That was a good deal because you got to understand that Africans don't have no united black concept like what you try to assume. Africans are divided. So if you're gonna pay them to keep some other blacks, stay with that. So it's not dumb. It's what Africa's like. That's what African is like. And nobody likes Haitians. Haitians have not made themselves likable. Show me how Haitians have made themselves likable. Haitians are not likable. Haitians are people that move in your country and stay separate from you. They don't got no friends. Haitians are getting what they put out. Haitians ain't Pan-Africans, bro. So how could you want them to get treated like Pan-Africans when they haters and they separatists and they don't get along with nobody? Haitians never came to America and brought nothing positive here for us. No, it's all money. I'm just saying. What happens is you do things and they come back to bite you. And the fact is that this Haitian woman that called us dirty black Americans, this like God don't like ugly. Now let me ask y'all something. Was that the worst time ever to call us dirty black Americans? What was her time? How was her timing? Let me ask y'all something. When she called us dirty black Americans, how was her timing in terms of the Trump administration? What y'all think about her timing? Let's just keep it real. Because to me, she got some of the worst timing in U.S. history. I mean, you could not make that mistake at no worse time. This lady is going down as one of the worst people in Black American and Haitian history. The Haitians are going to hate her because they're going to say she made it worse, which she did. And if you know anything about America, they are going to specifically show when she get grabbed. Welcome to America. Am I lying? Are they not? They're going to point out her deportation. Am I lying? Am I lying? When they grab her, ain't she gonna make the news, y'all? White Americans are gonna show everybody. The lady that called Black Americans dirty Black Americans have been grabbed. Hey, Black immigrants, listen. Black immigrants ain't the brightest bulbs in the lamp. Black Americans, we've been dealing with this stuff since the 1800s. Black immigrants was not smart enough to come and say, these are the blacks that have been dealing with this from the 1800s. These are the blacks that have been dealing with this through the Martin Luther King and all of that. We need to listen to these blacks. They know this system. We need to follow them. They know. No. Black immigrants brought their ass over here and thought they knew who they was dealing with. That's what happened. They thought black immigrants thought they knew who they was dealing with. That's what blew my mind. They don't know. See, white Americans, they don't like this. But see, she don't know that. See, white Americans don't like traitors and rats. They don't, black immigrants don't understand that. If white Americans see you go against black people, they're going to hate you. Because they feel like they can go against black people because they white. But if you black and they see you go against black people, white Americans say, better not no white person go against us. Better not Ukrainian. That's how they look at it. They're going to put that scenario in their scenario. And they're going to say, bet not none of these Ukrainians come over and go on. Bet not none of these white Israelis go against us. Bet not no Russian whites come in and go against us. That's how they're going to look at it. This America, we always put ourselves in the position. So white Americans, they're going to put themselves in our position, and they're going to look at some white immigrants come over here talking crazy about us. They're going to be like, no. The Asians going out of business too. But the white Americans, they like, oh, okay. Because what she basically said in white America, let me tell you what she said. She don't know what she said. Do you know what she really said when she called us dirty black Americans? In military terms, she basically said, white Americans, you could throw us out because black Americans don't care. She told them, we don't got no help because I didn't diss black Americans. So white Americans said, also, we could throw y'all out. Black Americans ain't going to say nothing. Bet that. She don't even know that's what she said. She basically told white Americans she don't got no backup. That's what she did. Am I lying? Because I'm not even talking about Haitians. I'm talking about white Americans. I ain't talking about Haitians. And this is their problem. They don't understand white Americans. White Americans don't like rats and traitors. Period. None. They don't like rats and traitors, period. They not gonna like no Asian that go against Asians. They not gonna like you. They don't like no traitors and rats, even on the opposite side. They don't like rats and they don't like traitors. White Americans respect their opponent. They want to beat you, but they have a war level of respect for their opponent. They respect you fighting for your stuff, even though they fighting for what they want. They respect that. But nobody likes a rat. If I'm in a mob, it could be an Italian mob, and you in an Italian mob, and one of your men come and rat to us about what you're doing, we're going to take the advice, but guess what we're going to do to the rat? Is the rat going to be cool? You over here, I'm right here. I'm an Italian mob, you Italian mob. You come over here and you rat about your mob. You know what we thinking? Fucking rat. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you. And we hate you more than your team. You're the most hated. You're more hated than the team you ratted on. We really, 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 really don't like you. That's America. And black immigrants, they don't understand. If you want to learn the American way, you got to holler at us. Africans, you don't know. You don't know where you at. You know why black immigrants can't do good over here without our help? And you know why Asians do pretty good? Because Asians know and looked at what we learned. What a lot of people don't understand, what black immigrants really don't understand. They think this is just America. They think it's America. They think like military, the U.S. Army and stuff like that. Democrats, Republicans, that's what they think. They don't understand. No. America is gangster. America's politics is gangster. America's military is gangster. America's businesses is gangster. This country is gangster. Go by gangster rules. They think it's just a regular country. They think it's just a regular country. Seriously. We know. We're in Chicago. We ran the numbers. We had to battle against the mob. Everything that people got in America was through the mob. Facts. Foreigners don't know that. And not just racially, ethnically. Everything the Irish got was through the mob. Everything the Italians got was through the mob. The Germans, the Black Foundation of Black America, all that was done through gangsters. You see, when they watch, they don't understand the battle between the Irish mob and the Italians in America. They don't understand the significance of that in the development of America. They don't understand. Chicago's built on gangsters. This is gangster. The government was never in control. The mob got into the government. Kennedy. The mob raised their sons to be doctors, lawyers, and politicians. They took that illegal money, sent their kids to college, and told them, You're going to be a doctor. You're going to be a lawyer. You're going to run for office. They don't understand early America. Go way back before all of that. Go back to when there was Go West Young Man. Who was the sheriff in the little town? The sheriff was like a gangster. He was plugged in with the outlaws. He ran the saloon. The mayor, number one henchman, was the sheriff. The mayor ran the gambling, the prostitute, and everything, and the sheriff made sure you didn't cause no problems. You would get your beef, bring your beef in, the cowboys ride your beef in. The mayor and the gangsters would pay you for your beef. It was always gangster, always. They just called it cowboys. Cowboys wasn't nothing but gangster. It was gangster the whole time. Go look at American history. Been hoes, been prostitutes. They've been having prostitutes. Go look at old cowboy pictures. There's prostitutes in there. They got rooms upstairs. Go look at some old cowboy pictures. They got the saloon downstairs and rooms upstairs. What's going on in the room? Prostitution. They got the madam, she like to pimp, and she control the hoes. And she up there dancing, mammy, kicking her legs up, right? Then you got the bootleg, the liquor being sold. You got the opium being sold through the Chinese. They didn't put that in the movies. It's always been gangster, America. America is gangster. The Nigerians is gangster, but the Nigerians been going to other countries. When they come to the United States, they all going to prison over here. Because going from Nigeria to Ghana, that ain't like coming over here with foundational Black Americans. We not Ghanaians, bro. You know where you at? You slow. A lot of Nigerians got hit by the Jamaicans once they found out you had that work. The Jamaicans was hitting the Nigerians hard. Nobody talked about that. That's why the Nigerians didn't get on the reggae scene, because they was target for a Batman then. One Nigerian one I had to work, you know. It was the Jamaicans was doing them Nigerians dirty, boy. I can't talk about all that. Maybe on my Patreon. I need to go on my Patreon and do a whole bunch of gangster stuff on my Patreon. I don't know what I can say over here, but I might. Yeah, I need to start a gangster thing on my Patreon. No, the Nigerians is done because they're going cashless society. How you gonna make some money with no money? It's over for them. If you're not plugged with the system and you can't be a criminal legal, you done. Illegal crime's over. How you gonna make the transfer? Everything gonna be digital. How you gonna hide a digital transfer? These are the last days of illegal crimes like that. That's over. Why you think they opening dispensaries? Why you think they making cannabis legal? So that they could digitally, so you can pay for it digitally. Ain't no money. You ain't gonna be able to go buy no $20 from nobody. So how you gonna get it? You could probably trade, but it ain't gonna be no wealth. They going digital. They shutting down. If you ain't plugged in, you done. Business is over. I keep trying to tell y'all that. Business as you know it now is over. All business you're gonna have to do gonna have to be legitimate business because it's all gonna be digital, and they're gonna see everything you do. You're not gonna have to go pay your taxes. They're gonna take it on the first. They're gonna be like, "Well, no, Pharaoh, no need to pay your taxes. We see what you owe. You owe this right here. We see." See, taxes is for you to fill out and show them this is what I owe. No, oh, no, we digital now. Yeah, we digital now. We already know what you owe. You owe this right here. We already took it, actually. Think about it. Are you gonna have to go do taxes when all your transactions is digital? Because they're gonna just take their money. They already see it. It's right here. With cash, they can't see it. But digital, they got here's your bank accounts. Here's withdrawals. Here's what you bought. Yeah, you're gonna ship cars and some to Africa, but now they can just turn the car off. The car's gonna all be on satellite system. They just turn it off. It's just like guns when they were shipping guns. They started taking all the pins out the guns. Guns were showing up, but you couldn't shoot them. Because guns going digital too. You ain't gonna have no regular gun. Your gun gonna have to be computerized. That's a whole nother video. Black people not ready for the change. Africans are done. Africans are all gonna get deported back to Africa. There won't be an African nowhere in 5-6 years. They're finished. Unless you got some kind of special stay from the government, you out of here. Black immigrants are finished. The white birth rate is down. They need more white people. They finna exchange you black losers for the whites. The blacks that never locked in with black Americans, your ass is finished. And you didn't let white people know you don't like us, like dummies. So they like, oh man, black Americans don't care, which we don't. So who's going to stand up for you? Nobody. We can't wait till they throw you out. And look, I used to be Pan-African, and I cannot wait till they throw the Haitians out. I don't got no problem saying it. I cannot wait. Throw them all out. First throw these ones out, and then go back and throw the other ones out. Throw them out. You're not really my brother unless you're my brother. Bye. Go your ass back to Haiti. You're supposed to come up here and work with me. No, you came up here to compete against me. Okay, let's compete. I'm with the white man. Who you with? Okay, bye. I'm a real American. You bootleg. Get out. Because all is fair in love and war. This war. I feel other blacks would have threw us to the wolves. I really believe if it was a situation where they could put us in concentration camps or do us dirty and let other black immigrants have our spot, I believe they would do it. I believe black immigrants would take our spot and wouldn't care what happened to us to have our spot. I believe that. And I believe they'll get on the internet and rejoice. I believe that. I don't believe we can trust black immigrants at all. If they could, they would sell us out for our spot. They like the brothers that put Joseph in the hole. We seen it in the Bible. They took Joseph and put him in the hole. I'm telling you. If black immigrants had the power, they would sell us out. They're so jealous of us. They don't like us at all. They're very jealous of our success. They never helped with the success, but they're very jealous. We cannot trust black immigrants. They sellouts. Don't you know if they support us, you know how big we be in the world? Look in Africa. They don't even like the people in their same country. I'm gonna keep it real. Godfrey never liked us. You could tell, just go back now and just look at his comedy. He was always copying us. He was always funny acting because he wasn't us. He was always wanted to be white but wasn't, so kind of settled for dealing with us. You know, a lot of blacks, they come here, they try to speak well, they try to be as white as possible. And then when they don't get accepted, they kind of be stuck in the middle in limbo. You ever notice that about black immigrants? They don't get accepted over here and they hate us, so they don't be nothing. They just be in limbo. Because we have black Americans that try to speak well and try to be, you know, and it's like the Africans them say, well, we could be whiter than you. We could do it better than you. They were like, God, look at Godfrey. Godfrey is like a white dude. There's nothing really black or African about him. Even when he tries to talk black, you can see that he can't even do it. His whole life, he's been trying to emulate white culture. He's always wanted to speak well. You can see it. There's nothing really black about dude. He's nothing African about him or black. He's a dark-skinned guy that acts like a European. He's trying to be as European as possible. And so that's why he does impersonations, because his whole life is impersonations. That's how he learned how to do impersonations. He tried to figure out how he could pretend to be us. So he could do all about, because that's what he is. He's a fraud. He's a pretender. That's why he's so good at it. Well, he's not really that good at that. He's not that good. You know what I'm saying? He do little shows and stuff, but we never really liked him as doing his impersonations like that. Not like some of the older traditional guys that could do it. He was never that good. Godfrey was never that appealing or that good. Nobody really liked Godfrey like that. Godfrey was somewhere you took a woman on a date because ain't nothing else going on, maybe. Or maybe you date like an Ethiopian woman, or maybe, you know, you're some Africans and you know, oh, he's African, man, let's go see his comedy, you know, like that. But Godfrey never was nothing. Yeah, Gandhi was a hater. Gandhi was a fraud, talking peace and stuff, but he didn't hate Africans. He hated black people, but at that time, the only black people he could hate on was Africans. But Gandhi didn't like no black people. Gandhi was a racist. India is super racist. India has a caste system, and the black ones is at the bottom called the untouchables. And when you come to Chicago, you don't never see no black Indians, the dark ones. You only see the upper epsilon light skin. They don't let the black ones go nowhere. You don't never see the dark Indians, hardly ever. Y'all ain't noticed that? Because they got Indians darker than me. And they don't let them lead the country. They the untouchables. They got a caste system in India. It's horrible too. I mean, it's absolutely horrible. For real. Them people got a lot of prejudice and hate over there. So that's why they do well in Africa, because they bring that to Africa. They're all over Africa. Them, the Pakistanis, they all in Africa with the same caste, so they control everything. Like if you go to, you go to Africa, you want to move in Africa, you go to Ghana, man, you'll be tripping. You're gonna go to Ghana, you're gonna find a little house, you're gonna tell your queen, come on, let's go get, an air conditioner, a generator stuff. You're gonna have to go to like a shopping area where they got all the shopping. And that whole thing gonna be Indians and Pakistanis and Asians. You're gonna have to buy all your home supplies, on my soul, from Indians, Pakistanis, and Asians in Africa. And that's gonna creep you out. Like all my friends that moved to Africa, they said, Fred, that's the first thing that gave me a bad feeling when we had to go and furnish our living quarters. And we had to go, and all these foreigners control the whole market. The Africans don't control none of that. All the Africans is buying Asian motorbikes and everything. All they motorbikes is Asian. They buying them from Asia. They ain't buying them. You see them Africans riding all around their motorbike? They buying them from Asians. Them people control the whole economy in them black countries. On my soul. Blacks don't control nothing in Africa. They just workers. Try to pay them high gas prices like Ghana, Nigeria. They all the brothers and sisters over there, they getting robbed for gas prices. And that's how they hustle. They can't hustle. They hustle, mobile hustle. That's how Africans make most of their money, mobile hustling. And the country is exploiting them with the mobile gas prices so the people can't go nowhere. That's how they keep the brothers and sisters of Africa down, with gas. Ask somebody. That's how they messed up, with gas. Totally messed up. I'm telling you. It's messed up over there. And so now when they come over here, you got to understand they coming from a real messed up mindset. Like for real. It's really not no way to really work with them like that, because they totally messed up. You know what I'm saying? Like it's messed up in Africa. And you gotta understand them people born under that. It ain't like they, turn like that. They born under that type of situation. They be brainwashed early over there. So when you come over there, you really don't know what you're going into. And you know what I'm saying? When you get over there, you don't know what they've been through. You know what I'm saying? And going somewhere when you don't got yourself together where you from, it don't really make a lot of sense. So black Americans are doing pretty good over there in certain countries. They don't want the black Americans to get out of South Africa, because the black Americans have kind of fit in. But they want the other Africans to get out, because the other Africans be hating on their own people. The black Americans in South Africa are working with the South Africans, doing business with the South Africans, going into business with South Africans. So that's why you don't see the black Americans are having any problems, the other Africans is haters. They don't work with the South Africans. They come and exploit their brothers and sisters in South Africa. We the only group they don't want to leave. They don't want us to leave. They don't want us. They don't want us to leave. They want the other Africans to leave because of the lack of respect for each other over there. Like they don't really have, real respect for each other in Africa. They're real big on exploiting each other's uh, homeland. They're real big on that. So that's why they don't get along. And that's why other people is in there like exploiting the place. You know what I'm saying? It's extremely, backwards. And other people, their government backed them up. So if we go to Africa, our government not gonna back us up. But if Indians go to Africa, see, this is Africa right here. Look how well look like they doing. Look, they got the Indian flag up. You know why? Because they being supported. You understand? See how good the Indians are doing? Why? Because the Indian government back us up. The United States government not gonna back us up. So you there on your own. If you go over there, you on your own. If they go over there, they got backing from they countries. So they got backing. If you go over there, you don't have no backing. So that's why it don't benefit foundational Black Americans to go over there because you ain't got no backing. And when you go somewhere with somebody that look up to other people, what chance you got? How good you think you're gonna do over there with them? You ain't gonna do that well. He said, Pharaoh, I went to Indonesia and this European lady, pretty young, had a bar. I was having drinks with her and a couple others and asked her how she did it. She said they had a 50-50 local family in on it. Yeah. But they're not going by her being in Indonesia, they're not gonna do business with no black person. So no matter if I do get a business there, they're not gonna do business with me. They're gonna always find something wrong with me. Because black people are taught self-hate all over the world. Even here in the United States. A black person is going to have more scrutiny on a black business than there is on anybody else's business. You go to somebody else's business, you're going to go eat whatever, your food a little late, you're going to wait, you're going to get it. You're like, the food was good, it was a little late. My business, you're going to be hollering for your food twice quicker than the other people. You're going to find everything wrong with it. You're going to be hating from the very beginning because it's black. You're going to have a higher expectation on my business, all that. Because you don't really got that like that. That's why I say, foundational Black Americans got to concentrate on that type of stuff. It's one thing to say don't go to other people's business, but what about our businesses and how we act when we come to our businesses? We're going to have to change our behavior too. You ain't going to be able to just be so hard on your own people while you give everybody else a pass. That's got to end. Like you got to respect your own people. It's hard doing business with us because we don't respect our own. We don't respect our own. Not like that. Not really. We don't respect our own. Not like that. Oh, you could go. You could go to Ghana, but the people of Ghana, they're not happy with their living circumstances over there. They over there trying to piggyback off our culture. They over there trying to like trying to steal our, you know, what we got going on. To be honest with you, they too tribal over there. You know, a foundation of Black Americans have to like build their own thing. We somebody like Godfrey, he doesn't have our best interests at all. Godfrey just been using us to make money with his jokes and stuff like that. But soon as he see we trying to delineate and get our own money and do our own thing, now he on some African podcast. And the Africans have done nothing but undermine us all the time. Play our characters, go get roles for our characters, take less money, don't deal with us in real life, but play our characters. How you don't deal with us in real life at all, but you want to play Black American characters in the movies, and we don't never see you in real life and brag about exploiting us, brag about trying to outdo us, just like they try to say that Africans is smarter than us and compare themselves to the middle of Black Americans. But if you compare them to the top educated, they're not even in the list. So even they use false records to show how successful they are against us, they pick the middle of us and compare themselves against the middle because they're nowhere near the top best Black Americans. They wouldn't make the list if you took the top Black Americans in America, the most successful, most educated. The Africans would be nowhere close to the top. They'll be down towards the bottom of the middle. So they put this false scenario out here that they doing better than us. I swear to God. I swear to God. Always trying to undermine us. They'll come and say they hold a higher level of education than us when they come here. And you'll look at it, it'll be like they got like 31, 32% higher education. We like 20 something. Yeah, you're going to have a higher level of education than us because we rich already. We inherited money already. We got a lot of black Americans that's already, their parents, they rich, they filthy rich already. We have too many black Americans don't got to go get no higher level education to get rich. You don't make no sense. What do you mean higher level education? When we playing in the NBA, that baseball, we playing all these sports. We got all these businesses passed down. Of course, we're not going to school as much as you. You don't got nothing. So they use these fake statistics to show 30 something percent of them get a higher level education. That's because you need it. Bro, I think the richest black people are Nigerian. Hey. Anytime you take a whole country of Nigerians and compare them to 13% of black Americans, that's trick. That's doing tricks with it. With a anytime you compare anytime you compare, right? Anytime you compare 240 million Nigerians with 50 million black Americans, what that tell you right there? What that tell you? Anytime you compare a whole country of blacks to a small group of blacks in a country, what that tell you? What's your motive? Would you make that comparison and any other, would anybody make that comparison in any analysis? No. They would compare a country of blacks against a country of blacks. Nobody would compare 13% of blacks in a country against a whole country of blacks. Like, seriously, look, nearly 100% of the population in Nigeria is black African, equating to roughly 240 million people. Who would compare 240 million people to 50 million? Seriously. Who gonna compare 240 million people to 50 million people in their own country that got oil? Mind you, got oil. To some people that's in the country that don't got oil. Nigeria has oil. At the same time, if you're doing so good, why is you all over the world? Why, if Nigerians are so great, why are they in every country? Why they ain't in Nigeria then? Why is Nigeria so raggedy? If Nigerians are so great, you understand? What do that tell you? What 240 million blacks comparing themselves to 50 million? What did that tell you? Our relationship with these black people. They not our friends. Because if they If Africans were decent, they would say it's not fair to compare ourselves with just 50 million blacks. If they that educated and they that smart, Africans would say that is not a decent comparison. Comparatively speaking, if they got 50 million and we got 240 million, they're doing better than us. If they got all of this and 50 million of them is compared to us, they are much more powerful than us. Because that should not even be close to anything that you can compare. That's a fact. The fact that you got to compare 50 million of us to 240 million tell you how powerful we are. It take 240 million you niggas to compete to us. Get the fuck out. That means you lose it. If it take 240 million Africans to beat us, you lose it. We only 50 million. And you compare yourself to 50 million? Can't compare us to the whole goddamn country. But the country look like a shithole. And nobody won't stay there. Nigeria's a great country, but Nigerians is all over the goddamn world. And they call anybody African because they call Egyptians African. They ain't even black. But look, Egypt has the highest number of immigrants. But look, Egypt, Sudan, South Sudan, Nigeria, Zimbabwe. So if Egypt is so nice, notable for sending a high percentage of migrants to Europe, though other countries outpaced it in total immigrant volume. So Nigeria is known for leaving. So how great is Nigeria? With nobody want to stay there. And they black. Because the Egyptians those ain't even black people. Right? So out of the black ones, you got the Sudanese, the Nigerians, and the Zimbabweans running from Africa. So how is Nigeria so great, but you won't stay there? How you so rich doing so good in Nigeria? I'm just asking for a friend. They're successful, but you can't compare them to you can't compare them to 50 million people. Comparatively, they don't match. They lose. And you can't compare no 240 people, 40 million people to the. If you have to compare 240 million people to 50 million people, then those people from the place of 250 million obviously is from a lesser place. Or you wouldn't even have to compare them to no 50 million people. That shows you how powerful we are. You got to compare a whole country to another country that ain't nothing but 13%. You put comparing 100% in one country to 13% in the other damn country. You lose. What? And your country sucks. And you don't stay there. You're all over the world. Joppa, Nigeria. Joppa, Nigerians are slang derived from a Yoruba word meaning to escape or to flee. Exactly. The phrase entered, I already know. They've been leaving since I was out of high school. The phrase entered mainstream Nigerian culture in 2018 and has since become a defining mindset for the vast majority of the country's youth. Many view immigration not just as a choice, but as a critical survival strategy due to rising inflation, currency depreciation, high unemployment, and infrastructural deficits. Because it's raggedy over there. You ain't got to tell me. That's all fake. They also the number one scammers in Africa. They got the reputation of scammers. A lot of their money is through illegal means. Like nobody wants Nigerians in their country. No African country. Seriously. I ain't gonna lie. Nigerians are responsible for countries changing their immigration policies and sending people back home. They the reason a lot of Africans gonna get kicked out of these countries. I'm telling you, it's gonna be major changes with immigration. Major. And there's gonna be a lot of xenophobia in Europe, all over Europe, because they having too many problems with African immigrants. Like I said, they up there beefing, fighting, shooting each other. Different Africans from different countries. Yeah, look it up. They took their tribalism globally and they overrunning some of these countries because Africa is no good. Africa cannot support Africans. You know what I'm saying? I just don't want to be bothered with them. We got enough problems. You know what I'm saying? Everything I'm saying is facts. It's not no hating or nothing like that, but it's just the facts. You know, they're just getting worse. Look, thousands of African migrants pass away or go missing at sea each year. Over 1,000 lives were lost on the central Mediterranean route alone in the first half of 2026, while the United Nations International Organization for Migration recorded over 900 deaths and disappearances along the Horn of Africa route. These tragedies predominantly occur in a few highly dangerous corridors. The central Mediterranean migrants largely fleeing poverty and conflict depart from North African countries like Libya and Tunisia toward Italy and Malta and overcrowded, unseaworthy vessels. Horn of Africa to Yemen. People escaping regional instability and seeking work in the Gulf states cross the Gulf of Aden, Many are forced by smugglers to disembark and swim to shore in deep water. Western Africa to the Canary Islands. Boats depart from Senegal, Mauritania, and Gambia, trying to reach Spain, facing deadly Atlantic currents. Because many boats sink without a trace and are unrecorded, IOM and human rights groups state that exact figures are likely much higher than official numbers. They don't even know, man, listen, they don't even know how many people is missing. Now, this is nothing I'm cheering for. I'm not happy this is happening to the brothers and sisters. Don't get that wrong. But because of the lack of ability to do decent things in Africa, and because so many gonna have to leave, they are going to throw Africans out of every country. They're gonna throw them out. They're gonna throw Haitians out too, because of the fear of you destabilizing other countries. And who's going to feed you? Who's going to take care of you? What other groups want to deal with a large, uh, you know, number of you just coming in here? And I've been saying it for years. The African brothers and sisters slow. They're supposed to come in and really breed in with the Black Americans and really not come over here and scam our women and marry them for citizenship, which is what the brothers is doing. You know, you could come over here and really meet a woman and really be really in love and stop scamming. And you're scamming so much, nobody want to go to Africa no more. Nobody wants you to come. Because you're getting a reputation of scammers. And you're not bringing nothing to the table. And you're competing with the other blacks. You know, Black Americans, if we go to another country, we can't go in there competing against the other blacks. We can't go in there. But it wouldn't be cool to go to the countries because they'll be competing with us whether we compete with them or not. There's no global black unity. Black Americans, listen to me. That doesn't exist, okay? Stay where you at. Build where you at. Unify where you're at. And marry your own. Breed your own. Grow your own. Stop cross-marrying with other blacks from other places, especially you sisters, because, 85% of the time it's going to be a scam. It's not love. It's somebody trying to get a passport or get citizenship. It's time for foundational Black Americans to love themselves like your ancestors did for you to get to this point. We didn't have no other blacks here, and we made it. And we need to stick with the same program. And I've been in the game a lot, and I've been in the Pan-African movement a lot, and I'm telling you, blacks from other places, they really never really like us, even if they pretended. The whole reggae scene was phony. We was doing Rasta and reggae with people that many of them never really, really liked us. They was just playing Pan-Africanism. But really in their heart, they really did not like us. The whole reggae scene was phony, okay? It was phony. Them brethren didn't really, really like you. They just had to pretend because they was making money singing Pan-African music. But it really wasn't what they was singing. Many of them was frauds. Many other brethren that was saying they was Rastafarians Africa and all that, they was frauds. They were not Rastafaris. They were Jamaicans. They were not Pan-Africans. They was Trinidadians, Virgin Islanders, and Jamaicans. They were not really Pan-African. And the only thing they liked about black Americans was sleeping with your women. That's it. If you think I'm lying, why did it fail? That's why it failed. It failed because the black Americans seen it and stopped supporting it. They never called them Rastas because they never act like Rastas. They call them Jamaicans, them Jamaicans, them Jamaicans. If you would have act like a Rasta, they would have said the Rastas. They never called you the Rastas. They always called you them Jamaicans. And the Rastas wore the Jamaican flag more than Rasta. They pushed that more. Like they having a Haile Selassie Day coming up now, but it's going to be a Jamaican fest. It's not going to really be Pan-African. I'm not going to that. That's not going to be Pan-African. That's going to be Jamaican. That's what it's going to be. I'm not going. I mean, I'm not going to be comfortable there. What's going to be going on there? Huh? It's going to be a bunch of Jamaicans pretending they doing some Rasta stuff, but it's going to be Jamaican. It's going to be Jamaican music, Jamaican food, Jamaican money. It's going to be Jamaican money. They're going to be making money. They're going to be using Ja to make money. Jamaican money. I ain't going to that. For what? I won't be comfortable. I wouldn't be comfortable with that. I wouldn't be comfortable. Because I know I'm going to be surrounded by Jamaicans. That's it. And it's going to be really nothing realistically Pan-African about it. It's really going to be Jamaicans using Haile Selassie to make money, to try to get somebody to come to the events, because their events is dead in the water, and black Americans don't go to that shit no more. And it ain't enough Jamaicans to make no good money. And ain't no black Americans going to that shit now. Ain't nobody going to that. Because to me, they're using Haile Selassie, and they ain't even really standing on that like that. Like they ain't even been standing on Rastafari like that, and now trying to, use His Majesty, try to use His Majesty to make some money, have an event. They ain't really been standing on Rastafari like that. Seriously. They don't care nothing about Rastafari. Seriously. It's just nobody going to nothing else they have. Every event they have, there'll be nobody in there. 13 people, 14 people. Nobody go to nothing they had. Reggae's dead. Central's old and washed up. They ain't got nobody to make no money. They ain't got nobody to have no concert. Nobody gonna go to see. Reggae is no big music no more. Reggae is trash. Nobody cares about reggae. Who's the big reggae artist now? Nobody. So all that pan-alling and hustling is over. It's not a whole bunch of Jamaicans, so they little Jamaican stuff. Nobody gonna be there but a handful of dudes in a club. Nobody gonna be there. because they never really pushed the culture, and they never really, it never really did nothing for foundational Black Americans. It never really was like black like that. It always linked to Jamaican. You can't say Pan African, but be Jamaican. And if you're gonna say you can't use a Ethiopian emperor, but nothing is but everything is Jamaican. Nothing is Ethiopian, and Ethiopians don't even deal with that. So how you gonna push an Ethiopian emperor with no Ethiopians and it's heavy Jamaican? And you want to put on red, gold, and green, but every time all you ever have on is green, gold, and black. You don't push red, gold, and green. You push the Jamaican colors. You forsake red, gold, and green. You don't see no Jamaicans with red, gold. They always got on the Jamaican colors. So now all of a sudden, what, you gonna wear the Ethiopian colors? That don't make no sense. I ain't lying. Don't make no sense. To me, it don't. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going. I know I'm not going. Because I ain't going to be comfortable. I'm not going to be comfortable there. I don't see no benefit of it. I don't see nothing what it's promoting. I don't see anything uh, that's going to be beneficial of that. I don't see it. I think Jamaicans have destroyed the Rastafarian culture. I think Rasta always be there, but I think Jamaicans destroyed it because it definitely wasn't inviting to Trinidadians. It wasn't inviting to brothers from St. Lucia. It wasn't even inviting to the other islands or the Africans. It was just like for Jamaicans. It wasn't global like that. Like, how you gonna honor Ethiopian emperor, but none of your stuff got no Africans involvement or nothing, like no continental involvement. And Emperor Haile Selassie was the emperor in Africa, but you ain't got nothing African at your event. All your stuff is Jamaican. Make it make sense. How you honor an African emperor in Africa, but everything you got is Jamaican? What the hell? What? And all your big reggae stars end up being dope fiends, ODing, marrying all outside their race, making regular dancehall music, ain't pushing no roots in culture. Everybody's a Bobo Shanti with their head all wrapped up, but it ain't nothing spiritual about it. It's like fraudulent. I mean, you destroyed the movement. What do you want me to do? I'm not going to that trying to all of a sudden you have a Haile Selassie day, trying to because everything over with. That's why they have a Haile Selassie day. They have a Haile Selassie day because everything over with. Well, we got to figure out something. Let's bring back Selassie day. Too late. Too late. Like, come on, bro. Too late. Like, that's what we doing? Like, it's too late. To me, it's too late. It's like, bruh, what? Are you serious? How you gonna bring that back now? So, I'm saying all this to say, foundational black Americans, we have to not beef, but we do have to focus. We have to focus on what we're doing. We have to get our business game together. We're going to have to start uh, taking over these businesses. So, these businesses that people are promoting, we're going to have to start to replace those businesses. We're not going to be able to keep complaining about where our females get their hair done and all that. We're going to have to start doing the hair. We're going to have to start doing the hair. We're going to have to start to replace some of these businesses. We're going to have to become more professional. Uh, Foundational black American men got to start working together without unnecessarily debates. You got to stop taking FBA like a joke, like a gang, or like just for divisional purposes. Because one thing about foundational black Americans, we got a lot of phony ass brothers just jumping into it for the division. They're not really jumping into it to build a nation. And those type of brothers, they not gonna even be around long. They gonna play with it and they gonna jump to the next thing. So we gotta get people that's really serious. Because a lot of black men, they'll jump at anything for the nonsense. So as long as it's to disrespect Africans and stuff, you with it. But when it's time to roll your sleeves up and get something done, now we can't find you. Because you're not really in it to better foundational black American people. You in it for the beef. We got too many brothers, too many brothers. I ain't gonna say sisters, but definitely brothers. They get into stuff for the beef, for the argument's sake. You got all these brothers with these fake accounts jumping in. You don't even know who this is. But like we're gonna have to roll our sleeves up and get some work done. We ain't gonna be able to just beef. We need to be looking at this movement right now, especially with them going into a cashless society. Black man, we need to be looking at this like real serious. Like we need to be looking at like, okay, listen, can we work together like for real, for real? Like can we for real, three of us open a gas station like for real and everybody play their role and run the gas station? Can three black men go to work and make their wives and their family proud and work to build something together? Or are you always emotional, want to be petty, and can't get the bag? Because I speak for a lot of foundational black men, we have a hard time finding people that want to get the bag, so our numbers be small. It might be two of us or three of us that get the bag. And when we try to invite other brothers, they be goofies. And you having a meeting to get the bag, soon as dude come to the meeting, he talk about all kind of shit. Ain't got nothing to do with what we here for. So you can see right there, this dude not focused. Because if we have a meeting to open a gas station, why you coming to the meeting? As soon as you walk in there, you discussing nothing. Your man not even there. We thinking you gonna come into the meeting like, gas station. You come in, man, you seen the Rams, man, you seen the Pistons, man. Okay. You can't even come to the meeting like, gas station. We gotta stop what you putting on the table and say, okay, let's talk about what we came here for. Because you come dead in a distraction. Right then, I don't want to work with you. I don't want to work with you. Because I know the whole trip here, you ain't thought about this shit. Get him the fuck out of here. Yeah, get him out of here. It's only two of us. We need three. Let's cancel this meeting because I got shit to do. And let's find a third person. Let's have this meeting. Do go home. No, thank you. Your service is not needed. Go home, bro. Just go home. Just go home. Because if you call me and you say we're having a meeting to open a gas station, that's all I'm thinking about from when I wake up till I get there. When I walk in the door, I got open gas stations. When I come in there, I really don't even want to talk about nothing else. Oh, my soul. We coming to open a gas station. When you come in and I see you talk about everything else, I already know you're not it. We don't need you. Because once we tell you something about what we want to do, as soon as you walk out the door, that ain't going to even be on your mind. You are not able to focus. You got to go. You've already showed me the type of person you are. You're a loser. Anything we do with you going to fail. You the weak link. You got to go. Get out. But what? What happened? Just get out, bro. Just go home. You don't cut it. Thanks for coming, but no thanks. Just go home. That's exactly how I would do you. As soon as you come in there and anything is on your mind other than what we're trying to do, I want you to go home. Because you don't have it. We don't need no 80, 20, 50, 50, 64. We need 100%. You're supposed to come in there ready to go. Your mind's supposed to be on what we having this meeting for. As soon as you come in, I have it over here. I have a subject. Can I come over here? And before the subject starts, brothers come and ask all kind of questions other than what the subject is. I just be looking at you. They don't be knowing I'm checking you out of anything we planning to do. Because you see the title. And then you come in when we trying to get everybody to come and focus on the title. And you go right in the chat and you ask something that ain't got nothing to do with the title. Right then, I see a loser. Oh, this nigga is a loser. Yeah, you a loser. You got to go. You couldn't even be in no military we got. Or nothing. I mean, what difference do that make? Where the USA came from? Where all this shit came from? So what difference do that make? That's ridiculous. Let me delete that. Jamaica probably came. What the hell did America came from? Okay. See, that kind of shit. Like, did you think before you put that down there? Jamaica probably came from. Well, where did America come from? Like, what does that got to do with anything right there? That's a perfect example. What the word Jamaica got to do with anything got anything to do with black people, like the word United States is better or something. Like America, like what? Like, okay, what and that you saying that in reference to what? Okay. All right, bye. You know what I'm saying? That's perfect though. Prove what I'm saying. Perfect. Got nothing to do with nothing. Bringing up an example that applies to us too. Applies everywhere. In that case, England, everything. Okay, what's your point? Unbelievable. And then I ask you your last name, you got a slave name. I bet his name is a slave name. Bet you anything. I bet you his name is the name his family had since slavery, passed it down to him, his mom and them. That same old slave name. You can't make this stuff up. So we got a long way to go. But this guy Godfrey, he got to go. You know, he got to be unfollowed and blocked and kicked out the, because he ain't nothing but a distraction. He ain't talking about nothing. If they want to have the 154, let them just do it on their own. Don't be trying to get black Americans involved with your 154, which is just the 54 countries in Africa. It doesn't include the diaspora. It doesn't nothing. Just keep that to yourself, because I feel like that 154 channel is in competition with Foundation of Black Americans. I'm thinking that's made because of us. It's a reaction to what we try to do. So I don't like it. I don't like the 154. It's reactionary to us. And I really don't like Africans in terms of movies and acting our roles or anything like that, because they don't be on code. And they're going to Europeans and they're taking our roles to undermine us and to do it for cheaper. And they're helping the Europeans keep our prices down as actors and actresses by taking a cheaper price. Where we've been over here acting and doing that when you was somewhere else. And we've been working hard to build up our equity in Hollywood. And we get to the point where we need the big dollar for a movie. And now here you come from Africa ready to do it for this much. I'll do it, and willing to play our heroes without us having no relationship with you. And that's to all you Africans. We don't want you. We don't have a relationship with you. None. So we don't want you playing our characters. And Foundational Black Americans, we shouldn't go to none of those, and we should trash all those movies when they try to put tethers in movies to play us that we have no relationship with. Because in reality, we don't have any relationship with Godfrey like that. He just pop up when he's ready to tell his little jokes or whatever. But he's not really involved with nothing that we got going on as black people. He's just out there trying to make some money doing impersonations and shit. He just play with us to get people to come to his events. He's not nothing substantial. He ain't never been talking about nothing substantial for foundational black Americans like that. He is 100% a tether, only in it for what he could get. As soon as he seen us trying to do our own thing, he turned right into an enemy, just like we thought. Now all of a sudden it's 154. All right, that's totally disrespectful too. Because that whole title 154 show you. Because they just locked out the whole diaspora. And the crazy is the 54 not even black. That's what's crazy. The 50 Egypt is not even black. Let that sink in. Egypt is not even black. Let that sink in. Just think about that. Just let that sink in. The whole 154, the 54 countries ain't even black. Let that sink in. Real talk. The 54 countries ain't even black. Real talk. The irony of it. Like, seriously. That's crazy. Black people don't even control like a lot of that. It's just absolutely crazy. Like the whole northern part of Africa is not really even African. That's absolutely crazy. Like, seriously. Because the whole top part of Africa is not even really black. So just let that sink in. You're trying to push Africa. You're trying to push this African unity, but the whole top of Africa ain't even black. Seriously. You don't even control the continent at all. And a large part of the money is across the part you don't control. And that's absolutely crazy. Like, seriously. Like, all up here, Egypt, Libya, Algeria, Morocco, Tunisia, blacks don't control none of that. Man, blacks don't control none of the top of Africa. None of it. Let that sink in. That they talk about 154, and a large part of the 54, black people don't even control. They done shot their noses off the pyramids, digging up mummies and stuff in Egypt, desecrating our ancestors in Egypt. And Egypt is Africa, and black people ain't got no control of Egypt. But you talking about 154. Like that got something to do with black people. It's just crazy. It's absolutely ridiculous. And nobody want to admit that Africa is basically conquered. Okay? Anyway. Like, conquered. Like, seriously. Like really seriously. Africa's totally conquered. And you're talking about, brother, talking about 154. Do the 54 include Egypt? Because you don't run Egypt. You know what I'm saying? You don't run the 54 countries. You don't run none of North Africa at all. This is crazy. But they got a show called 154 like there's some type of black unity in Africa and blacks is at the bottom in Africa. Like black Africans is at the bottom in Africa. They are. Black Africans are nobody in Africa. Black Africans is at the bottom. They under all them Persians and Arabs at the top. And all their assistance come from Russia and China. They ain't nobody. Seriously. Everywhere you go, they is under somebody else. I'm just tripping. You talk about 154. Black Americans, listen, man, Pan-Africanism and Pan-Africans are the worst, okay? They live in a dream world. Pan-Africans, because they buy into an ideology, they never want to admit the failing of that ideology. I'm telling you. And they constantly selling that ideology, even though it's been failed. Okay? It's been failed. Okay? Africa is bought and paid for. Your Pan Africans like Dr. Umar are never going to Africa. The infrastructure in Africa, the Africans owe trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars that they cannot pay these countries. And these countries are going to take all their infrastructure. The Chinese built this in Kenya, and the people in Kenya was mad because they couldn't even read what it said in their own country. They put the writing in Chinese in Kenya. And the Kenyans are so much in debt, every time they increase the debt to try to pay the debt. And slowly the East Africans are being surrounded. The Chinese is in Djibouti, ready to get out. And the Russians and the Chinese is battling for who gonna tell the Africans what to do. Because the Africans have had the foreigners do so much work and the Africans can't pay it back. The Africans can't pay it back. East Africa's in so much debt, they'll never be able to pay that. And the Chinese got them over there in Ethiopia and Kenya, got them over there straight slaves. Sewing clothes for the Chinese and putting an African tag on it so you won't know that it came. Listen, They know we don't want to buy stuff from the Chinese. So they over there in Africa having the sisters sew the clothes for the Chinese and put made in Ethiopia on it or made in Kenya on it, but it's still made by the Chinese. And they got the slave camp like over there with the Africans over there sewing the clothes for them so they could sell them to us. And we think they came from Africa. And the African leaders are selling their people out. Yeah. The African, I'm telling you, man, the Chinese exploitation in Africa, they got the Africans sewing the clothes and got us buying them. Right there in Ethiopia. My boy bought some gloves. It said made in Ethiopia. I said, bro, it's made in Ethiopia, but the Chinese made it, bro. Through slave labor. He said, look, man, I got these gloves, bro. They said made in Ethiopia. I said, bro, if you knew how they was made in Ethiopia, you'd throw them in the garbage. They made from exploitation in Ethiopia. How much you think they get paid to make them clothes for the Chinese? Boy, let me tell you something. Africa's bought and paid for. They're over there teaching the black kids Chinese martial art, Chinese languages. Building their homes for them, building apartments, building for them, doing everything for them. So they can rule the place. You know what I'm saying? And the Chinese and the Russians is battling for Africa, and America trying to figure out how to get in. So when you read the Bible, you read about Armageddon, all the great nations coming to fight. That's where it's going to happen at, in Africa. Look in the Bible. It said they're going to come up the Euphrates. That's that river come right to Africa. They're going to march up, the Chinese going to march up to Euphrates to right there to Northeast Africa with Egypt and all that stuff. That's where the big war going to happen, in Africa. The war of Armageddon is going to happen in Africa. Facts. The war of Armageddon is going to happen in Africa. You can believe that. The Chinese getting ready. Chinese getting ready. Americans getting ready. The Russians getting ready. The French trying to get in where they fit in. All you got to do is open up your eyes. That's all you got to do. Open your eyes. Don't y'all go over there and get in the middle of that. It's going to be horrible. Who got the natural resource? Okay, that's where the war going to be. Look at Burkina. Look at East Africa, Djibouti, right there next to Ethiopia and Egypt and all that. Look at the Chinese military. They're ready to get out. Look at Burkina. Y'all hero at Burkina. Y'all revolutionary. y'all revolutionary at Burkina. Then he keep falling out. He can fall out with this one and get with that one. Fall out with the Russians, get with the Chinese. Fall out with the Chinese, get with the Russians. They keep flip-flopping between them people. Look, see the Russian flag? This Burkina. Yeah, yes, it is, 100%. Look, this Burkina. You can see he don't know how to shoot that at all. He just a model. That boy don't know how to work that. You can tell when somebody don't know how to work now. He just sitting up there taking a picture. This just a photo op. That boy ain't no damn soldier. He just got on the costume. Anybody can see that. We know who the soldiers is though, who really about that business. Hiding their faces. Look at him and look at the black dude behind. Look, the black dude behind. Look at that stomach on him. He don't look like he could run a block. He look like a drunk in an army outfit. Look at the black dude. He look like a drunk. Look at that pot belly. Look at his uniform, how he curves. So look at the white dude. Look at the difference. Look at this guy. He looked like a kid in a Halloween outfit. And look at him. Look at the difference. You can see the black soldiers look bootleg and the white ones really look like soldiers. You can see who really ready for smoke and who just playing G.I. Joe. What am I saying? Focus on ourselves. Focus on ourselves. Focus on our businesses. Focus on our reparations. Focus on what we got to do. That's what I'm saying. Focus on us. Don't get involved with what Umar and them saying. All them Pan-Africans, they ain't talking about nothing. All that old ass black history shit, Sarah Soon said and we talking about, that ain't gonna do nothing for you. Ain't nothing in ancient Egypt gonna help you today. Or I would be telling you. I know all that stuff. You think that stuff is not valuable today? We need doctors, we need dentists, we need lawyers. We need security forces. We need economical development, economical education. We need to teach our people not to be throwing money away. We need to get our people off of substance abuse, alcoholism. A lot of our people, they drink so much they couldn't do nothing if they had to. They got to have a drink. Nobody's monitoring how much our people are drinking. You never know you're alcoholic till it's time to quit. You know how many black people's alcoholic? You know how many of our people is out of here? Do you know how fat we are now? You know how fat we are in Africa? We the fattest that black people has ever been. Africans and black Americans can't run a block. That's why when a sister's in shape, that's why she gets so many views on social media, because everybody's sloppy. Everybody got a big old stomach and is out of shape and eat horrible. And I mean everybody. That's why when you finally see a woman in shape, she look good. And now they promoting obese women is fine. They getting these big old women, they putting the clothes on and trying to make their breasts and their butts look right. But you can see like baby girl way overweight and they pushing that like sexy now. A lot of everybody's homeless. A lot of Americans are homeless, period. Not just black Americans. That's a whole nother video. Yeah, that's not black. That's the US. That's a whole nother video. That's not just black. That's a whole nother video. Yeah, that's not just black. That's a whole nother video. That's a whole uh uh that's something else. That's a whole nother problem. Because all across this country, people are sleeping in cars and parking lots. That's an American live stream that I'll do. But no, that ain't racial. White Americans are poorer than they ever been in the history of this country. That's a fact. That's a whole nother video. White Americans are poorer than they ever been. Young white Americans too that don't got no family to help them. They out there bad. That's a whole nother video I might do. And it's affecting dating everything. Cause like I'm 68 and with the homeless situation, I could get any kind of woman I want if she got somewhere to sleep. Oh my soul, that's another thing happening. I provide them somewhere to sleep. I can get a whole bunch of women. It's a whole bunch of fine women with nowhere to sleep. A lot of them. And I mean a lot. I do that topic. I mean a lot. It's sad. I ain't kidding. It's sad. That's why we got to get ourselves together. They got a whole thing called safe parking where you can go and make arrangements to park your car and they got security and shit. People can't pay they bills or nothing. People can't pay their bills. People can't pay their light bills, their gas bills, none of that. Some like right here, like this car dealership let you sleep in there. Yeah, he'll let you sleep in there. This was in 2020. But it's worse than that now. It's way worse than that now. On my soul. It's bad. Like the economy is tanking. If you out there wasting money, your ass is out of here. They got parking programs and stuff for people where people can park in parking lots. Some neighbors is complaining about it the people living in their cars, big time, more than you would ever know. Concern over new parking program because the economy is collapsing. Like people just don't know it. If you're with a person that's like still trying to live like how they used to, you need to break up with them because they're gonna drive you homeless. If you're with the wrong person, you're gonna be homeless. If you're with the wrong woman or with the wrong dude, you're gonna be homeless. You can play if you want to, but if you're at the wrong woman or the wrong man, you're gonna be homeless. There ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You're gonna be outside. You can believe that. You see Trump and them just open up a place to put people. The first place where they putting people, they're not really defining what they calling it. I ain't talking about it yet. I got to get more details. But y'all heard about they got a place to put people. Y'all ain't heard about that? And it ain't for ICE either. It's for something else. Y'all ain't heard about that? They won't even say much. They won't say much about it. But there's some facility that they got that they putting people in. Y'all ain't heard about it? It's a new facility. And it's not for ICE either. And they just put some people say it's for people with mental illness or something. They not being clear on it. I'm trying to tell them, bro. They just got a facility. They won't be clear on what it is, but they put the first people in there. It ain't even, you can't even find this story. Oh, my soul. You can't even find it. But you'll hear about it in a couple days. It'll hit in a couple days. I just heard about it like yesterday. It's some kind of new place they putting people. They won't say what it is. Things are very serious, though, I tell you that. Foundational Black Americans better concentrate on their reparations. I tell you that. Immigrants could undermine, but the thing is, the only thing that stopped foundational Black Americans is us finish building the movement. That's the only thing in the way that we haven't gotten everybody to identify yet. And once we get everybody to identify, then we'll get somewhere. And so, with foundational Black Americans, it's not a problem like people said because we haven't gotten everybody to identify yet. And so we at the early stages, so it's too early to come with conclusions where this is going to go. Because right now we're at the building stage to even get people to even identify as such. And so it's hard to come up with any finalization about foundational Black Americans when the title has not been adapted yet nationally. So we have to get the title adapted nationally, and then we'll be able to get it on the census, and that's when we're talking. So the struggle is to get us identified that on the census and get the census get us counted separately from the other blacks. That's what's going on. Godfrey and them can't mess us up because all we have to do is excommunicate them off your social media, unfollow them. If you have to, block them. You don't have to worry about getting pushback. All you have to do is get those that you can get. So I'm glad you said that. Anytime you're pushing a movement, all you concentrate on those that build it, build it, build it. Because you got to remember a bunch of people are followers and they're not going to come until it's built. So if you've been paying attention lately, you can see the movement growing exponentially. Why? Because growth creates growth, creates growth, creates growth. That's how it works. So you don't worry about the ones that haven't. You just keep stacking the ones, keep pushing. Then it'll just, everybody will just accept it. The other blacks will be like, okay, we foundational Black Americans now. And that'll be that. It won't be no pushback. So anytime you're doing something like this, you just focus on building it. That's it. Push it. Get as many people as you know to see it, to recognize it. Push it, push it, push it. Post it on your social media. FBA. FBA, you only got posted once a year. Once every 3 or 4 months. But it's definitely growing fast. I see a lot of people now identifying. I see a lot of people speaking foundational Black American PowerPoints. They quite ain't calling themselves that yet, but it's getting there. And that's how you grow a movement. But what you all got to remember is you can't get discouraged because this is really just the beginning. So don't be expecting, you're expecting too much too fast. There's 50 million Black Americans. That's going to take a while. That's going to take a while. You're not going to just get 50 million, So the worst thing you can do is expect anything too quick. Because when you expect anything too quick, then you start saying it's a failure before there was even time for it to be a success. And you shoot yourself in the foot. The whole concept of Foundation of Black America is still a baby. You know how long it was before we were Black Americans instead of Negroes and colored? That wasn't like no overnight. That wasn't like we didn't even have social media. That was just like the ones that kept calling themselves black, just kept doing it, and then everybody just did it. We didn't even have social media. The social media ain't got nothing to do with it. All you got to do is identify yourself as FBA, and then everybody going to be like FBA. That's just how it works. Those of us as foundational Black Americans, we're going to wear them shirts. We're going to push that. We FBA, and then everybody else going to get in where they fit in. Weirdos will try to come up with something different, but it won't never catch on. Just like ADOS. ADOS not going nowhere. Because it's like the difference between colored and Negro. ADO's not going nowhere. Never. Because ADO is not as good as Foundational Black America. Foundational Black America is a great term. No matter how you want to look at it. When that term Foundational Black America was thought of, that was excellent. That was like a natural occurrence in history. That isn't excellent. That's excellent. You ain't going to outdo that. It ain't going to never be Moors. Moors been out there how long? It ain't going nowhere. It's over. Moors over. Negro over. African American over. ADOS going nowhere. Black American is already there. All you got to do is put foundational in front of it. How could it lose? We're already Black Americans. All we doing is put foundational in front of it. It's really not no big change. Instead of Black Americans, it's foundational Black Americans. And the difference between Black Americans and foundational Black Americans is foundational Black Americans are the Black Americans that trace their family all the way back. And Black Americans is new. Been here a couple of, maybe your daddy, granddaddy, maybe your granddaddy was a Haitian or something, and then like that. You're a Black American. Black American means you're Black and you're an American citizen. Black American. American is your citizenship. Black is how they're going to identify your race because we identify ourselves as Black. We don't do Negro. We don't do none of that shit. Black. We Black. Foundational Black means your family been here way back since the beginning. There is no mythology of civil rights. You don't make no sense without civil. Can you get on the bus? Let me ask you a question. Can you go get on a bus, a plane, or a train? Yes or no? Can you get on the bus, a plane, and a train? Yes or no? It's real simple. Can you get on a bus, a plane, a train? Yes or no? Can you go to a library? Yes or no? Can you go to a football game? Can you go to a baseball game and sit wherever your tickets say? Yes or no? Just yes or no? We got time. Because you giving people false information right here. Like, don't be giving people information if you really don't know what you're talking about. It's really best to like be quiet. that if you don't really know what terms mean and stuff, like just don't say nothing. That just be quiet. If you don't really know what civil rights mean, don't get on social media talking. Because obviously you don't even know what civil rights is. How the hell is civil rights a mythology? You don't even know what civil rights is. Obviously. Then it takes forever to respond once you. How the hell is civil rights a mythology? Unless you don't know what civil rights. Whoa, you don't even know what civil rights is. Civil rights started and ended. What do you mean ended? What do you mean ended? And what do you mean started? Okay. You don't really know what you're talking about? Let me delete this now. Civil rights started and ended. Y'all civil rights ended? Unbelievable. Crazy. Yeah, it's live. Hey, he says civil rights started and ended. It's a civil rights, the right to ride on the bus. So the right to ride on the bus or ride on the train or use a restroom ended. I didn't know it ended. Did y'all know civil rights ended? He said civil rights ended in the 60s. What the hell? I didn't know civil rights ended. We don't got no civil rights no more? What the hell? He don't know what civil rights is, he just saying stuff. He said civil rights started and ended in the oh my God. What the hell? I didn't know civil rights ended. I didn't know civil rights started. Civil rights started? Whoa. I'm slow. I didn't even know civil rights started. I didn't even know. I thought the civil rights bill got signed. I thought the civil rights bill got signed by Johnson, but I didn't know civil rights started. I don't know what that. I don't. I'm confused. I thought the civil rights bill got signed. I didn't know it got unsigned. He said it ended. It got unsigned. Unbelievable. Well, okay. He said civil rights started and ended in the 60s. Why I did that? Because we didn't even get civil rights till 1970. How did it end before we finally got it? Okay. And how do you end civil rights? Okay. Okay. If you say so. Okay. Wow, we marathoning. Wow. I can't. It's unbelievable. I love the internet, though. I still got respect for y'all. Sometimes you might be young, make mistakes. I don't know. We're going to get it, though. I still got love for you. Don't feel no shame or nothing like that. Maybe you're a little drinking all night. Maybe you're a little lost in the sauce. It's all good. I got love for you. You might be a little lost in the sauce. It's all good. I respect all my okay. I still got love for you. If you make a mistake, don't worry about it, okay? You all good. Yeah, he good. Yeah, might be drinking, might be from another country, might have just typed it wrong. It's all good. You know what I'm saying? It's my job to be like, no, bruh, the civil rights movement was a bill, got signed. You still got civil rights. Civil rights are your rights as a civilian to live a civilian life, like get on the train, get on the bus, get on the plane. Okay. No harm, no foul. You know how we do. I ain't gonna I ain't gonna trip on you too much. You know how we do. We doing an all nighter. People are gonna wake up. We're gonna still be here on that. I need to be ashamed of myself, huh? But yeah, I got love for him, whoever that is. I got love for you, whoever you are. I always go back and unblock everybody, haters, everybody. People make mistakes. I might block them. I go unblock them. Maybe they'll come back and contribute, stay positive and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Sometimes we get a little deep. Sometimes it gets a little heavy. Good morning, everybody just waking up. We getting it popping. We own something. Y'all know how I do. I'm on something. I'm on something. Yeah, sometimes I let them come back though. You know what I'm saying? One thing is, we all family, and if they watching me, I got respect for them. I will only throw them out if they become a distraction. But I got love for them. My job is to encourage them. So if you're over here, yeah, you know, just please just Keep up. Just keep up. You might be on the yellow school bus, but we still love you. We still love you. We still love you. Okay, so just keep up. Keep up with me. After a couple months, you're gonna be like, You know what I'm saying? After a couple months, you're gonna be over here. You're gonna be one of the best subscribers. You know what I'm saying? I got love for my subscribers. Sometimes if they interrupt, I block them, but I unblock everybody. Everybody can tell you I unblocked you. No matter what, I did come back and unblock you. I might block you for the sake of the circumstance, but I unblock you. But keep up. Keep up with the class. No, this is the civil rights room. One of the greatest days in American history. Shout out to MLK. Civil rights bill was a big move in America. They gave all your relatives the right to go outside, get on the bus, live a regular life as American, and they was backed up by the law. So now it was against the law for them to violate your civil rights. They can't tell you can't go to a bathroom. Now you could sue them. So that was a great day that your ancestors fought hard for that. Real hard. Real hard. Our ancestors fought real hard. I love my ancestors that did all that fighting for me ever since slavery and Jim Crow and all of that. Man, I love them people so much. Every last one of them that got out there and made sure we got what we supposed to get. I love them. Okay? I love them. And I was around them as a baby. So these was my elders when I was a baby. These are people that raised me. These are people I would be around when I would go down south. So I love these people. I was around these people. All of these people look familiar to me. You see the black man Chloe at the bottom with the railroad hat on. I was around brothers like that. You know what I'm saying? I was around sisters like this as a baby that put me up on their knee. They'll take you from your mom and put you up on their knee and say, "What's your name?" "My name Michael." "Oh, okay, Michael, you're going to grow up and be a big boy, huh? What you going to be when you grow up?" I'm gonna be I'm gonna be an astronaut. "Oh, you're gonna be an astronaut. So you're gonna go to the moon?" "Uh-huh." You know what I'm saying? That day I'll be astronaut. I don't know what I'm gonna be if she asks me tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? But today, the best thing, I'm gonna be an astronaut today. Now, if you ask me tomorrow, I don't know. I gotta think about it. So I love them people. You know what I'm saying? I grew up in that whole era. You know what I'm saying? And black people did a lot for us to get to where we at today. I don't take none of it for granted. You know what I'm saying? I don't take none of it for granted. And I like the white people that got out there with us too. Shout out to the white people that got out there with us too. Much love to y'all. Because the white people got out there too. Yeah, the white people got out there. There was white people out there. Say, don't treat them like that. And that's a fact. You know what I'm saying? Brothers and sisters played a big part, put their life on the line for you. Have some respect. Dudes went to jail. Dudes got beat up. Dudes got dogs sicked on them. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So rest in peace to MLK. You know what I mean? Rest in peace to Medgar Evers. You know that. You know how we do over here. We ain't playing when it comes to our people. You know what I'm saying? We ain't playing. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to our people, we gonna Big Pharaoh gonna show you the real history. So you grow up and be proud. Rest in peace to Malcolm X and MLK. Stop thinking they was enemies. Nah, them brothers was on one accord. Get the facts straight. Them brothers wasn't no enemies like that. They wasn't no opposition. They was working it from two different angles. That's what they was doing. They was working it from two different angles. You know what I'm saying? Y'all need to know the history. I'm gonna show you the history. What was really popping. What was really going on. The real people that really got us where we going and how all the brothers was really working together. They don't want to tell you that. So they don't want you to see this picture right here. They don't want you to see this. See, they don't want you to see that. And look at Martin Luther King's face. Who the teacher? Elijah the teacher. Look how Malcolm looking. Elijah dropping bombs on his head. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Elijah, look, you can look at their face and see. Look at Malcolm's face. Look at Martin's face. Look at Martin looking at him. Look how he looking at him. Elijah dropping bombs on his whole head. You know, we about black pride over here. We about, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna show my young people the history. You know, these young people, I'm gonna show y'all. Big Pharaoh gonna show you what's really popping. The real classic stuff nobody don't show you. You know, these is classic photos. This is real. This is the real stuff. This is real history right here. Look. Look at Mr. and Mrs. MLK and look at Elijah. Look, he got the wife there. Look at Coretta. Look at Coretta. Look how excited she is. Look how excited she is to meet Elijah. Look, she is just super duper 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 duper. You know what I'm saying? Look at Coretta though. Look at Coretta. Coretta like, she don't know what to do. Coretta like, she don't know what to do. You know what I'm saying? Look. See, they don't want to see what I'm saying? I'm breaking the rules. That's why I be the bad guy. That's why they demonetized me last time. They're like, Pharaoh, listen, stop showing them all this shit. Yeah, they don't want me showing you this. I'm breaking all the rules. You know what I mean? I'm breaking the rules over here. I am breaking the rules. Okay? Look at Malcolm. Look at Malcolm with his hero. Look at Malcolm with his hero. Look how Malcolm looking at him. A picture's worth 1,000 words. Look how MLK looking at Malcolm. Look how they looking at each other. They both is like amazed at each other. Both of them is like in awe. Both of them. MLK looking like, Damn, you really with the bullshit. And Malcolm like, wow, you amazing. Look at their face. I'm telling you, look at their faces. What would you say on each one of their faces if you had to put words with it? Like both of them is amazed. They're both like highly honored on a whole nother level. You can see it. They don't want to show you these pictures. See, a picture's worth 1,000 words you can read, but a picture gonna tell you what it really, 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 really was. You know what I'm saying? A picture gonna show you what it really was. Look at Stokely. Look how he looking. Look at Stokely Carmichael. Look how he looking. Stokely Carmichael, the first one to say Black Power. You know that, right? Stokely Carmichael coined Black Power. Did y'all know that? Did y'all know that? Stokely coined that. Did y'all know that? On everything. See, they don't want you to know, all these brothers like that. You going to all these nice schools and all that. You know what I'm saying? But you don't know nothing about Charles Hamilton. Go look up Charles. Go look up Charles. You don't know Charles Hamilton? Young people, look up Charles Hamilton. Look him up. A real revolutionary. Look him up. Charles Hamilton. Look him up. Look up Claudette Calvin. Look up Claudette Calvin. Because she the first one didn't get up out her seat before Rosa Parks. Claudette the first one that didn't get up out her seat. Rosa was after Claudette. Yeah, look up Claudette Calvin. This the first black woman that would not get up out her seat on the bus. Yeah, this is before Rosa Parks. Look up the Queen. You know what I'm saying? Look up Claudette Calvin. Claudette Calvin. A real super duper revolutionary before Rosa Parks. On my soul. Before Rosa Parks. Baby girl wasn't playing no games. They just forget about her. Big Pharaoh got her though. I got her. You know what I'm saying? They ain't tell y'all none of that. You know what I'm saying? They don't want y'all to know none of that stuff like that, man. You know what I'm saying? Go look her up. Understand what we went through to vote. You couldn't do this. You couldn't vote. Look, Coretta was beautiful, wasn't she? Way back then. She was on something. We couldn't vote. You don't know nothing about that. This is my mom and daddy and now. This is not me. I'm a baby. This is my mom and daddy. This is my mom and daddy and now being able to vote. This my mom and daddy. This my mom and daddy and them making them moves. Their generation. This was for them. I was just a shorty. My mom and daddy was civil rights. This my mom and daddy. That's civil rights, okay? For the young black people that's watching me. That's my mom and daddy generation, civil rights. That's not my generation. That's my parents' generation. When I was a kid, that's not my generation. You feel me? That's my mom and daddy generation. Right there. That's not me. All this was for them. So they can move around. My mom and my daddy, this was for them. You know what I'm saying? This was for them. That's not my generation. Okay? That's not, this was them. That was all for them. I was a baby. You know what I'm saying? That's not my generation. Right? I'm giving y'all some knowledge, you know what I'm saying? That's not my generation. That's my parents' generation. When you start talking about civil rights and all that. That's my parents' generation. When you talk about civil rights. I was a baby. When you talk about civil rights. Very important for y'all to know all this stuff. You understand? I'm showing you the real history. Y'all young people need to know that. I'm not the civil rights generation. You know what I'm saying? My mom and daddy the civil rights generation. Not me. I'm not the civil rights generation. Don't get it twisted. My mom and daddy is the civil rights generation. They the ones that made it so you can go outside and move around. That's not my generation. Okay? My generation's the one that make sure they don't make you. They don't stop you from moving around. I'm revolutionary. That go my mama and my sister and me. You'll see what type of time. You see what type of time Shorty was on. You know what I'm saying? See, there go my sister. There go my mama. There go me. You see what type of time. See what type of time I was on from a baby. You see how my daddy trained me. You see what this one my daddy bought me for some holiday. He bought me that army outfit and that. We had just moved in our house. The basement ain't even fixed up yet. We had probably been there about a year or two. This what type of time I was on. I wasn't civil rights. Now I ain't never been civil rights. My mama was civil rights. I ain't never been civil rights. I've been on some other type of time. I wish you would. You know what I'm saying? I would wish you would, right? You know what I'm saying? I was, uh, I was, my daddy raised me as a revolutionary, and I was a baby. He didn't even know. He didn't say nothing revolutionary, but he just made sure I was always had a certain mentality as a baby. I didn't really know what he was doing, but he kept me with the thing tag every Christmas. One thing I always got every Christmas and every birthday. One thing I always got. One time my daddy had got me one. I think I was about 3, and I carried it around all day. It was like a hand thing. And I went to sleep and woke up and it was gone. And I looked for it for weeks and months. I couldn't find it. And I was like 3 years old. So one day I was like a teenager. And I said, Mom, whatever happened to my thing? She said, you still were thinking about that thing? She said, that's why I took it. She said, that's why I took it when you went to sleep because you was too attached to it. And it kind of scared me. That's what she said. I was a teenager. And that she took that when I was 3 years old. I was a teenager, like 16, 17. And I'm like, Mama, whatever happened to my thing? And she said, are you kidding me? You still, that's why I took it, she said. She said, I had to take it. She said, you wouldn't put it down, you wouldn't eat. You wouldn't put it down to eat or nothing. You wouldn't go to bed. You wouldn't go to the washroom, to the bathroom without it or nothing. She said, you carried that thing all day, all night. You slept with it. And after about 3 nights you slept with it, I came in there and took it. I said, are you kidding? She said, no. I didn't think it was good for you. She said, you wouldn't let me touch it. I said, are you serious? She said, no, you better not touch that thing. She said, you couldn't touch it. You couldn't, like, don't touch it. So she said she had to wait till I fell asleep and took it. And she said, you proving my point because now she said, that was 13, 14, 15 years ago. And you still wonder where it's at. It was a hand one. And she said she had to take it because I wouldn't put it down. I took it to the bathtub. I took it everywhere. To the washroom, to the bathtub, to the dinner table, everywhere. I go to sleep with it, wake up, first thing I grab, she said. She said, after about 3 days, 4 days, you with that thing? I said, Randolph, I'm taking that from that baby. He cannot have that. I was like 2, 3 years old. And I looked for it for years. I thought about where the hell it was at. To the point where I'm like 17, 18. I asked her, Mom, whatever happened to my thing? And she said, are you kidding me? You didn't forget, huh? I said, no, I always wonder what happened to it. She said, that's why I took it. She was tripping. When I asked her, something she took from me when I was a baby and I was like almost grown. And I asked her, where was that? She was tripped. She said, hell no. She said, ooh, I see. I know I did right. You still remember that? She said, yeah. I said, I never forgot. I just didn't say nothing. But I always want to know where my thing was at. The hell wrong with you? Yes, I want to know where it's at. She said, That's what she said. She said, that's why I took it. She said, that's why I took it. But you know, my daddy grew up, they was hunting. They used to hunt and all that. You know what I'm saying? She told me, you got a bunch of them now, so you don't need it anyway. I said, I don't got nothing. So stop lying. When I didn't have nothing. I wasn't lying because I didn't have nothing like that. I was only, what, 17, 18? I had nothing. She said, you probably do. I said, no, I don't got nothing like that. When I was growing up, we used to box and stuff, so we wasn't into that. She didn't believe me. She thought I had some stashed somewhere. I said, no, I ain't got that. But that's what we've been through, y'all. We've been through a lot. You know, Sears, they always tell you about Sears, but they don't ever tell you about Roebuck. It was Sears and Roebuck. This Roebuck, he the one helped start Sears and Roebuck. They don't tell you about him either. Your history is fantastic. They don't want to tell you. So that's why you got to get out here and you got to do something. You got to always be positive. You got to always stand up for your people. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, MLK and Ralph Abernathy and them, man, they was standing on business. R.I.P. Ralph, too. Wherever MLK went, Ralph ready to go. We going to jail. That's what we finna do for black people. Yeah, much respect to Ralph Abernathy. They don't tell you nothing about Big Ralph either. They don't tell you nothing about what we had to go through to travel, how we had to move around. Black folks used to have a book to tell them where to go, where to pull over, what gas stations to use, what roads not to take, and all of that. If you didn't have a green book, you couldn't get out there on the road. You young black people, you got to know your history is vast. It's a lot going on for you to get on the bus. People boycotted for you to get on the bus and give respect out here. So they ain't going to show you these pictures of your people standing up for their rights. Look at that old lady with gray hair standing out there up for black people. Old as she is, she got to go out here and stand up to get some rights. And then you out here, you know, lollygagging, thinking it's funny. It's not funny. Like what we've been through ain't funny. And me, I seen it as a baby. Like I said, I'm born in 1958, so I came in on the tail end of all of that. So my OGs, they vibe was like, okay, now that we, you know, now that we get somewhere, we ain't finna go backwards though. You know what I'm saying? We ain't finna go backwards after all that stuff happened because they did Mega Evers dirty. Yeah, they did, bro. They did, bro, real foul. Go look up Mega Evers and find out what happened. You know, our history ain't no doggone joke to be playing with. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, brother Papa Dot, we went through some, bruh. Even when I was a little boy, my OGs had to fight to go to school. It wasn't like you could just go to school. Like my OGs, 3, 4, 5, 6 years older than me, they've had to fight to go to school. So that by the time I got a certain age, I didn't have to. By the time I got a certain age, I didn't have to. I didn't have to fight to go to school. But the ones before me did. They had to fight to go to school. And that's when love was everything and the black man was strong with his relationships and everything. Y'all got to get back on point. Yeah, y'all got to get back on code. Y'all ladies got to get back on code. You know what I'm saying? You know, stop breaking up over any little thing. You know what I'm saying? I was coming up, you know, women, they was ready to break up over anything. You know, it ain't even nothing that serious. And here you go, tripping. It ain't even that serious. Just looking for some kind of way to not stand firm. You know what I'm saying? Our history deep. Like the time MLK went on the west side to the vice lords to get them to come out to stand up for black people. And he went over there where the vice lords was at. And said, if I beat y'all at pool, y'all come to the black and stand up for black people. If I beat y'all in pool, they said bet. You know what I'm saying? What y'all know about MLK playing the vice lords on Chicago on the west side in the pool game? In the hood. In the hood. Y'all know about that? Y'all know about MLK coming to the hood to get the almighty vice lords to come outside? Y'all know about that? And taking all them civil rights brothers, and they couldn't believe it. They're like, you going to go over there? He said, yeah, let's go. And won, because they didn't know he was a pool shark. So all the vice lords of them came out to the civil rights march. Because he bet them, if I win, y'all going to come out. They said, bet. He won. They came out. What y'all know about that? Huh? What y'all know about MLK playing the vice lords in pool so that they come out and stand up for black people? Real talk. I'm trying to let young people know ain't none of this no joke. Ain't nothing we going through like no joke. When we say stand up for reparations, stand up for reparations. Stop playing around taking this stuff for a joke. The next generation come up and say you was soft. Same way they did all this for me and y'all. What y'all gonna do for the next babies ain't born and stuff? Y'all gonna stand up for the babies that ain't born for the next generation so they can say, oh man, them people in 2026, 2027, 2028, they wasn't playing. Like y'all gotta make y'all mark. Y'all gotta make y'all mark, man. Y'all gotta make y'all mark. Cause it wasn't funny out here. They wouldn't serve your ancestors or nothing. It was real bad out here. And if you don't stand on business, they'll take you back. These people will take you right back. You know what I'm saying? Y'all need to know the history. The dudes went to jail, man, standing up for this on my show. They don't show you that. Dudes went to jail numerous times for you to go get on the bus, for you to go to the movies, for you to go to all the stuff you're doing. You couldn't do none of that. That you taking for granted. You going to all these restaurants, you going out, and you ain't even honoring the people that really made it so you could do that. Like people made it so you could do that. A lot of sacrifice so you could go to school, so you could have work. Lot of sacrifice from a lot of people, man. For y'all to be like do what y'all doing. A lot of fighting, a lot of stuff, man, happen for you young generation. You know what I'm saying? A lot. I hear you. Because they don't know what we've been through, and they come over here playing, bro. You know what I'm saying? And they don't know what we've been through. Go check out this movie, The Road to Freedom, about Vernon Johns and how he was a real revolutionary. At Vernon John, that's the church MLK took over. So MLK took over Vernon John's church, right? This the brother who MLK took over his church. He was standing on business. He had them arm themselves and everything. They don't teach you nothing about him. You need to go see this movie right here, The Road to Freedom. They don't say nothing about Vernon Johns. Nothing. He was the one that told black people arm themselves and stop letting people run over them. Go look it up. They don't talk about dude. I'm telling you. There's a lot of people they don't tell y'all about in your history that did a lot of great things. A lot of them. They don't tell you about them. You know what I'm saying? About your history. They don't want you to know. A lot of stuff about your history. They don't tell you. You got to go do your research. So you know your culture, so you know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you. That's Nelson when they locked him up. They don't be telling us a lot of stuff, man. You would be surprised. You would be surprised. They don't tell us a lot of stuff, man, about our history. And when I say a lot, I mean a lot. You got to go look it up yourself, or you ain't gonna never know. You ain't gonna never know if you don't look it up yourself. I'm telling you. You ain't gonna never know. We had a lot going on. We did a lot. Y'all young people, y'all got a big advantage because they got so much information out here that y'all got a big advantage to really know a lot. You know what I'm saying? Y'all get to learn a lot of information that's gonna be available, but you gotta search it because they're gonna try to bury it. They're going to try to bury a lot of stuff. If you don't really go find it yourself, and you really need to get a hard drive and start saving pictures and stuff like that, because they'll scrub stuff right off the internet. It'll be gone forever. You'll be like, what's dude's name? I'm looking for his picture, and it won't be nowhere to be found. They will scrub stuff right away. It'll be gone. Never to be seen again. If you don't save it. It'll be scrubbed. It'll be gone. You'll be trying to remember it to tell your children. Shoot, man. You won't be able to find that stuff to save your life. That stuff will be gone forever. Well, we could do some questions. If you got some questions, we could do some questions and answers. We marathoning. What's going on in y'all, man? What you got? You got anything to ask? Any questions? We can get into it. They was lying to me about Abe Lincoln in school. Then I found out basically freed ourselves that war he needed us. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of times, bro, they go from one extreme to another. So they'll say this was wrong and this what happened. A lot of times it'd be a mixture of everything. A lot of times. Because I've seen that where they say Lincoln didn't free the slaves, which is kind of true, kind of not. Because it was a lot of stuff happened. And so when they say we freed ourselves, that's true in terms of the people that fought and did, but that's not true in terms of the paperwork. So that's not true in terms of the Emancipation Proclamation. We didn't sign that ourselves. And technically them black people that they said was free technically wasn't free legally. So they don't never explain free as far as, yeah, you fought and got loose, and free as far as paperwork free. Right? So there's two frees, right? There was blacks that fought and got free physically, but they wasn't free as far as paperwork. If if he has lost, what would King have to do? If who had lost? If who had lost? When you say he who? If who had lost, and what would King have to do? If who had lost Johnson? Let me take a break. Ask the whole question so I can answer it. Ask the question. If who had lost? Yeah, I meant it wasn't just Lincoln had a good heart and freed us like how they taught me. Not well, yeah, there was a whole bunch of stuff going on, right? There was a whole bunch of stuff going on, but Lincoln. First off, Lincoln was not white. Lincoln was a blackish. Lincoln was not a white man. So Lincoln was not really interested in slavery like that because Lincoln wasn't a white man. Lincoln was a mountain man with this brown looking skin. He wasn't a white. He wasn't a white man. And in a way, the North did because they didn't because the North needed you up here. But yeah, he was a blackish type of dude, like an Appalachian that wasn't really white. Okay, let me break that down. You had slaves in the South, then you had the cotton gin. The cotton gin made it where you could process more cotton, so you needed more slaves. Right. So you got slavery down south. So check this out. So you got this slave plantation, this slave plantation, this slave, this slave. Now y'all know some slave plantation got 20 slaves, some slaves got 100, some got 200. The ones that didn't have many slaves, every time the cotton would get ready, they would be in debt. The slaves and the slave owners in the South that didn't have most money, they were getting loans from the bank up north. Listen real close. So the bank up north would give some of the whites down south money so they could buy seed, pay their bill for their land, because the banks up north owned the land. So they can have money to buy slaves. Now, if you didn't have a big plantation, every year you would in a hole. as you going in the hole, the other plantations getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So the guy that's really popping with a lot of slaves, his plantation popping, yours going broker and broker, broker. It got to a point. So now they starting to get automation. They starting to get the steam engines so they could get the cotton up north quicker. And now they're getting so much cotton up north that they're making a lot of money and they're getting newer equipment. So they're getting newer equipment. So it's more cotton, more cotton, more cotton. They're getting better tractors. You don't have to use no plow no more. So now the cotton's coming up north. You see all this cotton? So now a lot of cotton coming up north. So now so much cotton is coming up north, they don't got enough people to process it when it get up here. You with me so far? So they look at all this cotton. Do it look like they got enough workers? No. So they need workers because now they're making more clothes. Businesses booming up north, right? Meanwhile, in the South, the poor whites are not able to keep up. Every year they're more in the hole. So the banks got to foreclose. A lot of the white people that's growing cotton, because they're not slave owners, they're people with farms that own slaves. They're not making no money owning slaves. They have the slaves for cotton, but the poor ones don't have enough slaves to keep up with the rich ones. So the banks would foreclose them and give their land to the rich ones, and the rich ones would take over more and more and more land while they get more machinery and need less and less and less slaves. So these white people down south, they end up in debt to the banks up north. The banks to take your land back then, they send down the guy from the bank. The guy from the bank comes down, gets the sheriff, comes to a house to take the land, gets shot. I'm not giving up my land to you Yankees up north. So now the bank got to send somebody else, and they send the cavalry to start taking the poor whites that can't keep up land. As the bank up north starts sending the cavalry, the whites down south going poor, they start getting together, putting groups together to shoot at the cavalry. Now, Revolutionary War. That had everything to do with the banks up north foreclosing the property of the whites down south that was poor, that couldn't keep up. That's what was really going on. So you had whites that was doing real great, but you might have 5 white men that's making all the money, and then hundreds of white men losing their farms that they gonna give to who? To the 5. Like when you look down there now, you can see what I'm saying. That was the beginning of what? Industrial farming, where Del Monte owns everything. That was the beginning of that. So the North is, we don't need you anyway. We need them up here. Up here. We don't need you down there. So they start sending the troops down there because back then, when there wasn't enough police, the cavalry would come. They had forts. Y'all seen the old movie? The cavalry would be at forts all over the United States. So the cavalry coming down there, the fort closed. The white men got to fight the cavalry down there that got the land. So they start saying, these up north bankers, they trying to do us like this and that. We're not going for it. So they put groups together and become the Confederate. And that's what that war was about. Meanwhile, they're making more and more machinery, and they're like, we need the blacks up here anyway. It was industrial. No, it was modern time. It was monopolization versus being ate up by monopolies. It was the beginning of monopolies. The ones that had do well was monopolizing and taking everybody else's land. And the ones that were monopolizing was plugged in with the North, and the ones that was losing their stuff wasn't. That's what it really was. The beginning of monopolizing. The ones that could do good was getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Of course, right? If you got more slaves and more slaves and more slaves, and you got more crops and more crops and more crops, and you're selling them up north, right? And you get the money back and forth up north, at that point, you're really owned by the North. Because this guy, he going to move up north, and he going to have workers. So now, even though this big place that's growing all this cotton, all this food is down south, is really ran by Northerners. Because they made so much money that they really controlled by the banks. You ever seen a cowboy picture? It'd be a little town, and everybody be in a little town, and all of a sudden a fancy stagecoach would put up, and they would always show the lady's feet in her fancy clothes, and an uppity white dude would get out. Right, that was the dude from the North. So the bankers up north drove a lot of them whites dirt ass poor. Hold on. And that created what? Hold on, I'm going to show you the rest of the history. Real talk. So that's what the Civil War was really all about. The whites down there losing their land because they can't afford to keep paying the banks. And the ones with a lot of land and could pay the banks was monopolized and taking it from the poor whites. And the poor whites went and put together little militias that became the Confederate. And the whites up north said, we're going to end slavery. We need them up here. We don't need them down there. We got too much machinery and technology. We're not doing it that way no more. We need them up here. We need them up here to work up here. They're not going to tell you this, but it was just a transfer of where they need us to work. We need them to work up here. We're going to pay them. We don't want to feed them. We don't want to house them like y'all. We're going to pay them and they get their own house and buy their own food. Because we don't want to have this country pumpkin lifestyle. And here go the proof. So what happened? After all that went down, right? And they finally won the war, them whites was broke in the South, right? The ones that lost their farms. And what do that lead to that you all know? That led to just what they don't tell you. That's the link between that area and what? Bonnie and Clyde. Because then them poor whites that was mad at the government, their kids grew up and started what? Robbing banks. Because the banks had took their relatives' land and took their slaves and shut down their farms and beat their daddies and them in the Civil War. That created Bonnie and Clyde, John Dillinger, right? Where they would rob the bank, drive across state lines, and they gone. Then because we going from forts with the cavalry, right? To going down there and having a war because them white people losing their property, right? Now the Ku Klux Klan, some other stuff, right? And so they losing their land. So the whites got to go down there and take their land. So now they broke, they poor, they still in the South. So they start robbing banks and running across the border. And to show you it was the cavalry, because then the U.S. had to create what? The FBI. They had to create the feds because a sheriff in Kentucky, if you made it to Tennessee, you was free. He couldn't drive across the border and catch you. So they was robbing banks and go across the border. So that's when the United States government created the FBI. So they could chase you across state lines. Elliot Ness and all of them. So when you see John Dillinger, Elliot Ness, and that was because they white people lost their land. They don't tell you that. When you see the movies about the bank robbers and you see the Al Capones and all, they were still mad about their relatives losing all that land in the South. That's what all them bank robberies, John Dillinger and them, that's what that was really all about. Look at them. You can see that these are the children of slave owners. You can see it. These are some country kids that's down south starving. Because you got what? The Great Depression. You got the Dust Bowl where they lost everything. And whites had to come up north. They was mad about all of that. Right? You got the Great Depression. Let's show that. Right? They don't want to tell you all this. They don't want to tell all that. The one with the one on your left, he don't look like he robbed banks. Them two don't look like they'll turn to bank robbers. This ain't the perfect picture of bank robbers. Look. Go watch something else. You watch the wrong thing. Go watch some religious shit. You're on the wrong page. We grown. Go raise your damn kids. See? They were starving. Things was messed up. So that's where you go from Bonnie and Clyde and John Dillinger all the way up through Al Capone and all of them. That all come from this. All the gangsters, bank robberies, bootlegging, all come from that. You understand? World War II, all of that. Immigration still big. They coming in, but ain't no food, ain't no jobs. All of that. That's the transition from the Lincoln era all the way up till you get to the 30s and 40s and 50s. Then you got the Great Migration. Why? Because the South was messed up, so everybody started coming north. Everybody started coming north because you had the Dust Bowl, and the Dust Bowl was bad too. The Dust Bowl was bad. All of that happened. The Great Depression and the Dust Bowl and World War II. All of that. I was like almost pretty much back to back to back. Seriously, it was bad. And nobody never puts it in no kind of consecutive order historically. I don't know why. But nobody never puts it in they never put all that in a consecutive order. I don't know why. I don't understand that. But they don't. They never put that into any type of uh historical consecutive order. They kind of just leave it all chopped up. See how bad it was? All that happening back to back to back to back. So they robbing banks, they doing all type of stuff. They need more people to come to the north. A lot of black people start coming to the north. So now a lot of black people start coming to the north. So now they want to know what to do about. They want to know what's up with the jobs. You got all these immigrants coming in. You got all these black people coming in. You got all this work coming in. And who gonna do the work? Nobody gonna show you these pictures. It don't get no realer than this. So they got to figure out what they gonna do. You understand? The Great Depression was bad, like real bad. You know what I'm saying? Like real bad, like not make believe bad, like bad. Like real bad. This is history they don't tell the young people. None of this history right here. They don't tell them that. See, whites was struggling, man. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't nothing sweet, man. Wasn't nothing sweet like that. Things was bad on my soul. So by the time you get to that's why they had to. That's what the civil rights movement. That's what the civil rights movement was all about. You know what I'm saying? All them changes was happening. I'm born 1958, right behind all of this. You know, I'm born, my mom and daddy, so that's when you had the Great Migration. After the war ended, my daddy came back, World War II, and fighting Korea and all that. Then they wanted to get out the South. So that's when the Great Migration, all the blacks wanted to get out the South. It was over with. They wanted to come up north because all the business was headed north. All the business was headed north. So they want to, so everybody start coming north. You see, they needed work. So this country really got built. The civil rights movement actually built this country. They had to do the civil rights movement. They didn't have enough people to work. All of that was right after all of the Great Depression and World War II. They had to do that. They needed all hands on deck. They couldn't do racism no more. They couldn't do that. They couldn't do that no more. That wasn't working. They couldn't do it. They had to make a change. That's what that was all about. They had to make a change. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So they told the whites, y'all could like it or not. We don't care. So you could see why they were so desperate for civil rights and all that. Because they were still trying to get out of the Great Depression. That's a fact. They don't want to tell you. It wasn't that racism was too expensive. It just racism wasn't expensive. It wasn't racism was too expensive. They was going into the industrial age. And going into the industrial age, they don't need you picking cotton no more. Who gonna make cars? They finna push out Ford, Chevy, Caddy. They trying to get a bag. So I like, listen, man, oh, that's some old primitive stuff. Cause you gotta understand the North wasn't with that shit anyway. The North was like, listen, it was all fine and good. But we got machines to do the cotton now. We try to get money. This ain't 1892. They like, this ain't 1817. That's over with. We got to get the bag. We need money. Ain't no pro-black people gonna tell you that because they're gonna, they want to make the story, put your emotions all into the story and all that. That had nothing to do with it. America was a new country. Things was changing around the world, and America wanted to go in front. And that's when America got in front. America got in front right here. Right here, America got in front. It was still racism. But you had to do that kind of on your own at your own risk. You couldn't do that at the job or nothing. When I started working at the factory, you couldn't do none of that. You couldn't do none of that at no job. I worked for W. Power Printing Company. You couldn't do none of that. Wonder Bread, any of them companies, man, you couldn't do none of that. Bring your ass to work, go back and live in your white neighborhood, go back and live in your black neighborhood. Yeah, that was deep. That's what they was on. They was like, man, listen, man, you got to do that on your own. But you're going to jail. Racism didn't equal money. Racism equal lost money. They're like, man, that ain't no money. That's a lost money. We're not doing that. They're like, man, we racist. We got an all-white team. They got a black player. They winning every year. We getting a black player. The hell with that. Man, the hell with that. They keep winning. I was like, man, we won't care nothing. Hey, get a black player over here. We need to win, man. Later for that. So then they get a black player, then they get a black player, then they went down and down and down and down and down and down. What I want to know is how the 1965 Immigration Act come about. For the same what I told you. Same what I told you, man. They need work. They needed workers. They needed people to work. They needed people to work. They needed to build more houses, sell more food, grow the country. They realized people equal jobs, jobs equal money. The country was primitive and was land everywhere. What we gonna do with it? So you can't look from now where it's getting crowded. You gotta look back then. They're like, we need people. They needed people. Like, it wasn't no houses in Chicago. They had to build them houses. It wasn't all them buildings in New York. There was nothing, which meant no economy. You don't got people. You don't got houses. You don't got no economy. You can't sell no milk. You can't sell no food. Who gonna get on the bus if it ain't no people? No. No, they was like, we need people. They didn't care. World War II, the Dust Bowl, and all that humbled their ass. They almost starved. The Great Depression humbled everybody. After the Great Depression, they was humbled. Rich men was jumping out of buildings. The whole country was starving. They was humbled. You got to think, after the Dust Bowl, World War II, and the Great Depression, them people didn't have the same mindset as them other ones. This was some whole different people. Like, listen, man, later for all that's out the window. So that's the first thing you got to know, is that the mindset of them people is different. The mindset before World War II, before the Dust Bowl, and before the Great Depression, they ain't got that mindset afterwards. That mindset was gone. Guys, that's a whole new group of people that didn't grew up. So like when they doing that over here, you might just be a teenager. Now you get over here, now you old enough to be a politician. You ain't doing shit your granddaddy and them was doing. All that go in the garbage. You don't care. It's not like the same people. You got these people doing slavery, then these people when you get to the Great Depression and stuff, and then these people after all that. These people ain't nothing like these people. So I understand why y'all asking, because y'all want to know why these people start doing this, because these ain't these people. These some different people. The people I grew up under wasn't these people. Them was some whole younger, different people. Yeah, and they was younger, so they didn't like a lot of that old stuff. They thought that old stuff, they just didn't like it. God stand, a lot of them became hippies, right? Peace, love, flower power. They didn't like that old racist shit. They thought that stuff was corny. You only had some that held on to that. Other people's like, man, that's corny. It's hard for black people to understand a lot of times that all white people wasn't with that. They wasn't with that like that. They thought that shit was corny. They felt like if you got a house over there, what that got to do with they got a house there? If you go use the bathroom, what that got to do with them? What I like about the current generation, I mean, I don't know, I don't dislike it. It's just a generation to me. The main thing I like about this generation knows my kids. So what else could When you say as far as this generation of kids, I mean, I don't really look at it like and dislike. So I don't know. I don't look at it dislike and stuff like that. When you have children and grandchildren, you don't do that because that's your kids, that's your grandkids. So you don't. When you have children, you don't separate all that shit. So I never thought about that. So I never thought about this generation because that's my kids. I got 6 kids. So when you having sex and you having babies, you don't do generation. I got grandkids already, so we don't really. Single people probably do that, but men that have wives and have babies, we really don't think about a different generation. We raised them, so I never think like that. So it's something I would have to think about. I never thought about this generation. I never thought about that because I got kids and grandkids. I think this younger generation, they having no babies, they might start thinking like that. But my generation have babies. I don't know. They're just doing them. When you, I mean, I don't know. All I know is when you young and you a new generation, you don't be thinking about the next ones. What's the difference in them and us? when we started growing the afros and bell bombs, and we was different. You know what I'm saying? So we was different. So if the other kids is different, what's the difference in them being different than we was different? You know what I'm saying? So it's like one thing about my generation, we a young old generation. We not an old generation. About our ideas and our fight. I don't really put no lot of thought into it because I don't know, because I can't generalize, because all young people don't even think alike. So I couldn't even, I would have to think about the general consensus, because I don't think y'all got no general consensus. I don't think y'all got no way. I think y'all all different. I don't think the young generation is this or that. Plus, which one? Which young generation? Because all of them young to me. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the delineation stuff and all that, I don't look at it as a young generation because I'm in on it too. So how many different generations is that? Is Tyreek the young generation? I don't think so. See what I'm saying? Tyreek is not the young generation. And he delineation. He not the young generation. He not young. Right. But how old is Tyreek? Tyreek probably 40, almost 50. He's delineation. So I don't think delineation and reparations is broke down into generations like that. Not that I think. I think it's just a certain time period, but I don't think that's broke down into generations. Yeah, I don't think that's broke down into generations like that. Right. So I don't think that's broke down into generation. I think the only thing broke down in generations is like music, like rap music is broke down into generations. Like Von 1700, right? Is different than G Herbo. You know what I'm saying? You got G Herbo, right? And he's a different generation than Vaughn of 1700 because the generations are kind of closer together now. So this G Herbo is the young generation, but not as young as Vaughn. And Vaughn of 1700, he's a whole different one. So there's like about musically under me, there's a bunch of musical generations under me. You know what I'm saying? So it's not a clear definition of generations nowadays like that. That's a good question, though. It's a good question. But the generations are too, they're not clear cut like they used to be, I would say, brother Papa Dot. I think the generations now bleed in. I don't think it's no clear. I don't. I don't, because he said 20 years, 20 to 30 years, the way black folks is now, we can have three different type of music generations in them 10 years nowadays. Nowadays, these shorties could change this many times. You know what I'm saying? Nowadays, it ain't like, oh, they the 60s or no, not with this young generation. They could, from what I'm seeing, They not doing the generations ain't as slow as they used to be. It looked to me generations is like quicker. It don't look like generations like every 20 years no more. Cause like I say, Vine and them ain't nothing like G Herbo and them. These shorties change it quick. These young shorties rappers, they not even in Chief Keef generation. Those two different generations? Not in the old days, but they are now. These young rappers now is not in Chief Keef generation. And that has not been no 20 years. Hell, Chief Keef ain't even in Soldier Boy generation. Am I lying? Like Soldier Boy and Chief Keef ain't the same, and they not even that far age different. So I think now it's moving quicker, I think. Yeah, I think they're moving quicker. I don't know. I don't think nobody have defined generations now. That's probably why I'm confused. Because it sure ain't based on what we know as generation. So I'm saying, you know what I'm saying, brother Papa Dot? Like these, I think somebody gonna have to go back and draw up a new generation chart. Because these kids look like every 7 years or so to me. They looking like every 7 years to me. They ain't looking like no 10 years. Not to me. They look they flipping fast. It's weird. So I don't know. That's a good question though. Whoever asked me that, that's a good question. I gotta look because I know y'all see me. I was stunned because I ain't never thought about it, but they not doing the traditional changing. The young generation, they're not doing that. So I had to think about it. Cause ain't none of my kids ain't even the same damn generation. They ain't that far apart. Boy, they ain't nothing alike. They errors. My youngest son and my daughter, they ain't in the same group. And they still young. They change it quick, real quick. Yeah, they change it. Brother Papa died, they change it real. I gotta think about it. They change it real quick and it's subtle. It's a subtle change. It's not it's subtle. And if you ain't watch it real quick and you don't know what they doing, you won't even know they change. If you don't watch them, if you don't watch these young shorties now, you won't even know they changed. On my soul, you won't even know. You won't even know they changed. Like I was seeing sneakers, they were saying they ain't wearing Nikes and shit. I said, I didn't even know that. I just seen a video. I think they said Nikes. They're like, we ain't wearing Nikes. They're like, we ain't wearing Jordans. I think I just seen that. I think I just said it like 2 days ago. A dude said, we ain't wearing Jordans. We wearing something else. Whatever he said they wearing, I didn't even know what those was. I swear to God. That's interesting you asked me that because, like, I think a day or two ago or 3 days ago, I just seen somebody putting on some clothes and he said, well, we're no Jordans. We wear these. I didn't even know what the shoes was he was saying. It was like, we wearing these now. I'm like, what the hell is those? I wish I could remember what that was. I be watching everything. Shorty say, man, we don't wear no Jordans. I didn't know nothing he had on. He said he had on this jacket, he had on some pants named something, and he had on some shoes named something. I don't know what they was named, but it wasn't nothing I never heard of. Hey, Lorenzo, They flipping fast. They flipping fast. The young ones, they flipping real fast. I thinking they doing two generations in high school. It's almost looking like high school right now. The seniors and the juniors in a different generation than the sophomores and the freshmen. That's what it almost. Maybe I'm tripping. That's what it look like. It look like they ain't even the same generation in them 4 years. I don't know what he said. I never heard of it before. I think that's what he said. He said something I ain't know. You know, you get my age, you got a bunch of kids and grandkids and stuff. They be like, Grandpa, these so and so's. You be like, oh, okay. You know what I'm saying? You don't be trying to memorize what them kids be talking about. Them kids crazy. Yeah, I got kids and grandkids. Boy, listen, you cannot keep up with them. I had to get my grandson. He'll tell me, "Gotta tell my grandson, you want to get these?" He'd be like, "No." I'm like, "Oh, these ain't cool no more." He started laughing. "No, these ain't cool, Grandpa. We don't do these. We do these right here." I don't be knowing what he talk about. I don't know. They changed. They not doing that stuck like this no long time. They really going like this. The young generation. Weird. It's not really weird. It's not really technically weird in terms of I'm into fashion and stuff. They want to make sure whatever it is, it ain't nothing like it was. That's one thing that never changed with youth. We don't give a damn what we got on, long as it ain't nothing like that. Change it up. So I do know that. I do know what they doing. They don't want nothing like that. Because our clothes was weird too, comparatively. I remember my mama said, "You want these?" I was like, "Yeah, I want those." She thought it was weird, but she bought them. Our stuff was weird. Y'all just forgot. Yeah, they thought our stuff was weird too. I guess go ahead, get them. My mom would be like, "Okay, get them." I don't know. She said, "Okay, get them." It was definitely weird to her. She didn't understand what I got on, but I knew what it was. You know what I'm saying? She like, "What? Okay, I guess." You have to tell them, "Mom, I want these." If you got a good mama, she gonna take your word for it, okay? Because if you had to buy what your parents thought was cool, you'd be whack. Like way back when I was little, we wanted Converse. Our parents thought that was weird. Don't nobody wear sneakers like that, like dress shoes. What? They would only wear like sneakers like for gym. They don't wear no gym shoes. Yeah, like none your mom bought for you. Yeah, we wore Converse All Stars and Bucks, but your daddy didn't know what the hell that was. Your daddy never gonna wear them. He ain't never put on no Converse. He didn't think they was that like that. He didn't know what you was doing. He kind of liked your Bucks, but he wasn't bad none. Cause back then, daddies just wore daddy shoes all the time. And the only way you could get your daddy out of daddy shoes is your mama the only one could get him out of them. Like if you go on vacation, she might get him some nice tennis shoes, boat shoes, or whatever. But your daddy, the only time you're gonna see him in different clothes, your mama bought him. Cause he ain't never gonna buy it. Your mama dress him when you see him look different. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, see, when the fat laces came out, yup. My mama had to buy my daddy something to get him out the box. Other than that, he gonna wear the same stuff, kind of stuff. I remember when everybody was dressing like basketball players and shit. I remember when Stacy Adams was the big deal. We would go to Regal. We would go to Regal Shoes and get shoes from Regal and stuff like that. And get shoes. The styles always changed up. I remember we used to get the jeans and get the bleacher right on your jeans, and then the bleacher right on them. You write on your jeans your name, take bleacher right on them. There was just a little bit of bleacher, and it would turn that part kind of white. Boy, you couldn't tell us nothing. If you put too much, you'd tear them up. So you had to learn what you was doing. I remember Tom McCann too. When I was a little boy, we was something was wrong with us, so we wanted to dress like Ron O'Neal. When I was growing up, we wanted to dress. You know what I'm saying? We wanted to dress like Ron O'Neal, man. We wanted to wear tailor mades. You know what I'm saying? With the long midi coat. We wanted to wear tailor mades. We wanted to, you know what I'm saying? We wanted to have on the maids, boy. With the whole vine, he would have the whole vine. And when we was young, we wanted the jacket, the coat, the pants, the whole thing. Like tailor made clothes. This is what we wanted to wear. Houndstooth, stuff like that. Bally's was later. Bally's was when I was grown, when I was older. So Bally's was the 90s. The 90s was Bally's. Yeah, Bally's was the 90s. with the Coogee. Yeah, yeah, Bally was a Coogee, the mink jacket with the leather, the mink jacket, leather, mink on the other side, mink jacket, Bally's. Yeah, that was the '90s. That was the '90s. The mink jackets, the Bally's. Clarks, that was the Jamaicans though. The Jamaicans wore the Clarks. I had the Clarks, but that was more Jamaican, not so much Black Americans. Black Americans went for the Bally's, Jamaicans went for the Clarks. The Black Americans though, if you was really on some player shit, they went for the Bally's. I liked the Bally's because I liked the soft bottom. I didn't like the hard bottom. I didn't like hard bottom shoes. They not comfortable, and then if I got to get down, I don't want to be. You know what I'm saying? Well, every night I would get some, but you got to go get the taps put in them so the heel don't get crooked and all that. The rubber, you got to get the rubber taps on them. If not, the heel get wore out and stuff. I like the soft bottom. You know what I'm saying? It was really more my thing. They don't really got them styles too much now. They all kind of like made like they different now. They don't really make the ones they used to make too much anymore. Yeah, you can't hardly find them too much no more. Not really. All the stuff for men now is feminine. Look like girl shoes. You know what I'm saying? Dude got mad at me. I said, "You ain't got none. Don't look like girls." What do you mean, sir? You don't got none look like girls. You know what I mean? These look like girl shoes. These lady shoes. You know what I'm saying? Bro, I don't want no shoes that go down low on my foot. Them is my mama wear them type of shoes. Them lady shoes. That's another thing. They selling everything unisex, and the young brothers don't even know that stuff unisex. The young brothers don't even know it's unisex. That's crazy. They don't even know, which is crazy. They don't even know the shoes is unisex like them girl shoes. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't know these is girl shoes. These is for girls. These is for men with no socks on. So your ankles and you put Vaseline on your ankle shoes. These don't even look right. Oh my soul. Yeah, they want to sell you slip-ons, basically. You know what I'm saying? I don't wear no slip-ons. Boy, if you don't get your ass out here, Boy, I'm not putting that on my feet. Are you serious? I got mental issues. Shit, I got toxic masculinity. He got mad. I said, you ain't got no men's shoes? These are men's shoes, sir. Right. I'm thinking, dude, you ain't even a man. You don't get your, boy, if you don't get out of here. Well, I don't want no loafers. You know what I'm saying? What I look like? I might as well get some moccasins. Boy, you got me effed up. Yeah, they all want me to put on slippers. You know what I'm saying? But I don't wear slips or slippers. Boy, if you don't get your ass out, you should have seen them shoes he was bringing me. The ladies don't like going shopping with me because I go to store to store to store and I don't ever buy nothing. They don't like that. Yeah, we going to store to store to store. No, no. I don't want no big name on it or nothing. You know what I'm saying? But I don't want your name, boy. No. You know what I'm saying? I don't want no big old man named Calvin Klein. Be with Pharaoh. Pharaoh love. Pharaoh love. You know what I'm saying? Uh-uh. They wear pajamas in public. Yeah, they doing their thing. I support the young people, whatever they wear. You know what I'm saying? Except my son. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to support my son. But you know I'm going to say what I'm going to say. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to support him. But I'll be like, boy, you look LGBTQ, whatever. Don't tell nobody I'm your daddy. I don't mind fancy. I don't mind it looking a certain way as long as it's masculine. I don't want no loafers. I'm not Eddie Murphy. I'm not Arsenio Hall. Don't give me no Arsenio Hall Eddie Murphy shoes. Don't give me no Eddie Murphy shoes. I don't do that. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing Eddie Murphy. Yeah, we're not doing that. Don't give me no Eddie Murphy shoes, man. I'm just saying. You don't mess up my testosterone, man. Hey, give me some socks too. Yeah, give me some socks. Nah, come on, man. If a lady see my ankles, she finna get knocked back. I'm not outside with my ankles out. Like what we doing? What we doing? Like we not doing that. You know what I'm saying? Hell no. That you outside looking all sweet with your blue shoes and your ankles out. Boy, oh nah, boy. Nah, boy, no, no, boy, no. No, boy. Nah, no. Oh, we're not doing that. Why they do that at? What's wrong with you? That's what they pushing though. That's what they push. Even the pose. That's what they pushing. You know what I'm saying? They pushing this. Boy, no. With the floods too. With the floods and the ankles out. Boy, boy, I'm telling you, boy. Boy, I'm telling you. I don't know. Just gotta keep it masculine. They ain't gotta be simple, but they gotta be masculine. You know what I'm saying? I got toxic masculinity or something wrong with me. I got something wrong with me though. So I don't count. Don't listen to me. I had a queen say, I'm gonna get you some loafers. I said, now you're gonna make me start loafing. Boy, Pharaoh don't loaf. You know what I'm saying? Well, you ain't gonna give me no loafers. Girl, you crazy. Girl, don't you come in this house with no damn loafers. Don't buy me nothing anyway. Don't buy me nothing. I gotta go try my stuff on. Don't buy me nothing. You know what I'm saying? Don't buy me nothing. Yeah, don't buy me nothing. You know what I'm saying? Cause you gonna have me sitting in the, you know what I'm saying? You gonna have me sitting in the kitchen, man. Man, you gonna have me sitting in the kitchen look like I eat sprinkles, sprinkles on my cereal or something. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? You gonna have me sitting on the stool in the kitchen, boy, looking like, you know, I don't know what you call it. You know what I'm saying? But we're not doing that. I mean, that's cool if that's what you do, cool. You know what I'm saying? If you do that, that's on you. You know what I'm saying? If that's on you, that's on you. I ain't gonna really hate on you necessarily. But I am gonna be like, oh, okay. He probably got Vaseline in his purse. I'm just saying, you got some Vaseline. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be like, okay, all right, that's what you own. I mean, if that's what you own, you know, that ain't none of my business if that's what you own. Now, I ain't like that. I ain't gonna say nothing. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna say nothing if that's what you own. You know, do you? You know what I'm saying? As far as me and you going, hanging out, you know what I mean, on some bro stuff. No, because people gonna think you my girlfriend. Like, they gonna think we dating if they see me with you and your ankles out. You know what I'm saying? They gonna get me messed up. Nah, I can't let nobody see me with you though. They gonna get it wrong. Hell no, bro. Mm-mm. I mean, if you stay in the car, it's cool. but you can't. But you can't get out. Don't you get your ass out with that with the ball. I'm just saying. I don't know. I got in trouble one time for that because the lady gonna say, "That's because you just old." You, I said, "Well, I don't want to be young like your son." And then she, what that mean? You know, you seen him when he left here. You know what it mean? You know what it mean? It mean your son be Captain Crunch with peaches in it. You know what it mean? Girl, stop playing me. You don't even know how to dress your son. Look at your son. You want me to dress like that? Oh no. I got sons, so they wear all kind of stuff. I don't be paying no attention. I don't be around them a whole lot. But I know if they come around me, that I'm gonna say you look like a little bee. Well, what is that? You look like a bee. I'm gonna tell them. Daddy gonna tell him, boy, what is that you got on? You know what I'm saying? In the door. I don't know. I don't think they be knowing. I think it'd be like a style. 'Cause when I was growing up, they had certain styles. It really didn't mean it was feminine, but they was kind of like pushing it. And a lot of men was wearing it, but they didn't really think it was that. It was like dressing like that by default because the designers be like that. So the designers be making the clothes based on their lifestyle. It's almost like the designers be trying to secretly promote their lifestyle to me. Like they be trying to do like witchcraft and put that into the clothes and put it out there so they can make more men look like how they look. That would it be seeming like to me. Because even the designers, why they all got to be like that? Like y'all ain't got no like masculine designers. Like all the designers got to be like that. That's suspicious too. I'm not anti-LGBTQ though. I believe people can do what they want to do. So I ain't against that. I ain't gonna discriminate or nothing. I'm just talking about what I don't want to wear. You can't tell me to accept you, but you don't accept me. That's foul. You could be what you want to be, and I could be what I want to be. I don't want to dress like that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to stop you from doing it. I wouldn't discriminate against you or nothing. Nothing like that. Especially if you was gay. I ain't got no problem with you being gay and looking like you gay. I got a problem when you ain't gay and you look gay though. Yeah. Well, you ain't gay. Why you looking gay? Let the gay people look gay. What we doing? I ain't never been. I ain't never been big on that because I need grandchildren. You like dressing classic? I dress according to where I'm going. Depends on where I'm going. Once I change the way I ate and everything, I ain't go as much as a normal person because they ain't never got nothing to eat. You know what I'm saying? They ain't sold with nothing but abomination. So it don't, you know what I'm saying? It's like, ain't no need of me going. They ain't got nothing for me to eat. Imagine going somewhere and it ain't nothing there for you to eat and everything is artificial. Everything is all got all kind of artificial colors and stuff in it. And they think they're having a good time. All this stuff to you, it look like a poison factory. So like that cuts a lot of socializing when it comes to the food. Because these people eat any damn thing. So that was the first thing. That was one of the main things slowed down my socializing. My socializing got chopped down a lot because you don't got nothing to eat. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't got nothing to eat, what you want me to do? So that really chopped down my socializing. I ain't been to Christmas or nothing dinner since 1978. My mother I already know. My mother would make me pound cakes and stuff with no butter, no eggs. Make them, and I come pick them up like 2 days after Christmas or a day after Thanksgiving or something. Because they know I ain't coming on Christmas or Thanksgiving. I ain't coming over there. They already knew. My mother would make me like a natural sweet potato pie or something like that. But they know I ain't showing up. They know I don't do Santa or Claus. I'm not doing none of that. I felt like black people that do that are sellouts. Like, why y'all keep letting these people decide what you going to celebrate? Well, you're going to get your own stuff. Telling our kids this dude bought them toys. You know what I'm saying? But whatever. I don't hate on their parade. I just stay away. Yeah, I ain't did that stuff since the late 70s. Yeah, that's why when I came up, like I said, I go to the tailor. Like right now, if I got a big event coming up in a couple months, I'm gonna go to the tailor. I go to tailor get my vest made. Cause I don't wear nothing but a vest and pants. I don't wear jackets. I don't wear suit jackets. Suit jackets is too stuffy. If it ain't, and they look more gangster. I just got the vest, the tie, the pants, the matching pants. I don't buy the jackets because I might, if I got on a leather coat or I got on a coat with the jacket, that's too much shit on. You know what I'm saying? So I never wear suit jackets. It's too stuffy. Like what you need all that on for? You got the vest, you got the pants, the tie, and you got your coat. Well, you need a jacket and a coat. You know what I mean? Oh, the fingernail paint and all that. I don't know. You know what I mean? Yeah. I seen they trying to burn. He backed up on the river district. They don't want to fix the infrastructure. Didn't tell them about the flooding. They didn't tell them everything was going on. So they didn't tell them about the flooding at the G Unit Studios G Dome site tanks underground. Now he got to figure out how to get his money back. Dang. That's messed up. That's messed up, man. They messing up how much millions of dollars and investment. Dang, man. I seen that. I knew you was gonna tell me what was going on. I seen that, man. Rather than them just getting everything right so they can bring in the billions of dollars to the city, they playing around. And then that make everybody put back. Everybody like, no, I ain't investing in that type of stuff. No, I'm gonna keep my money. Cause now he got investors. He not paying for all that. So now you messing up 50's investors. Like he got investors investing with him. And so you messing up all these people money. See what I'm saying? So what he gonna do? He gonna chop down everything he wanna do. He gonna try to do something with the little bit of stuff he got that do work, and it's gonna be half-assed. It'll be all right, but then it ain't gonna pop like you know what I'm saying. But what he might do, he might just chop that off, do the other part, raise the money to get everything fixed. But them politicians, they needed to get rid of them politicians anyway, early when they was tripping. Kathy, early when they was tripping, they need to vote them dudes out. You know what I'm saying? The people down there it's like, man, if you don't help bro get this, you out of office, man. Y'all messing up the bag. We can fix this gonna bring money to the whole Louisiana. Boy, Louisiana boy, listen. Cat, Louisiana should be going crazy. For real. Like, man, you know how much money that is? That's money for New Orleans and all the other cities. That's major money. People ain't gonna come and just go there. People gonna do the whole Louisiana gonna get paid. Come on, man. The whole state gonna make like bank. Cause I've been talking to people because we was gonna try to come and invest. We was gonna come and invest. I've been talking to some of my friends. We was gonna come and invest. We was gonna come put some money in Louisiana on my soul. Hurricane Chris, he don't count. Leave him alone. 50 Cent to kind of do a look out for Hurricane. 50, you can't trust 50 when it comes to stuff. 50 got a big heart. 50 will turn around, and when he get things going, he'll definitely throw Hurricane something. That's how 50 is. He'll diss him and everything, but 50 got a big ass heart. He'll turn around, look out for bro. I done got hip to 50. 50 tripped out. 50 will turn around and fix that boy up and get that boy a makeover and put that boy on the stage. Sure will. If you 50 deep, man, he will turn around and help that boy. I'm telling you. Fifth tripped out. He'll turn around and help him. I swear to God, so dude, get down. Yeah, fifth deep, man. You can't. $50 deep. You know what I'm saying? He'll turn around and help dude, and he'll turn around and help dude, and then that'll be a big news, you know what I'm saying, story for fifth. He'll do that. He'll play the news. He'll diss him for the news, then he'll help him for the news. But Hurricane blew that like Hurricane said all that shit. He shouldn't have said nothing. Like it don't make no sense for Hurricane to go public like that. You could have contacted 50 on the low low. Like some of these dudes, you don't do everything out in the public, man. You a man. You could have talked to bro. Oh, you Hurricane Chris. You could have contacted him easy. Right, just the Red River District. So the Red River District is the only part messed up. Let me see. He backed up on the Red River. Oh, right. I got it. He backed up on the Red River District. So what he gonna do about the flooding at the Genome site? They just gonna fix that part or what? So he's not gonna do the Red River, but is the Genome spots all right, or are those flooded? Or do we gotta fix those? Or he had to fix them, so he got pissed. Or he bought the Red River District without knowing they had a problem. So, oh wow. He fixed them and removed the tanks. They gonna fix the other part too. Watch the city. Watch the state come in. The state come in like, no, we got it. We got to watch. Watch the state come in. He's still doing that, Hurricane. Well, Hurricane's still doing that. Hurricane just out there on his own. He ain't got no management. Yeah, he just out there. He got the G spot down in the river district, still waiting on the city to replace from the ice storm. Oh, okay. All right, keep me informed on all of that. You know what I'm saying? I'm a DM me on Instagram, and I'm gonna hit you and send you an email where you can just hit my email and just keep me up on what's going on because I really want to know what's going on with that because I'm trying to invest. So I really need to know what's going on with that because I'm trying to invest. I'm trying to put a lot of money into it. I'm gonna divide it up for my children, and I'm trying to really have the investment for them down there. I'm trying to put some money in New Orleans, Louisiana, because Louisiana's man, they messing up because Louisiana finna get a whole lot of money. Like, what is wrong with her? Because the flow to Texas and Louisiana finna go through the roof. Because Texas is blowing, Texas is going up. So Louisiana going up too. What is wrong with them? What is wrong with them? Don't they see Texas is going all the way up? What are they crazy? Man, what is wrong with them, man? Don't they see Texas is going all the way up? How you right next to Texas and you come on, man? And then you ain't nowhere from Florida because you at the small parts of Mississippi and Montgomery. That's the little short parts. So you can go right across Louisiana, right across the bottom of Mississippi and Alabama. Alabama is even smaller. You in Florida, man. That's some serious money. That's like one, two, three. That's five state money, man. That's a vacation. See, I don't know, man. Black people going down there, cat, and they doing they doing all five states. They're gonna do all five states. They're gonna go right across that bottom, right to Florida. Is Texas a good place to relocate? Everywhere right now is you rolling the dice because the environment messed up, bro. The whole Chicago was all smoke today. So it's like everywhere right now is a dice roll. They messed up the environment, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Chicago ain't necessarily safe. With these fools, man, don't even get me started, eh? The whole Chicago, I went out at like 9 o'clock at night, man, and it was smoke you couldn't hardly breathe over the whole Chicago from that fire. Bro, they tripping. And there's fires everywhere. There's more fires. I forgot the other state full of fires too. Fires and floods everywhere, man. Earthquakes. Everywhere. Everywhere. Listen, the environment is so messed up, they not even telling everywhere. Oh my soul, they not saying nothing. Louisiana worth a lot of money. Right there next to Texas. Texas blowing up, Louisiana. And then Louisiana got the food. They keep saying Louisiana. They keep saying the best places got the best food is Chicago and Louisiana. Louisiana, they ain't taking advantage of that. Everybody say they got the best food in the whole country. Everybody say Chicago and Louisiana. We be on the internet arguing with Louisiana about food better. But we don't got the seafood. They got the seafood. Everybody say Louisiana got the best food in the whole damn country. I try to come down there and give me some of that Louisiana vegan food. I bet it's good as hell. I bet they got the best spices. I bet you anything Louisiana got the best spices in the whole damn country. I bet you anything. I bet you can't beat them with the spices. I bet you they got the spices because they got the environment for the best spices. Ain't no way I'm going down there driving and don't come back with spices. Or if I fly, I'm mailing spices back. I seen where they dumped all that poop in the. Hey man, they dumped all of that poop in the ocean. You could not make this stuff up. Who and you're not going to prison for that? Like some kind of international prison? Because it was another country did it, right? What country did that? It wasn't in the United States. Was it Mexico or somebody did that? Man, man, who did that? Let me see. Who dumped in the ocean? Who did it? Where it came from? Look, they don't even want to show me the story. Well, I'm telling you, they don't want to tell you nothing either. I just searched it, and why I got to go through all this to find the story? Man, what city dumped it? Tijuana. Tijuana, Mexico. Tijuana. Come on, man. Tijuana dumped a whole bunch of sewage in the ocean. They nasty. Man, man. Tijuana. Tijuana dumped that stuff down there by San Diego. Tijuana dumped all that poop. That's the Mexicans down there. Come on, man. Tijuana. Tijuana is Mexico. Right by Mexico. Tijuana is Mexico. Mexico did it. They ain't got no shame. They stupid. Now who gonna go to Mexico? You know how much money they finna lose? Boy, ain't nobody going to Mexico. Ain't nobody going to Mexico for a while. Who gonna go to Mexico? Mexico contaminated. Ain't nobody gonna go to Mexico, San Diego, and people might not go to Los Angeles. You believe that? You believe that? I mean, tons of waste in the ocean. All the fish. Somebody need to go to some kind of prison, though. Somebody got to go to some kind of prison or something, though. I ain't been to Mexico in decades. Catfish gonna eat all of that. I don't eat no type of fish. Man, it's bad enough that other thing is making everybody sick. People getting that virus, getting sick across off of them vegetables and stuff. You know what I'm saying? They not sure where it's from. I don't know, brother. Papa, that I don't know. These are some we living amongst the most stupidest humans in world history. Now they got nuclear weapons. They dropping bombs, blowing everybody up. They dumping poop in the ocean. The whole environment is going crazy, and they act like they don't see all these earthquakes. We just had an earthquake in Chicago in the lake just a few days ago, and they act like they don't see all of this. They act like they don't see all this. The earth finna be acting a fool, man. Man, you gotta soak that stuff in baking soda and apple cider vinegar. That's the only chance you got. Baking soda, apple cider vinegar, all your fruits and vegetables. If you want to, before you do that, you can put it in a bowl and pour hydrogen peroxide on it. Put some hydrogen peroxide on it, then rinse it, then soak it in that. You'll be fine. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. You got to soak your vegetables first. You put some hydrogen peroxide on them. Then you rinse them. Then if you got to soak them, you got to put baking soda over them and pour that apple cider vinegar. You're going to see it fizz. Anything in there is going to kill it. Anything in there is going to kill it. But I'm gonna get the food grade. Well, I got some. Hold on. Here go the winner though. Food grade hydrogen peroxide. I got it already stored up. Food grade hydrogen peroxide. But you got to cut it because this is the strong one. You got to cut it. You got to cut it 6 times because this is the strong one. So you can go that way. Yeah, it's on the lettuce, but it could be on anything. You know what I'm saying? Food grade hydrogen peroxide. I got the one that says 35. They got smaller ones that's less. This one you got to cut it a lot. So you got to cut it because it got to be like 6 times water or something like that. You know what I'm saying? How to cut food grade hydrogen peroxide. 1 part to 11 parts. So the one I got, the 35%, this one I got, you got to cut it 1 part to 11 parts. Right? So in other words, if you got 1 cup, then you need 11 cups. Right? So 1 ounce of water mixed with 11 ounces of water to cut it. Because this one is highly concentrated. They got some others that ain't concentrated, but I got this one because it go further. You know what I'm saying? And you cut 1 part to 11 parts. So I'm able to take like, a little bit, put it in a bowl, and then make sure I do that 11 times in a cup. If I got this much, and then put it on there, and it ain't gonna be nothing on there then. It ain't gonna be nothing on there then. The reason I got the 35% one, because it go further. Now you can get the other one, you don't have to cut it. They got one you have to cut, but you only get a little bottle of it. And I got these 4 bottles, I got them on sale. So that's why I bought the 35%. I'll be doing all my stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's why I got the 35%. It's hard to find the 35%. I bought it on sale from a company. They sent me big 4 bottles. But if you get just the other one, you know what I'm saying? You don't have to cut as much. Right? So you got the 35. You got different mixes. The 35 though is worth it because you're gonna save money. But you got different ones. But I just been using I ain't even been using it. Now you got the 3%, you don't got to cut it at all. You got the 3% right here. You don't got to cut it. But you're going to go through it real quick. And I don't want to keep going through it that quick. But you can get the 3%, you ain't got to cut it. Just get the 3%. But if you get the 35%, you got to cut it to get it to be 3%. You know what I'm saying? But you could just get the 3%. Boom, there you go right there. $49 for 2 bottles. And you good to go. You know what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Let's get the 3%. and you're good to go. You don't got to cut it. If you get to 3%, and you ain't got to worry about you, but you ain't got to worry about all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? In your doggone food, if you ain't got that, like I said, apple cider vinegar and baking soda. Something got to go in your food to fizz, to kill whatever's in there. Anyway, this is how we wash our fruits and vegetables. Make sure ain't no bugs, because it's if the bugs that's gonna if you soak it in that this hydrogen, any bugs gonna come out of it, any parasites, anything is coming out. Sometimes you'll see them crawl out. You'll see them crawl. You'll see them come out right there where the stem is in the apple. You might see something crawl out. And you be like, hell no. It's going to creep you out. But at least your stuff be clean. If it's lettuce, you good. But don't buy no bag stuff anyway. Don't buy no bag lettuce. I got a Berkey, so I don't know how good that do for nanoplastics, but I got a Berkey. I got a Berkey water system. I don't think they really get rid of. So they say the Berkey don't really carry. They say while theoretically it's capable of capturing microplastic particles down to the 24, 26 nanometer range, they do not carry official third party certification for nanoplastic or microplastic removal. Now they remove microplastic, but they got filters that remove nanoplastics though. Most people say you got to use reverse osmosis for that. You know what I'm saying? So they really ain't really know how to get that out your body. They said while there is no scientifically proven food that completely detoxes and removes nanoplastics from the human body. Emerging preliminary research suggests that kimchi and high fiber foods may help bind the plastics particular and facilitate their removal through digestive waste. That's what they say. But they mostly send stuff like lentil beans, berries, chia seeds, or trap the microplastics and take them out your body. Kimchi is always the best thing though. Don't be using no plastic bags and stuff. You know, don't be using no plastic bag. Buy your fruits and vegetables fresh. Don't be using a whole bunch of plastic bags. But typically, if you eat right, it's gonna pull that stuff out. It's gonna pull it out anyway. It ain't gonna stay in there if you eat right anyway. They just ain't found out with the research. But if you eating plenty of fruits and vegetables and stuff like that, and you doing your detoxes, it ain't gonna stay anyway. You know what I'm saying? It ain't gonna stay. Even when you do your cleanse, your parasite cleanse, all that's gonna pull it out. But you shouldn't be getting a whole lot. You know what I'm saying? You shouldn't be getting a whole lot. Like I'm buying almost as much as I can in glass, but I am getting some stuff that's still plastic. You know what I'm saying? That's what they saying. Yeah, they got the under sink systems for reverse osmosis. You could get them for 380. I'll look into it. They definitely say that help. I'll look into reverse osmosis and some stuff like that. But I'm pretty sure. Oh, Amazon Frizzle Reverse. Yeah, they got a whole bunch of different ones that you could get. They got the one for like $152. She poured some juice in there, and the whole thing came out clear. I don't know, these people be scamming so much. I gotta look into it. They got a whole bunch of them for sale, a whole bunch advertised for the countertop. They got the ones you can put under your sink. They got all different prices. You can connect it under your sink, drink the water straight out your sink. The price is not too much. You can get a good one for 250, 260, 270, 230. Yeah, these people, I don't know. I ain't gonna lie. When it comes to them selling these products and stuff, I don't know. I ain't gonna lie. You know, I don't be trusting them, even with the filter and stuff I got. These people something else, man. Every time you look up, they got something better and something better and something better. But you really have to wonder, like, okay, how I know if this shit work? You know what I'm saying? It get a little crazy. Cause me, common sense tell me that the food gonna clean everything some kind of way. There's just no way no God would make the food where the food wouldn't do everything, no matter what. So I don't know. Because when you ask if any food take it out, they say, yeah, possibly some beans and stuff will take it out. What do you mean possibly? Do it or don't? Like if you got nanoplastic, it's a possibility kimchi and this and that. Listen, y'all tripping. Cause you can't tell me it's something I can put in my body and ain't nothing else can go in there and clean it. That don't even like really make sense. But if y'all say so. Then you look up 4 years from now, oh, cucumbers will do it. You know, I've been a vegan a long time, so I've been seeing how they play the game. We be eating miracle foods that do all type of stuff, but then later they, you know what I'm saying? You've been eating miracle foods, and then later they say, oh, did you know that if you eating these, if you're eating cucumber, did you know it takes out nanoplastics? Scientists just found out. Yeah, all right. Trying to scare me like I'm gonna just die. Damn, everybody else, people regular ain't even dying like that. There's regular people that ain't even vegans and they live in the 80, 90. What you want me? They ain't doing nothing. I don't know. How much longer I'm gonna live with this shit? Y'all, I don't know. I don't know, cause I don't know. I'm 68. I'm getting hella nanoplastics. What happened? When I'm gonna be out of here? Like I don't really trust them. They I don't know. You can't trust them. I ain't gonna lie. Some of that stuff be seeming gimmicky though. They keep telling me I can't eat this, I can't eat nothing. Nah, this ain't no good, but this is some good. But no, this one ain't. But this one is, and this one ain't. It's like, all right, I guess, I guess. I don't know. I think the best thing to do is just try not to be getting a whole bunch of nanoplastics in the first place. You know what I'm saying? Like to me, if you're just not using a lot of plastic, it ain't gonna do nothing to you. I think the only way plastic gonna do something to you if you're just using a lot of plastic, plastic dishes. I don't really got a lot of plastic. I just ordered a stainless steel skillet. I use cast iron. I use mostly glass. The only plastic I be dealing with is with my Starbucks every now and then. I just ordered wood. I just ordered wood spoons and forks. I'm not even using that no more. I just ordered wooden spoon and fork. I just switched out my whole dishes. I'll be talking about that on Vegan Intel one of these days coming up. I'm late on my Vegan Intel. But I'm gonna be getting my stainless steel skillet in. I got spatulas. I got all that. I want to show on Vegan Intel. But I'm not even doing the metal forks and stuff no more. I switch. I got wood forks and stuff. What else did I get? I got a bunch of new stuff I got to show. I got a stainless steel to cut my food on. I got my stainless steel skillet coming. Although I use cast iron, I switched my forks and spoon to wood. So I'm constantly upgrading. I ain't been using plastic period at all. Even my vitamins, I try to make sure my vitamins be in glass. I be searching, like, give me the ones in glass. I've been cutting off my vitamins. I've been slowly eliminating plastic, slowly, a lot. Yeah, they'll try to scam you out. So I just been switching up, making sure my vitamins is in glass jars. I'm making sure I drink out of glass jars and stuff like I say my coffee. But I did buy a stainless steel coffee maker, but I can't make my coffee the way I like it yet. So I'm gonna be practicing on that. I just got a stainless steel to chop up all my food. You know, I've switched everything to stainless steel. My coffee maker, stainless steel, all of that. I switched to stainless steel, iron, wood. I'm slowly switching everything. I'm drinking mostly out of a glass jars. I be drinking out of glass jars and glass cups. You know, I got glass cups. I don't got no more plastic cups. I never had no plastic dishes. So I didn't cut a whole lot of plastic out anyway. A lot. Now I'm gonna stop putting so much metal in my mouth. So I got some wooden spoons, wooden forks, wooden knives. Those is cool. And a bunch of stainless steel items. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So I've been eliminating a whole lot of plastic anyway, and then I'm detoxing, every now and then. But as far as like nanoplastics, I know damn well that this stuff we eat remove nanoplastics. I was going to order a couple copper cups next week too. I was going to order a couple of them too. But I'm getting a lot of wood, like coconut bowls and stuff like that. A lot of natural. Start switching my whole stuff over right now. Like, hold on, I'll show you. I'm gonna do it on Vegan Intel, but I'll show y'all. I ain't gonna do y'all like that. I'll show y'all. I ain't even opened it yet. I'm gonna do this on Vegan Intel. Y'all need to join Vegan Intel. I just got this. What is this? I don't even know what. Yeah, I be on my health heavy. I don't even know what this is. I forgot what I ordered. Okay, what is this? I think these my knives. So I just got my high level knives, boy. On my soul. I just got my stainless steel knives, boy. I just got my top of the line stainless steel knives, no shedding, no metal come off. I just got these. Yeah, I just got these. Berwin. I just got the brewing knives. I just got these. Right? I stepped my knife game up. Big time, right? On my soul. I just stepped my knife game up. Then I just got these. I just got my 100% biodegradable spoons, forks, and knives, right? I just got these, right? Biodegradable, right? %100 biodegradable. Right? I just got these. It feels like plastic, but it ain't plastic. I just got these. Right? Then I just got these right here. I just got my bamboo cooking utensils. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I just got this. I'm gonna talk about this on Vegan Intel, but I'll show y'all. You know, I look out for y'all still. But I moved all this to Vegan Intel. Hey man, I just got this. I'm gonna do a live. I just got my. Hey, what's that plan? Well, I don't talk about it. I be about it. I just got my bamboo. I just got my bamboo spatulas and stuff. I just got my bamboo. Boy, listen. Stop playing with me. So yeah, I just upgraded all my stuff. I just got my bamboo cooking utensil set. So I've been on it. I'm upgrading. Yeah, I upgraded all of that. I don't want no metal chipping off or nothing. I got my bamboo. I got my biodegradable and all that. I'm not playing no games. I got my biodegradable spoons and forks. Right? It looked like plastic, but it's not plastic. You know what I'm saying? I got my bamboo stuff. I upgraded all my stuff is like I got my new stainless steel skillet coming. I'm gonna do a live in a couple days when it get here. And I got my top of the line. I already got all my cast iron. I got my top of the line knives that don't stainless steel. No, no metal comes off. I don't have to worry about no metal in my food. I got my stainless steel cooking board coming next week and my top of the line skillet on my soul. You know what I mean? You know, health is wealth. You know what I'm saying? Top of the line. These some top of the line knives right here. Brewing, top of the line. You know what I'm saying? So I've been on that, eliminating any type of I don't want nothing getting in my food. You know what I'm saying? I don't want nothing getting in my food. I don't want nothing getting in my food. I don't want no type of plastic. I'm not putting no more metal in my mouth. That's why I switched to the bamboo. And these, I got some more coming. I got some wooden ones coming too, but these is biodegradable. Right? So I got to worry about no plastic and stuff in my mouth or none of that. This is made from veggie fibers. Made from veggie fibers. Boy, look, stop playing. Made from veggie fibers. Off the chain. Excellent. Yeah, I got the stainless steel cutting board coming, and I got the serious stainless steel skillet coming. On my soul, I ain't playing. Wait a minute, they in my cart. If you think I'm playing, and I got the stainless steel food grater coming. So I got my titanium. Oh yeah, titanium. I got my titanium skillet coming. I got my titanium skillet coming on my soul. And my titanium cooking board. Yeah, I got my titanium skillet coming on my soul. Coating free. Does not contain PFASs or PFAO. This is the one I'm getting right here. I did my research. So I got my titanium skillet coming on everything. And then I got my titanium cutting board coming on everything. I got my titanium. Soon as I get them in a couple of days, I'll be on Vegan Intel. I'm going to show my whole little cooking thing. So I got a titanium cutting board coming. Real talk. Double-sided, non-toxic cutting board. I ain't got to worry about nothing coming off of it. Right? I'm getting the, which one I'm getting? I'm not getting a little one. I think I'm getting a large one. This is a small, medium, and large. I think I'm getting a large one. And then also, I'm getting my stainless steel cheese grater. I'm not sure if I'm going to get this yet. I got to check into it. Right, the wood hold fungus and mold. Know what I'm saying? The wood, that ain't going to get it. You know what I'm saying? That's why I ain't get that. That's why I'm going with the titanium. I did my research. Then that titanium don't get in your food or nothing. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm going with the titanium. You know what I'm saying? What he saying? Oh yeah, my Amazon. Yeah, I'm gonna have all this stuff on my Amazon too. I'll put it over there. I'll put it on my Amazon for sure. I'll put it on my Amazon for sure. Let me see how I do that. I'll put it on my Amazon when I figure out how I did it. I forgot how I did it. But I'll put it on my Amazon as soon as I figure out how to do it. I forgot how I do that. It might be over there already. Let me see. It might be over there. Oh no, I gotta see. Where's my list at? I don't know where my list at. Let me find my list and I'll see if it's over there. I'll be forgetting how to do this stuff. I'll be doing so much stuff. I'll be forgetting what I'm doing. On my soul. I'll be forgetting, man. I forget what my list is at. My list, is this it? Yeah, that's it. Oh, it's already up. Wait a minute. Is this my list? Mm-hmm. This ain't my list. I don't even know where my list is at. I gotta find my list. I gotta find my list. I be forgetting how to use this. Oh, is this it? Yeah, this is it. I think. Oh, that ain't it either. Oh no. Ain't that crazy? I forgot what my list is at. I forgot where it's at. I ain't gonna lie. I gotta find it. Ain't that a mess? They be doing too much. Like, they don't make this stuff easy. I gotta go dig through all this stuff. I don't even know where my list is at. Ain't that a doggone shame? That's a damn shame. They sure ain't trying to make it easy. Your list. It say my list, but this ain't my damn list. Who list is this? Uh-huh. This ain't my list. This ain't my damn list. Who list is this? I don't know. I gotta try to figure out how to work this again. Every time I can't remember how to get to my list. Amazon need to do something, man, because they make this stuff too. They don't got it. They on some more. I don't even know where my list at. I swear to God. Because this definitely ain't my list. I don't know. I got to figure out where my list at. They really don't. They don't set this up right. Like they don't have their stuff set up right, man. I ain't gonna lie. They could do better than this. They do not set their lists up right on this on Amazon. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. They do not set it up correct. Because I should be able to just go right to it. And every time I got to go through, I don't know what, to find out where I'm going. Which don't make no sense. It really don't. Every time I can't find my list. Crazy. Anyway, let me get out of here. That's enough for a night. Maybe I'll come back over here and find my list. Which is crazy. All right, y'all. That's that. I'm going to find it. And y'all stay positive. We are out of here.